Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to another North American GA Weekly. But this time, we are out of the PTM season and we are going straight in to the brand new RDO season. And of course, the ones bringing it to you first is Serene Balance Productions. And of course, my name is NEETfull, and with me today is Herman the man. Herman, how are you today?
I'm so excited to do this. It's like, dude, new cards have been so fun this whole like kind of thing. I don't know how much you've seen, but oh my gosh, so great to be in the first one to just showcase all these amazing new cards and what everyone's doing with it.
And listen, I've seen everybody on Twitter is currently, I think I've seen almost every major player post that this is one of the most fun seasons to
Mhm.
practice decks to get ready because everybody brings a different deck to the table and you're like, I didn't even know that was viable. And that is actually a menace of a deck list. I even had somebody sit down across to me, play the first raccoon, and I'm like, how good could raccoons be? In turn three,
Mhm.
I'm like, I'm almost dead, and I'm not even level 3 yet. This
I-
is bad.
the raccoons are so funny because people are like keep telling me it's like, yo, I'm going to play this deck and no one's going to know what it does and they're just going to lose to raccoons. But so many people are doing that they're like, I know what all the raccoons do. Like, what, what do you mean? Oh, they're going to be like, oh, low torturing kit. Oh no, then my opponent's not going to know they have to fracturize this to take or else they're going to take a lot of damage. I was like, buddy, bandits are sold out all over the place right now. No, you can't get your SR raccoons anymore.
There's a reason. There's a reason. This deck list, it has some potential. And cool part is looking at the deck list coming in, we're gonna see raccoons as one of the two
Yo.
deck lists. So we will see it piloted by Rhea, a very well-known player here. Rhea, she will be piloting raccoons into this round one. And of course, going into another well-known player in the community, Poro, piloting none other than Waters Neo's Tony. Did you expect Poro to be on Water Neo's Tony? I mean, I didn't,
Yes,
right?
because I'm actually active in the Tony chat, so I had I had no doubts whatsoever that Tony is back because I actually really like playing Tony, so I'm excited to see this. I think you're very lucky that you got a caster that actually plays Neos, so this will be helpful. But yeah, Tony's pretty good right now. I don't know necessarily how good it'll be against raccoons because you kind of don't do anything at the beginning, and you do lose a little bit of value, and by a little bit, like all this float if you ever tried to play it. Like this is like back in the day for Tony, which is why we're so excited for RDO because all of a sudden it's like, who needs float? Float doesn't exist. Just draw more cards.
It feels like everything right now is just, hey, draw more cards. And even the floating memory we're getting, of course, with I kind of the calling out the elephant in the room with angelic channeling is a card that very quickly is no doubt that that card is probably going to see play. Probably seeing
Mhm,
play more at deck lists than will probably settle down later and let's do that.
mhm,
But that being said, the card's nuts. The card is absolutely insane. I don't know if we'll see him in these matches. Well, we'll definitely see Poro doing it. I don't think
Yes.
we'll see Raccoons doing it, but
Yeah, I can already see that Poro's playing it, but just not at a full playset, which I kind of understand. There are a lot of decks where, like, holy crap, that card is insane, and it's a mandatory four of in several decks. It's not, you don't need it as four of in like every single advanced level, like level three deck, but one or two doesn't hurt because all of a sudden you're just like, I'm just gonna filter these cards, keep them like on the side. That's so impactful for any card that like any deck that has any fast speed draw or anything. Just pick it up right away.
yeah. And as well as sometimes it's just you're in a situation early in the game where you have angelic channeling and say, I need to get rid of this advance and get to something a little more useful to me. And the card does that incredibly well.
So I just
And we
treat
are
it as,
going in right into
oh,
round one.
nice. Yeah, but I was like, I just treat that card as all those times you've played a advanced level like advanced element deck and you just play fast cure that does literally nothing except become like a floating memory. I was like, angelic channeling just says it's a useless worst case scenario. It's a quote unquote useless fast cure you would have played anyway. And dang, this guy's going hard. That's Quino.
We are not seeing any breaks from Poro here. Quickly
Yeah.
going into the brand new fractal waves, which have not seen this fractal. Keep an eye out on it because it is another nuts card out of RDO, which I think we're going to be saying a lot tonight. Honestly,
Yeah, but Rhea doing the very good opening for these raccoon players, showing the domain master, the most annoying domain in the game, Dawn of Ashes, which is why you see Poro's entire hand down right now. Paid four for Fractal of Waves, and then had to pay three for the Hub of Innovation. Was it? No, I can't remember which one this one. It's another draw into memory one. Dormant Sacrificial Arts. Final
yeah.
answer. Yeah, but yeah,
If we see any automatons and humans hit play, we can get an extra mill. I don't think that's really the reason for this one, but
yeah, like really, all you need is just domains to exist for Tony. Like especially these newer lists, you're kind of just trying to survive all the way to the top, and then just use your insane amounts of like resources and value just to dominate the board and slowly chip away at your opponents. You're not really trying to blow them up too quickly. Although I'm excited to see how Poro's going to take this approach because he is like the Tony guy. Maybe he has like new ideas for this.
it's actually really cool to see every start of the season to see what Poro cooked up for Tenoris during each new set. I was like, did we get anything? Well, we'll find out if Poro put it in or not.
Oh, it looks like we're yeah, it's new season, so we might going to see this a lot. Everyone's just like has to definitely when Tanaris is on the other side of the field too, you're going to hear this a lot. A lot of people just being like, "Hey, what's that card do?" Let me just
Yeah,
figure out what does that card do. Yeah.
a lot of this is gonna be that's in the set. Yeah, all right, does this. All right, cool.
All right, Dawn of Ashes being moved down, so we actually read that it's a Dawn of Ashes, but it's there. You'll see it from the memory cost paid. Oh my gosh. I don't know about this matchup though. I don't think like this is a go super hyper aggro as raccoons and hope you kill Tony in time. Otherwise, 30 health and prevention domains kind of just stalls everything. Raccoons has
Yeah,
been a really funny one. So I said earlier, like a lot of people have been playing raccoons. It's a really funny deck, but once you know what's you're going against, like it's kind of easy to counter in that the counter is just throw a card into your graveyard when they're trying to go all in, and then they lose an ally's worth of attacks.
yeah,
And Dormant Sacrificial Altar is actually a really good way to counter this because when they try to go all in, if you have an automaton and a human on board, just throw more cards into your graveyard. All of a sudden, it's like raccoons do 0 damage.
yeah. It's one of those things where raccoons really has to. You kind of have to make that judgment call between do I keep up a little bit more interaction to try to remove their graveyard by using something like the command, or do I just say, you know what, maybe it's better to just make the loss. Hopefully, they play a card. But yeah, that's the same way when we were testing. It's very scary if you haven't seen it. You kind of have to know what's happening here. But it is still a very fun deck if you haven't seen it get played or touched a little
Oh,
bit. It is very fun.
I think I don't know what they're waiting for. Maybe I think it's a judge to come back into the room or something like that. We had a little couple of issues, but he's just flexing the CSRs right now.
Yeah, I
Oh
think
my
we have
gosh.
we have a short delay on the start. I think there was just something with the actual event with holding out matches. So I think we're just on a small hold, I believe.
It's okay. In the meantime, yeah, but like going back to the raccoons, it's just a really it's a really interesting deck as I think it's really, really strong against very certain matchups, and it's straight up insta fold. Like just if you sit across a Lorraine and you like you just scoop and just say you want like we're going to take a 40-minute break. Just just have a nice dinner or something like that. If you see someone play sweep, like if it's any champion that's going to play a sweep, Tanaris also plays like a Blade of Creation, a cleave at level 3. Honestly, just scoop. Like I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't win. There's no counterplay.
It's very back to the classic ally, the ally rush type of mentality of you are very, very strong if you can keep your board going wide, but as soon as that first cleave hits the board,
Yeah, you just
then
just shake
not
your hands, just leave.
not
Like
nearly
you're
as
like
big of a threat.
it's but have you seen it being played into, for example, the big boogeyman of the format right now is Water Diana. Like Aetherwing didn't get touched at all, despite what a lot of people were expecting. And holy crap, man! Just raccoons into Diana. Thank you for raccoons for existing. It's really funny. Just remove everything. Nice weaving. Like yeah, nice weaving mana stream. It'd be a shame if it's banished. Oh, you play another one. Just banish that one too. You attack and you put like 3 Aether charges into your graveyard, and they all have floating memory. And you mill another one. I can banish all 4. It's no big deal.
We watched one of our first local matches where the exact situation happened. Diana went for the hit, did the damage, and then milled the card, and then looked at their opponent's board, counted the raccoons, and goes, "Yeah, I messed up, didn't I?"
It's so funny. Like that deck absolutely like the person that I was helping cook that deck, they just said the only things they want to do is absolutely dominate Diana, dominate CL. So like, these old format staple decks, they just said no one's allowed to play old stuff anymore. You have to play new cards because I will destroy you. And then he was just saying, if I see like Tristan or Xander or anything, I'm just going to scoop because you can't win against like, an Ensnaring Fumes. And then I reminded him, you don't use a sideboard. You scoop to everyone you're going to lose to. So your sideboard just has to be 4 staggering strikes, 4 stolen chance, Crimson Protective Trinket, and just say that's just you're just targeting Moria. This raccoon
Like
deck
as I
just
hope.
targets decks. Ooh, yeah, just
I think it's excited into banner is what we're looking at.
yeah. I think it's excited. It's a banner. Just more raccoons just doing raccoon things. Uh, I think we don't have the previews for RDO cards ready quite yet. But for people who don't know these things, Excitable Raccoon is your main beat stick. It is a 1/2 that becomes a 2/2 with Vigor if your opponent has no graveyard. Huge, I must say. And then the Banner Raccoon is just, other raccoons just get +1.
And I
So
think
I
that was also
believe,
the requirement of no cards in graveyard for the banner.
yes, also no cards in graveyard. So I believe that should be 3 damage. No, 4 damage because the banner also attacks. So 4 damage stuck onto Poro at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah. And then, yeah, just level up, get taunt as Tony, and just trying to stay alive here. But this is really funny. I don't know, man.
Listen,
There's
listen. Regardless of how matchups look for raccoons, I'm happy a deck like this exists because it is one of
yeah,
those. Like how we've seen Faiza in the past, where it was kind of like the aggro deck of like you had a bad matchup, but you're still this aggro. It's kind of like that, but a little bit more fun. Maybe because the raccoons are cute. I'm not sure, but
I mean, this is good for Tanaris, right? All you're doing is just saying, I'm playing neutral cards. I'm going to level up. You know that Raccoons is on Spirit of Purity, so you're not afraid of your. You shouldn't be that afraid if your Fractal Wave's dying, because I don't think they mainboard Disenchants or Expels yet. I feel like they should, because Fractal Waves is kind of disgusting. But you're
listen,
just trying to level.
we've already talked about it. If you're not on main board or sideboard of Fantasia removal, you probably want to be, especially going into this format, because
Yes.
Fractal Waves is a nutty card. We're seeing other. I don't want to give my own tech away. Slime's new Fantasia is pretty stupid strong as well. In terms of new Fantasia, and of course, Fractals, the original Fractals, it's still a relevant deck. It's still good, even with the loss of unmake. So the deck is not 100% dead. Just be aware of that too.
Yeah, it's just actually so silly how many things you have to take care of now. It's like it's gotten to the point where I think you genuinely just have to say, I'm gonna sack a couple matchups and just play matchup roulette and just hope I don't see it.
Yeah, especially early on in the season where, I mean, RDO is one of those. We're gonna hear it a lot. RDO is one of those sets where I think with everybody getting support, there was not just right now the king of king decks. Sirio could potentially be close to that top of throne with Diana, but as we've seen, there's decks right now that just say, I don't really care. I'm just gonna kill you before you ever get your game plan running.
I mean, that is the Diana deck, and that's why I think it's still the biggest boogeyman of the season and of the format. This is why the Raccoon deck has to exist, just to say, like, listen, I don't like dying on turn 2 or turn 3 to, strides and coda. Let's have you not have any sort of value whatsoever. Ooh, Brackish Ludus, another hate card, like primarily done for Diana, just to banish any float as it comes out, and then just pile on the damage. Should be putting Porter to 9 here. Yes,
I didn't even think
almost half
about
his health.
Practice Ludus in this list either. Whew.
It's actually, oh yeah, that was the other deck that we said. Is the really funny unintended victim of the Raccoon deck is Genbu, because I have the Genbu guy at my locals like superior, and we were like cooking it in front of him, and he just says like, "Yo, if I see this, I'll get super mad and scoop." I was like, "Yeah, sounds about right. Like, what are you gonna do?"
We're getting closer and closer to the meta slowly becoming, yeah, you got it.
Ooh, looks like a dungeon guide. I think I'll be real. I think the Raccoons game is over. I think it's already
If we have
done.
Blade of Creation, we could very likely see this very quickly
On
coming to a close here.
Honestly, even without Blade of Creation, the big thing about Tanaris is getting to level 3 at a safe and healthy HP threshold. 9 out of 30, you are completely fine. You have so much. I guess the thing with the Genesis Aegis, the domain creating Tanaris, is that you need multiple recollection phases to be able to get full value out of this, right? So you do just have to sit there and hope that your opponent like lets you get to level 3 without doing like 15, 16 damage to you and just trying to blow you up at once. And now we just sacrifice those fractal waves, get your influence back, and just start playing the game next turn.
What are we're going to go into next turn with potentially 9 influence, if I'm
Yes.
counting right. Whew.
Yes. And a fun thing about this Sonaris deck is that technically all that stuff kind of counters the Dawn of Ashes annoy you kind of strategy, because you don't have to activate the card. You just activate abilities that already exist on these cards that you can't really interact with because no one runs domain hate, because why would you? And then you just create you just fractal just play the protection domain first, probably just say I'm going to take even less chip damage every single turn, and the next turn you start creating automaton tokens that just chip your opponent or just start breaking their board, and just rinse and repeat. Like, if you're Rhea, you actually have to genuinely consider swinging 3 damage at the dungeon guide right now, especially because there's now 2 fractal waves in the graveyard, that your raccoons are kind of turned off a little until you rip that. You really need the like bandit or scavenging raccoon or something right here, just to turn on your deck again. Level up to Sylvie. Is this the right time to level up? Are we getting a big beat stick? We're getting a massive portly raccoon here.
We might be getting the Portly, or maybe we're just going for a more heavily protected bandit.
Yeah. Looks like it's a scavenging. Ooh, a 2/2 scavenging raccoon. Honestly, valid, because it keeps it out of range of the dungeon guide. So that dungeon guide every single turn will end up just swinging face instead for 1, instead of trying to clear board. And then you just have a board that just says, I'm just gonna go face. Yeah, raccoons don't do anything except swing at face because you have timer. Your things are really tiny. Just do as much damage as you can while you can.
Yeah. Listen, just throw the trash can at him.
No trash can, no trash. These are the trash pandas. They've taken your trash away, and now it's time to. Oh man, if I see a Blade of Creation.
That is going to be the rudest thing you can do here. Which I didn't even check this. Four Blade of Creations.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Ooh.
high odds.
I do like that. Yeah. Raccoons can't burst you, so Chalice of Blood always going to get its value here. So might as well start setting it up now. Because what's Norm going to do to remove a Chalice of Blood? They can't like fracturize it. They can't do anything really. It's just going to sit there. Oh, going armaments. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Man wants a sword. Well, I guess yeah. I just blow up the banner raccoon that is doing a lot of damage here.
Either that, or we're going to go for just some extra damage to face if we are going for the Blade of Creation.
Yeah, just Glee for 7. Like the raccoons now play Song of Nurturing as much as possible just to try to play around a hurricane sweep or like a flame sweep or something. Only problem is that they're so low health that, and with how like the Looking Glass, Inert Sword, and then sweep and Lorraine 2 works. If you see a Lorraine, you kind of lose no matter what because it's going to sweep for like 5. But yeah, Blade of
Ooh,
Creation here would sweep for 7, so it doesn't matter how many Song of Nurturings you have. But that looks to be Ares.
that is a CSR I do not see very often.
Yeah, it's a really hard one to get nowadays. No one wants to sell them because they're too cheap.
The
Yeah,
duality of the CSRs.
yeah. So Ares is on board. This is one of the best. I would arguably say this is the best generic Neos card in the game because once this thing is on board, it just kind of stops almost all aggression on the board completely. These Atmos shields let you redirect tax into them. They without like resting them, right? That's just like an innate part of the Atmos shields. They when they rest, they prevent non-combat damage done to a Neos unit, which is what a lot of people get mixed up. You don't like I don't only have 2 redirects. I can redirect as much as I want. As long as I can protect those Atmos shields, they still keep themselves alive. Atmos itself just gets extra damage for every shield on board, so 3-5 right now, which is a really, really thick stat line. Like, you really just can't break through. Like, yeah, this is the Tony wall. How are you going to break through?
Now that is one thing that's even more scary about this list is back in the day, once Tony stabilizes and gets an influence up, it's very hard to try to get through the deck and kill them, and without them just overrunning you. And now that the deck, as we've seen, can go 9 influence on their turn 3, that's I would say quite a bit faster than the old Tony.
Yeah, you used to get here and be like, yeah, I have like 2 influence. I'm just gonna pray you don't kill me. And then like 3 turns after I've hit level 3, I'm gonna play my Ares. Instead, this is on the same turn he went to level 3. He's gonna say Ares, and I was like, all of a sudden, it's like, huh, this is brutal. All you have to do is make sure you kill a lot of the Buddy Raccoon coming down, effectively Raccoon Reclaim, just to make sure. Yeah, it did look like Poro was trying to kill that Banner Raccoon, which just makes sense. That is the most threatening raccoon on board right now.
Yep, save it back to hand and have it for next turn if we need it. And then likely going to see Ares here go for a clear on something else. Maybe don't think it'll be
Excitable.
floating. So yeah, probably Excitables most likely
Yeah, that is
target.
the next most damage in the on the board. A whole 2. Which is relevant because the shields only have 2 health, right? You do want like that's why I said normally you bring out the like a protection domain here because if you're going to play Ares, like what you do is just you just redirect things into the Atmos shields and then you just protect the Atmos shields too. And all of a sudden it's really obnoxious. Ooh, bring out reciprocity. Does Dawn of Ashes affect that? It doesn't, right?
It should not. No,
Oh no, it's also not norm.
it's a norm.
So
Yeah.
I'm dumb. Yeah, just dude. Raccoons are so tiny. Yeah, one drone plus a dungeon guy kills another raccoon. Oh, it's so funny. What are you gonna
With
do
that
in
being
this
said,
situation?
the deck still put out 17 damage that quickly. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's also against a deck that kind of just says I choose to do nothing until I do everything at once. Like remember what Poro's board looked like before this turn?
it was quite a bit smaller,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and the worst part about this is like if Rhea wants to do any sort of like major play, like if they say like, okay, I'm just gonna go all in, I'm going like Lotor Trinket, Banner Raccoon, I'm just gonna run you down and try to do the last 13 right now before you can do anything about it. Dormant Sacrificial Altar is right there. There's a dungeon guide and a drone. So you just sacrifice dungeon guide and a drone. You get put 2 cards in your trash, and you're like, well, now what?
Turn off the banner, turn off some damage, reset.
Oh, looks like it is Lotor. Honestly, Rhea might be suffering from the problem of raccoon opponents where they don't know what they do, but instead Poro has taken advantage of that where no one knows what Neos does or domains do. I think that yeah,
Oh,
they
there
might be go
we got a chunky
yeah,
raccoon going to hand.
I believe going to 6 influence or is it 7? 7 influence? Yeah, going to 7 influence, so actually able to play 2 raccoons next turn. and 2 raccoons try to run them down with the trinket. What's that maximum damage? Let's see. Lotor trinket. Yeah, if there's no cards in an opponent's graveyard, allies get raccoons get +1. So a Portly would hit for 3. Oh, actually no, there'd be a banner. So banner hits for 2, Portly hits for 4, Buddy hits for 3. 2, 3, 4 is 9. Brackish hits for 1. So the maximum damage Rhea could output right now is 10, assuming that Poro decides to not redirect anything.
Yeah, but I think the priority on these attacks is probably going to be getting rid of those Atmos shields first. I would assume.
So that's 3 cards in hand. Diffusive block actually costs 3, so he actually cannot play it right now because of the Dawn of Ashes. Wonder how we're going to approach this because kind of feels doomed.
Yeah, we could still get around the milk by popping Spirit of Purity if we need to. So we can still guarantee the damage we need to. But I think at this point it's a game of clearing the board, getting the shields off, and hope Poro doesn't have another Atmos or a Cleave. Either way, I think it's in a the odds of that are very high with that many of the cards draw, but that is looking like our main 2 options here for
Well,
raccoons.
also just kill the drone, lose an automaton. So what are you gonna do? Dormant Sacrificial Altar and sack your dungeon guide and do that? The answer is no. You just say, I'm just gonna protect myself. I'm just gonna relax. I think in your Poro situation, you can just kind of just relax. It's like, oh no, well I have a chalice sitting on board. I'm gonna create more domains every single turn. I can just kind of sit here, wait.
We're definitely in a very cushy spot for Poro.
Yeah, 3 cards in hand. So I'm pretty sure he's just gonna say, like as long as you're not doing anything interesting, backup charge is gonna come next turn. 3 cards down, get a card, get a token. The token's actually very relevant for Tanara's builds because you actually do just want a bunch of tokens on board. Discounts a lot of things you do. And is this math time? We're trying to do some math. Hey, NEETfull, have
I
you
thought
experienced this for this new format where games actually have been going much longer than before? Like we've getting crazy amounts of draws at locals now.
it's kind of a weird mixed bag in our locals where some games are definitely being dragged out a little bit longer, but DFW is notorious for aggro decks, and on top of level 3 decks getting a lot of support, a lot of aggro got a lot of support. We learned. So weirdly enough, we actually have some tables that are going to time very consistently, while others are wrapping up even faster than they did before. Where we have tables wrapping up in the first 15 minutes. So
It's actually crazy because I was just like, I don't think of myself as a slow. Like for example, I was playing Arisana all the time. I'm not playing it slow or anything. I'm not playing a slow game plan. There's just so many moving parts, so many things going back and forth that when we're done all our game actions, I'm just like, oh, I guess it's a 1-1 draw.
yeah, on top of recovery has gotten a lot more
Mhm.
relevant on cards. So it's you have a lot more pieces, especially with a lot of people in our locals have been testing Kong Ming and Dao Chan as well. And that new Terra card where they just recover 9 if you have 2 allies out
Yeah,
lets them just
actually crazy.
we have abnegation at home kind of card.
Ooh, that's so Rhea actually went for the swing to face with that excitable raccoon with both the banner buff and the Lotor buff. Puts Poro at 21, turning on the chalice. And let's see what we're going to do here. 1 to 21. Is it scary? It depends if that 21 helps Poro find a Blade of Creation, honestly.
Which with how much draw we've seen so far this game, it'd be fair. I've had it where I've 4 in the deck and drawn half of it and don't see any. So it can happen. But I'd be shocked if we don't. Well,
Oh,
now I feel a little bit more that we do probably have it.
yeah. It's either have it or, Archon Broadsword comes out. So, yeah, for people who are also still not aware of Tanarus things, +1 damage for every token on board. Those domains that Tanaris makes when he goes to level 3 are tokens as well. So right now, I believe that is 1, 2, 3, 4 tokens on board. The Doromagia Reciprocity's Call will create a token, automaton, so that's 5 tokens on board. So that sword is gonna chunk you for like 7.
It's actually going to be, I believe it's actually going to be 6 because we kept another sword for last because we did the buddy
Oh yeah, yeah,
raccoon.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
we
yeah.
didn't lose the sword from turn 1 or for the first, not turn 1, but for the first attack.
Yeah. 5. Wait, no, I'm already so there's 2 swords, 2 domains, and a automaton. That's 5, right? Oh no, yeah, because then we make another. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not to mention, there are so many triggers happening.
Or is this one sword? I'm so confused. I don't know, man. There's just a lot. Is that summon sentinels? Looks like summon
Looks like,
sentinels. Just 2 more drones per. Yep,
listen,
and yeah,
turns out you don't need to cleave if you just kill them.
yeah.
That's another way to.
Yeah, that's another weakness of the raccoon deck. 19 maximum health. That's a lot. Yeah, yep. Riz don't need you to turn sideways. Just like, how much do all of those do? Those all turn sideways for 2, and then the broadsword hits you for like 10. I'm like, okay, that's my entire health right there.
Yeah, that's all right. That's one thing about Sylvie is you unfortunately are under the tamer debuff, so you do not get the nice cushy life total that guardians and warriors get.
Dude, 30 is a lot. A lot of people underestimate how different 25 to 30 is. It's actually so brutal. Like a lot of the decks are mathed out. Like my most common example is like Cosmic Bolts for Arasana, were mathed out to do exactly 28 damage if you hit all 4. But then you look at a Guardian and it says, okay, that last 2 was actually really hard to get through.
Yeah, it's crazy because we've all seen like CL and we never really kind of gave it too much double thought that hey, that's a 30 health pool. But I think it was the deck was a little bit more aggressive in terms of taking damage. But one thing about Tony is once Tony gets 3, it's very hard to start what would normally be that chip damage, which starts adding up, turns into less and less chip damage of saying, well, redirect this attack. I'm gonna go ahead and make the protection domain to protect 2 every time you attack every turn. So it's like more and more of like it's trying to get chip damage just feels less and less relevant, almost kind of like trying to do chip damage to a high recovery deck like Dao Chan or Kongming.
Yeah. I'm just really excited to see how people adjust here because I actually, looking at their sideboards, I don't know what you do. It's actually
So
so silly.
Poro, I don't think you need to double down on what you've already done, but
Yeah.
it would be very, very funny, and I would not be shocked to see the Iron Halo
Iron Halo.
come in
Yeah.
come in. Just because if you have not seen this card, it is a very wacky domain that if you're an allies player, it is the bane of your existence because the way you could read this card to say I need to kill the domain before I do anything else. But the basic of Iron Halo, Force Field Node, is it is a 3 unique domain, 3 durability, so it is a siegeable domain. But if damage would be dealt to another object you control, prevent 2 of that damage. And the big thing about that is unlike other Neos cards that we've seen in the past where it says prevent 2, this one specifically says any, not just your Neos units. So your automatons start preventing 2. So you can think of almost every drone as a 3 that you have to essentially hit them for 3 to eliminate them. So just by playing this card, you essentially say you have to deal with the domain. On top of getting your end phase, you put a durability counter on it for up to 2 tokens you control. And as you mentioned, Tony's making
It's
tokens with
a
the
lot.
domain, so it just gets harder and harder to kill.
So hard to kill. It's actually so silly. And you can like, yeah, that's why Ares is so good. You also just redirect attacks going there to Ares and be like, or the shields is like, what are you gonna do now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like,
Wh-
the
What
fun
a
thing is there's no floating to burn, right? You look at this raccoons deck that's trying to burn like float and graveyard or anything. Tony just says they're all tokens. They don't go to the graveyard anyway. There's like no float in his deck except for like small, like just they're just defensive float cards that he'd rather play from his hand anyway. And like for example, like if Tony plays a Storm of Thorns against raccoons, that's an entire free turn. You can rip away the Storm of Thorns before he gets his before he gets the floating value out of it, but raccoons swing for 1 or 2 per turn. Right? It's just like just a full entire turn for 2 cost.
and some of
It's
those raccoons
insane.
only have 1 health too, so it's even
Yeah.
scarier.
Uh, and no Dawn of Ashes this turn. That's actually pretty relevant. Wait, where's the spirit, Judge? He drew cards without a spirit?
Poro doesn't. Poro has his spirit in his heart. But we
That's
will
fair.
have to ask Poro to put the spirit out.
I'm sure it's visible on his screen, but just stream being a little like cut off on the sides. I'm pretty sure we just it's like it was right at the edge of his playmat or something.
Chat, I've seen that, bro. Raccoons already? Oh yeah, you know it. That deck was never a secret.
Oh, he really didn't take out his spirit. Uh, dude, raccoons. I think the biggest thing and why I love this set so much is like meta. Okay, meta be damned. Honestly, all these decks are fun.
Oh
Even if
yeah,
I'm losing on raccoons, it's really fun.
it is one of the things that I think most of the community has like unanimously come to the conclusion of I'm getting my butt handed to me and I'm getting crushed by some of these decks when I'm playing my pet deck that I'm working on. But for some reason, when I get to do the wacky thing I want to do, it is still fun regardless if I win or lose.
Yeah, like oh my go-to for that one right now has been suited stuff. Like you remember a good old conduit of Mad Mage? I'm playing that thing because we thought that thing was never playable ever again. But water suited has zero cost mage spells that wake it up. And I'm like, hey man, sometimes I lose, but when I lose, I have like 16 cards in hand. And when I win, it feels so good. This set is so fun. That's a really big Bedivere. That's a 3/6.
That's a chunky Bedivere.
All right, that's one of the units that might not die to a cleave, but also the cleave is pretty big, so it probably still will die to the cleave. But like, hmm.
I think one of my favorite things about
Oh,
with the raccoon deck is the fact that we get to play Bedivere again.
yeah, I love Bedivere. It's so fun. It's like that was specifically. I also told people like this is specifically a really good card to tech in because as an anti-Diana deck, you really want something that doesn't die to a cat. And hey, 4 health taunt doesn't die to a cat.
Yeah, you
Like
know
what
what
are you
else
gonna do?
doesn't die to a cat?
Charge a soul it?
A
What?
6 health cat.
Ooh, 6 health cat doesn't die to a cat. That is very fair. Oh man, this is a pretty good setup for Boro. Not two fractal waves like last time, but that's a lot of domains. Well, two domains is generally a lot. So like all the level 3 Tony Genesis Aegis domains all have discounts based off like how many total domains you have on board. So when you get to level 3, you get your first domain out. It's really nice for them to cost 0 or 1 or 2 or something like that instead of I put four cards from my hand down.
Yeah. I think the other big thing I'm liking with Domains Tony is with the new version, with being able to use fractal waves and draw back a lot of our resources, we're actually not having to play what's the name of the domain? I can't even remember the name of it now, but the domain that all your get a tap for
Oh,
2.
Eternal Kingdom.
Yeah, Eternal Kingdom doesn't feel like a
Yeah.
requirement anymore, which is
Mm.
so nice to see the let's be able to kind of step away from requiring that to make the deck function.
Yeah. I just wish there were more domains in the other elements because if you're doing this kind of approach, you have to be in water because Hub of Innovation exists as like a neutral domain. For every other element other than water to play a neutral domain that will draw back the card that you play out, you have to play Woolbrook. Woolbrook is just 4 cost is actually a deal breaker for a lot of decks. You can't just play that for 4 and just have no interaction in your hand anymore. But the Dormant Sacrificial Altar 2 costs, draw into memory, and it has a secondary effect. Why not?
Yeah. Also, benefit of water. Turns out I think fractal waves might be a good card.
Yeah, the price definitely says that's a really good card.
And
Just
while we're here,
object on board.
while we were talking, we missed the king himself, Bandit, hitting
And it.
in the field.
Yeah.
I love the
And
design of this card so much.
I just hate that when you're playing raccoons and you have bandit out. Like it's just awkward because you sit here and you're like, I kind of want to swing this for damage, but if I swing this for damage, you're allowed to play floating memory.
Yeah, but he replaces himself, so I guess there's a benefit to that. Well,
Yeah.
should replace himself.
Yes. Yes. Should you can't whiff, right? There's no way you can whiff. Scavenge 6, there's no way you can whiff.
As a long term Sylvie player, let me tell you, 5, 6, 10 cards
Oh,
sometimes
Blissful
doesn't
Calling?
matter.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not allowed to play Sylvie Slimes anymore. Or especially Norm. Like I'm strictly not allowed because my gather slimes average is 0.7 slimes per gather. It's actually just ridiculous. Ooh, Spalling Cleanse. Let's go. So there's a very like this is important that Bandit gets stays up. Because yeah, you see Spalling Cleanse, you can put that floating in memory. But the problem is after it resolves, turn player does not give up opportunity, instantly burns it for the sword. Yes. So raccoons get countered by the fact that by game mechanics, you just pay for that sword immediately because you're like, I want to recover. Might as well use the float before you can burn it.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you gotta use it. You gotta use it.
Yeah. And now he gets us, and Tony gets a sword. Level 2 actually has an effect. It's not just a vanilla card that doesn't do anything. That's crazy. Ooh, showing off more raccoons. The protection raccoon this time. I actually don't remember what it's called. It's just called protective raccoon. It's
I
protector
believe, yes.
raccoon. Yeah.
Yep, it is a raccoon that taps and protects.
Pass-speed
Rest and protect.
animal comes down, gives a shield. Yeah. Oh, burns a token. Burns a durability to protect it, but then creates a token, which I believe the token will just swing at bandit to finish it off. So I believe Bandit has 3 health. It's gotten 2 protection from the protector. So Tanaris with his level 2 effect says on enter, next attack does +3. So with the reciprocity plus that, it's tried to do 4 out of 5 damage already. And then just said, okay, I'm just going to use the rest effect, create a token, and then the token's going to swing for that less 1 damage. Is that okay? Looks like it was
Unfortunately,
yes.
I think we're saying it's okay.
I mean, I'll do that. I'll trade a durability, an extra durability for a card from your hand to get the big boss out of the way too.
Which I think we're. I even think about more having Bedivere out of 2 as well. That makes it even harder if you like. You need a pressure damage, but at the same time, you also kind of want to keep the taunt up to keep the rest of your raccoons safe.
Yeah, that's the problem with this deck, right? It's like you just have to choose between doing damage or doing whatever you want to do with the deck. You can't do both at the same time.
Are you telling me I have to make decisions in Grand Archive? Nobody warned me about this. I'm not good
Yeah.
at that.
Unfortunately, like it's not their fault, but unfortunately, technically Rhea made 2 incorrect decisions. Yeah, completely not their fault. They wouldn't know this would happen. But by attacking with Bedivere and by standing with a bandit instead of attacking, technically both were just ended up becoming the exact incorrect plays and just got hard punished by it. But this is the nature of the raccoon deck, right? You could be like instead just attack with a bandit and keep the Bedivere standing to keep bandit alive, but then you don't have a bandit standing, so you can just have that Spalling Cleanse resolve as float and be used as a normal float. And you only did 1 damage to face instead of 3, and you're like, these decisions suck, man. I want to do
Oh,
damage.
also, we're in a new set too, where it's just like normally you could just kind of dictate where the
Oh,
decision gonna lead, or we just say another bandit.
just,
Like you know,
yeah.
we were not big brain enough to understand that there was just already a bandit, and that's a banner right off the bat.
Let's go. Do
Yeah,
you
and
think
one thing about
Protector attacks this time?
and this is like a board of like, do you want to turn anything sideways?
Yeah.
This is so hard because it's like that's a full grip, so there could be floating in there, but at the same time, like you gotta, it's you have 30 damage you have to get in through to your opponent. You can't just sit here and stare at him
Yeah,
and
you've
just
only done
wait for the
3
please.
this time, unlike last time where you did like you put him to 17 pretty quickly. Oh, excitable. Okay, that one can swing at least because hey, vigor.
Yep, stand back up.
Yeah,
Which at that point, I think you do turn Bandit sideways because you're still gonna quote unquote have the effect off Bandit just on a different raccoon.
yeah. Bendy giving everything the rest, and then that means you have to keep Protector up just in case. Also, what I really love about Protector is that you have a fast speed way and way to prevent damage to other things that does not require you to like pick up like a big part about Tamer decks and just like making this giant monster grow and do damage. Like their weakness was that a lot of wind or like all these defenses like Tamer defenses required you to, like maybe like pick up your um ally or something like that, and then you just reset buff counters. But Protector Raccoon just generically protects damage from animals. And I'm like, yo, I love this.
Listen,
Bedivere technically has 8 health right now.
they copied Baby Blue Slime. That's all they did. I'm gonna pull it out. They power
And I,
crept my Baby Blue Slime.
this is a fun decision. Yeah, you diffuse a block off that damage, and just say, you want to turn that protector sideways and eat the diffusive block. You want to let me have this value, and then if the protector is sideways, we can actually kill that Bedivere. Oh wait, I forgot. Yeah, vigor and then eat it immediately. It's okay. 3 cards of memory. Just level up. Ooh,
Ooh,
lose
that's
2 new
new.
cards. Yeah, it's a Automaton Warden. Or I don't remember what it's called. It's a new one that just has extra damage for every what I got token on board as well.
Yeah.
But we go Genesis Aegis. We get our first Automaton Forge Warden. That's what it's called. Yes.
Yeah.
Becomes up to a 5/5. Pretty good ally for 2 cost. 5/5 is actually pretty nuts. But we're gonna get our
Yeah, but
first token domain.
you need 3 tokens. How's this deck make 3 tokens? Like,
Yeah, how do you make
impossible.
3 in 1 turn out of nowhere, right? Oh, it looks like protection. Okay, we're in for the long haul this time. Yeah, I mean I would too. You're at 4 out of 30. I believe Poro's only drawn to 5 cards or 4 cards right now.
Yeah, and we have to get influence up. So keeping the defenses up is probably the better call overall until we can get to that blade of creation to sweep, or like we did last time, just say, hey,
Oh,
game over.
he accidentally put 3 cards into his graveyard when they're supposed to be banished. Relevant for raccoons.
Very, very important for raccoons.
Yeah, just yeah, eats one more fractal waves, empties the graveyard. Now raccoons are on. We can do a whole like 7 damage next turn.
Is that
Wait,
before or after the -2?
that's after you turn everything sideways because remember he has a banner in his hand, right? Turn everything sideways, have the -2, and you're like, okay. Oh, never mind. He can do like a whole like 10. Let's go 10 damage, maybe. No, that's the banner.
It is the banner that went. And one thing as well is I do wanna bring up because people may be seeing like the scavenge mechanic where we're just kind of showing the top card, putting it into hand, and not seeing as we would with other mechanics like this where we dig 5 or 6 cards deep. One thing about scavenge is you essentially will reveal the top card until you reveal whatever card is specific. So in this case, raccoon. You reveal till you show a raccoon, or you hit the number dedicated designated on the scavenge. So if you hit the 6th card and have not hit a raccoon, you do stop. So kind of something to be aware of why it's kind of quickly of, oh, there's a raccoon, put it in hand. That's how the new mechanic works. So if you played Sylvie before, you used the blissful calling, and you're like us where you don't hit anything off blissful calling.
That's right.
That is how that new mechanic works for these. Which that being said, I do like scavenge quite a bit more actually.
Yo, I'm so sad that Rhea banished her what do you call it? The other banner banner raccoon because 2 banner raccoons here, you can actually start doing a reasonable amount of damage. We just sit there and be like,
Double banner could have been a lot of damage, and we saw the buddy raccoon come out. I assume we returned bandit to hand. It
yeah,
looks like
return ban
likely to
and
go for the scavenge 6 again.
yeah. Yeah, that's just windmill reclaim, you know?
Yeah, why not?
Bandit. Find another raccoon. 2 cards in Rhea's hand, so just get another like 2-cost raccoon and play it. Scavenge. Oh, here's the real scavenging. 3, 4, 5. Oh,
All
okay.
right, there
Oh,
we go.
another
All
bandit.
right.
Oh, a banner. Oh, should have scavenged first. Gotten that extra banner. Just look at
We
your
we were
water
close
opponent.
though.
Yeah.
We were close. 6 cards deep to get there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Do you look at your water opponent and just say you don't have it, and you just put your entire hand down and just play the next card, or do you respect Frostbind? I'm pretty sure it's what I've seen a trend for everyone's deck list nowadays. Who plays defense other than in golf?
Yeah, and
Just
that's one thing I've noticed is I think a lot of the negate spells in the game have very quickly switched from being frostbind effects to engulf, incap, and what's the other one? The have your
acquiescing
opponent draw
rejection.
rejection. There's a
Yeah.
lot of lists have essentially just gone to those as the primary. And then some lists are still on Cerulean Decree. I have noticed that as well. But for the most part, it's Frostbine's kind of gotten slowly pushed off to the side in favor of just a more top heavy negate.
The excitable accidentally got added in part of the scavenge and got put to the bottom of the deck. Yep, I can confirm that it was. That's a really funny mistake on the board. Oh, yeah, yeah, we do it.
We're just committing. We're just
Yeah, let's
going.
go here. Yeah, dude, there's so many good cards to play now. You can't fit stuff like Frostbite anymore. Like I'm just here to just say, turn sideways.
Yeah.
This is now this is real damage. Now we're pod racing.
No, this is pod racing.
3 damage. 3 damage. Do you swing Protector Raccoon here? No, because then you'd put Poro at 20. You don't want to put Poro at 20.
We stop at that nice, easy 19.
Yeah, you keep Bedivere standing too. You're gonna have a nice and fun, big wall. Poro here, create another token, get a card into memory. Okay, perfect. Um, Important because if he draws, Blade of Creation, he kind of just wins the game anyway. This is a very scary board until a cleave for what would be 5, I believe. Cleave for 7. So there should be a power cell as well, right? Because it's actually relevant that you have a power cell.
Yeah. Off the backup, yes. There should be a power cell in play. So we should be at currently 4 tokens, which does make that Blade of Creation a 3 cost right
Yes.
now.
7 cost reduced by 1 for every token on board. You also have a Dormagia, so you can make it a 2 cost by just, sacrificing it, creating a drone. 2 cost cleave. Oh, there we go. Maybe he was starting to calculate. Maybe that means Blade of Creation's in hand, starting to calculate your hand, and be like, do I need a 2 cost cleave or a 3 cost cleave? But cleave for 7 just ends the game. You'll take what 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, that's pretty funny. Banner Raccoon is not only a when attacking. Banner Raccoon just says other raccoon allies just permanently have that +1.
Is it
That's
the same for the trinket as well? Is it permanent +1 or is it only attacking?
Let me scroll up. Yeah, permanent +1. So that excitable raccoon would actually okay.
Well,
Okay, that's a board breaker. That's a board breaker. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. That's
you know,
that's a
the
that's a
casual
5/5.
5/5.
5/5, 3/5. Your Tony will swing for 3 as well. You got a 1/1 that can come out for free as well. You have 4 domains, so that protection domain also is for free. Yep. Okay, here's another 1/1. Yeah, that Bedivere is definitely dead. Making it really annoying. Yeah, this is a good sequencing, by the way, for people who are watching this who don't really know this. Yeah, swing that 1/1 first just to make sure that yeah, because if you swing it last, Rhea 100% knowing that the Bedivere is going to die, just retaliate and kill it. But by swinging it first, what are you going to do? Retaliate, kill it, and then because it can't retaliate and kill anything else that's about to run into it. Like that 5/5 will just run into the Bedivere and take 0 damage. Retaliate, it doesn't matter. But if you retaliate now just to get your value to kill a unit on board, then you just ignore the taunt and just kill everything else instead.
And right now, I think the rest of your board is a little bit more important
Yeah.
for this match.
So if I was Poro, I would probably swing Tanaris for the 3 at the Bedivere here first, unless he really thinks that raccoon will not rest to protect the Bedivere. I mean, actually, never mind. Ares is there too. It doesn't really matter, right? Because Ares can also swing into the Bedivere and not die.
Does protect a raccoon or protect everything?
Any animal. That's why I said it
Any
was
animal.
really any animal. That's why I said it's really good. Yeah, you said it's like a baby. It's a baby blue slime, but better. Like I really
Hey,
like
power
that
cut, my
card.
boy.
Yeah, like I played that card for like the Infinity Cats build, if you remember that one, right? Because I can't reclaim my Infinity Cat because I'm just gonna lose all my buff counters. But hey, fast speed, prevent 2 to my cat. Like that's effectively giving it 3 health out of nowhere.
And it's a norm card?
Yeah. It's actually really like outside of raccoons, it's actually really good. I think that's like the best raccoon that came out because it prevents for any animals and it just has that banish a card from memory from graveyard effect always, right? So worst case
Yeah.
scenario, you just look at your fire opponent, just say end phase creative shock and be like, no.
Listen, now I'm way happier I pulled a Curio.
Yeah. And do you know the craziest part about that? I was amazed that the fast activation on Protector Raccoon is not class bonus.
Yeah.
Like
That's
that's
actually kind of nutty that it's not. I'm used to a fast activation having to be tied to that class bonus, especially for Tamer.
Exactly. So I'm just looking there and I'm just like, wait, this is actually really funny against fire decks because literally you if your opponent shows you Spirit of Fire and says end phase pass, going first, and you're like, oh buddy, I got to protect a raccoon. Have fun creative shocking into like a liminal or a floating. I'm just gonna take that really quick. You can't do anything about it.
I didn't even think about how wow, there's so much more to this card. Hold up. I'm going back
I
in the tank
I have
immediately.
no idea what Rhea just materialized. I'll be real. I think is it a Sword of Seeking or something? Is that the new sort of seeking?
Yes, that is the new sort of seeking.
Yes. Okay. So new sort of seeking. That means there's an inspiring call coming out, right? That's a lot of damage. It's the sort of seeking in the Mordred Recollection, a brand new art, if I remember correctly.
Yep. We got a brand new art for drawn and a brand new art for seeking.
I
And a brand new
believe,
art for protective trinket too, I believe, right?
I think so, something like that. Oh, we're
Yep.
getting the Nats sort of seeking alt art instead, but new one's better because it's cheap, it's free.
Are you telling me you all don't just have your nationals day 2 sort of seeking?
I've had the privilege of being able to touch like 30 of them because I did EU nationals and I had to help hand out some of them at one point.
I almost saw one. Then Perfy knocked me out of nationals, so
Ooh, I almost saw one, and then I didn't want to ID with Superior, and he took the win from me. So it's okay. We were just like either sort of seeking or someone has really good gauntlet chances, and he took gauntlet chances, and I went to Worlds. So I don't regret that one.
you know what? We'll call that a win.
Yeah, interesting though. Went the sort of seeking, swung. I mean, I guess you have to clear the shields first, but did not go like directly into an inspiring call. Just said turn sideways and said. So I'm wondering what the plan is here. Plan is to try to clear board somehow, probably, and then run Poro down next turn before he can like Chalice of Blood and find a Blade of Creation. Dude, do you kill a 5/5 here? I think you have to kill a 5/5 here.
You can't leave it, like, right? Like, we're already at a permanent because we've already gotten what 3 tokens that we're not really getting rid of, so it's already a permanent 5/5, and we already saw the other 2 go to banishment. So getting rid of it now means less odds we're going to see another one, unless Poro has drawn all 4, which I wouldn't put it past him.
Because if you leave it, you're just going to see a power. You could just power cell it too, right? Just 7/5 into your face is really big.
Oh, I think it's an automaton too. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that thing's got to go.
yeah. Like there's a Portly. No need to use the Portly on enter unless you just want to flex. That's inspiring call, right? Yeah, that's inspiring call.
Yeah.
That's 2 inspiring calls. Okay, I think that's death. I think that's enough banner effects. I think that's still death. So that's 1 banner, 3 plus 4 on that. So that's 5 damage. That's 6
Yep, we're
damage.
seeing the
That's
concession here.
okay. Yeah, okay, raccoon things.
Getting in that perfect 19 and goes, all right, get ready. Double
Well,
banner,
actually,
let's go.
yeah, it actually would have taken Poro to 35 if everything had to swing through. So honestly, even with the Serene, pretty sure you still could have made it because you just had to get the 1 damage onto not. Like you just had to change the sequencing on that last turn and you still kill through a Serene. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Raccoons, man.
just doing raccoon things. They
Yeah, just
found the
hope your
trash
opponent.
can. We're like, hey, look at all this trash in here. What is it? It's your deck.
The raccoon's just trying to be like, just please don't draw a cleave, and then we can play the game.
Listen, I need somebody to show up in Ascent and have a trash can deck box for the raccoon list. Like, full respect if you do.
Have you seen
Also, if
like
you're
that?
selling a trash can
Yeah.
deck box, let me know.
No, that's that trend of people who were like going into events with like anything but a deck box. Like you seen the people just walking in with like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say like like yeah, Ziploc bag, the meal boxes, the kitty meal boxes from fast food places that I shouldn't name, I guess probably. You know, like I oh like a Happy Meal box, and you just like take your deck out, and then you unwrap, like, you have a clean wrapper, and you've wrapped your deck with it.
I've seen that. I've seen that from
Yeah.
the Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, and I'm like, oh, only in Yu-Gi-Oh when I see this.
Ooh, Horo starting strong because what's a raccoon gonna do about an academy guide?
That a CPR Academy guy too?
That is a CPR academy guide. The only time it's ever been reprinted.
You're right. Wow.
Yeah, it is glorious. It really just demands. that it really demands attention here because you really can't leave that on board, especially if Poro levels up for free next turn, gets taunt, and then says, "How about a second Academy Guide?" That's a lot of cards you save.
That is like the dream Tenoris level route, I believe.
Yeah, you level up, you get taunt, and then you say Fractal of Waves, and then you have just enough influence to say Fractal of Waves into Academy Guide. That is beauty.
And then you play your second Fractal Waves to go to get ready for level 3 if you don't have Dungeon
Oh,
Guide. Just
disgusting. Why would I Dungeon Guide in front of two? I don't know, in front of two Academy Guides? No, never.
that's disrespectful to the Academy Guides,
Yeah.
especially
So
these these beautiful CPR Academy Guides.
yeah. So the problem here is Rhea can tap out. Yeah, like do this. Okay, so both of these raccoons are currently two twos because there's no cards in his graveyard unless he plays something. If he plays something,
Or
Storm of
Retaliate too.
Thorns kills that banner, also puts a card into his graveyard, so now he does not do, and he's at what takes should take 0 damage from that raccoon, right? Take 0. Yeah, because Stormthorn's still active. That raccoon just got rested for no reason.
It's about sending a message.
That's fair.
I didn't think of how much even better this Academy Guide play is too. If there's another Academy Guide, you can just clear the raccoon as well.
I know Academy Guide. Will be funny.
Oh
This
wait, are
that's
we
just
about
as
to
fine.
see it? Do we will it to existence?
No, he had to play Stormthorns. He doesn't have
Oh,
enough.
Storm of Thorns, yeah.
That does not make any sense at all to still be at 1-1 though. Hmm. Yeah, we're figuring it out. All right, that's okay. Either way, figuring it out. There's an Academy Guide alive. There's a Fractal Waves behind it. I think that's one card in Poro's hand, or is that 0? Two. Two cards. Oh,
Two
can
cards,
still
yep.
play more interaction. Lovely. And that Banner Raccoon still does only 1 damage because there's still a floating memory in Poro's graveyard. What do you think the odds that's going to stay there?
Yeah, which one? The Academy Guide or the
The
banner?
Storm of Thorns.
Storm of Thorns?
Because this time there was no Dormitias, yeah, or
Yeah.
like there's no domain, so you can't just burn it immediately for the reciprocity.
I mean, I wouldn't want to leave it here. The question is, do we have the resources for it?
Yeah. Questions: do we have the resources to burn it and kill the Academy Guide? Because that is a big raccoon's problem.
Well, we can't kill the Academy Guide because we got taunt on Tony.
Oh, true, true. Okay, well, suffering. Abyss is suffering. So we know what Tony's going to materialize next turn, right? Definitely 22 while the Academy Guides live.
I I would make a high bet on that.
Yeah, and then would you bet that they would also just say, okay, yeah, just play Protector Raccoon, just say yeet that, because you don't want Tony to level up for free. That'd be silly.
Yeah, you don't want the
Level up
free
for
value.
one. Yeah, level up for one, and then what do you think? You think Poro has a dungeon guide?
With only 5 cards, we didn't see. Did we see a Dungeon Guide last game? Would be
No,
hard level, right?
no, yeah,
Yeah.
hard level. Put 2 for diffusive block, forced it to be eaten, and then leveled up. Just gonna
Oh, and it
see
just.
how. Ooh,
Oh,
okay, that's
oh,
pretty funny.
and another. No, it's another banner.
That's 3 banner raccoons. Oh, tried to kill the Academy guide, but you can't. Just 4 to face.
We're seeing the classic Tony matchup where we say, "I'm gonna attack your Academy Guide." Nah, sorry, bud. Tony got taunt.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Oh no. That's your float as well. 2 to face. Raccoon has to allow their opponents to banish a floating memory. Oh no. Actual tragedy. pull up for 0 because of the oh well the floating memory and 0, and then he's going to say fractal waves 2 cards down, dungeon guide go to 3, and then they're going to both guides are going to kill a banner. All right, so Ria still has a game. That's all I've discovered because if that was never mind, maybe he doesn't have it. Okay, no, okay, yeah. So Ria still has a game. That's the good news.
Going 1 to face, looks like. Yep.
Yeah. Bad news is Tony only has 2 damage counters barked and probably going to level 3 next turn.
Well, you see, if we got level 1 Sylvie here and we cheat, we could win.
Oh, just for people to see, yeah, actually I forgot. Tony's actually at 0 because with the diffusive block being played in response to the first banner swinging, that banner became 1 damage, and then the second banner became 1 damage, so 0 damage went to face. I can't tell what that is. I think that's an excitable, but I think it's time to do damage.
It's excitable, or it's the well-known Serene prize card, Warrior of Light.
No idea what that is, so I agree.
To this day, we still have no idea what it does either. There we go. We'll just put up on the screen for everybody else to see. Absolute staple here for Serene. Don't get to see it often in any other events. Really, only here.
Fair, valid. We'll I'm gonna say it's an excitable because it hit for 4. Yeah, it's 2 banners and both banners hit for 2 each. Oh, kill the academy for sure. Makes sense. But I'm pretty sure Poro is gonna burn all 3 to go level 3 anyway, right? You'll get your fractal waves, go to 4, draw to 5. Oh wow, it's all just defensive floating. I see why he chose not to play cards.
Oh, I didn't think about that because they killed the Academy Guide. We would have to tap the Protector to get rid of it, so we don't get to wake up the Excitable. Oh no. That being said, I think it's still the right call though. I think you still have to get rid of the Academy Guide, and you do not want to tap Protector without being out of the defense.
Yeah. I think it's up for Poro to try to get that Protector like rested now. Because if you rest Protector to actually protect something, then it can't eat those 2 cards in your graveyard, and having cards in your graveyard actually significantly annoys the raccoon deck here. It's going to be scavenging next turn or bust, or you lose damage just to rest to get rid of cards. I'm actually amazed that Poro can't find a cleave for the life of him.
I'm shocked that we've gone this far without seeing a Blade of Creation. There's
He
4
plays
in
4,
the deck.
right? Yeah.
There's 4. There are 4 in the deck. Be fair, we could have had a Blade of Creation in our hand in that game 1, but
And just flash here to say 10 tokens.
Yeah. Present lethal right off the bat, which we could have even going for it. Our opponent was like, nah, scoop.
Dude, Neos feels so good right now. It's still like a tier 2 deck, but it feels so good to on the turn you go to level 3, you just say Ares. It's actually so disgusting.
I think I feel like that about almost every champion right now. It's just each deck just feels fun. Fun again.
Yeah. Really quick, I'm just double checking. Do you know what's really crazy about Protector Raccoon? It can protect itself. So
they power crept my boy.
So this Ares can't kill anything on board. Like all the Ares can do is force the Protector to protect to not eat a card from graveyard. It can't kill anything on board. I don't see a way for. Can he? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's just gonna be.
We can make
reciprocity. Make a token. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was like, that's crazy. I love Protector Raccoon. Now I know it can protect itself. That's actually crazy. Yeah. Why did they just write the word another on it?
That's too many words. Too much text on the card.
Yeah. But if you kill this raccoon, how Oh, is that a buddy? Is that in? Oh, lead by force. No, I thought that card was so mid. It turns out it's not.
As we learned, it is
Oh,
not.
okay. It's still kind of mid because it barely does anything. But in this situation, oh my gosh, dude, it's so funny.
What a wacky tech piece.
It's so funny every time. Yeah, it's fast speed, single target, favorable wins, and gives a buff counter. So it's like 2 costs to give 2 additional health to something. So it straight up couldn't die, and now you have a really big protector raccoon. But the funniest thing is this raccoon shouldn't be swinging for damage anyway, so that buff counter kind of doesn't matter.
On top of we have to get rid of the graveyard still, so we're
Scavenging, it's
really
okay.
hoping scavenging raccoon here, yeah.
If it's bandit, it doesn't feel good either because you lose damage to remove that graveyard. But otherwise, all these raccoons swing for 1, and they can. You would have to swing all 4 to kill both Atmos shields.
I didn't catch what we materialized this turn, or did we skip materialization?
Sylvie 1? No, we were already Sylvie 1. No, we weren't Sylvie 1. We are. Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
Spirit of
right.
Purity!
Purity. Yeah, I
Oh!
forgot about that. Yeah, we did go to
Oh!
Sylvie 1 and then Purity. Let's go damage!
We forgot about Serene. We forgot about Purity.
Kill, kill. Yes, damage. We can maybe kill Tadaris in time. We're in overtime. Hopefully, we can do 26 more damage in time. There are 2 banners. All we have to do is materialize, like, if we materialize a sort of seeking next turn and then do it again, right?
Oh, we're not done yet, it looks like. Buddy.
Pick up excitable. Oh, that's the biggest amount of damage you could do. Buddy for 4 with the buffed counter. Important thing here is that Poro does not have enough influence to be able to use that domain to protect for 2 damage anyway. It's only 2 domains on board and 1 card in hand. I believe it costs 4, discounted 1 for every domain.
Replay the
Yeah,
excitable.
another 4. All right, that's pretty
Still a
good. That's a
lot,
lot of damage.
quite a bit of damage. I mean, there are 2 banners out, but still, that's still not, nothing to scoff at.
Well, there's a banner, and yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, passage. Okay, just wants to draw 1. Okay, yeah, this is Tony's other fast speed. Just draw 1 card. You just have to have domains on board. Okay, draw 2. Are we just hunting for a? Okay, yeah, make a sword. Makes sense because you have to kill a banner, and then we're gonna hunt for a blade of creation, right? Hits a blade of
I think that
creation.
Blade of Creation definitely ends this game, most likely. Can we close out with a Blade of Creation? We need to
It
get
would
16 damage.
cleave for 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 damage on board right now. Okay, you know what? That also works. What are you gonna do with your protector, eh? Oh, I'm gonna prevent 2 to my banner, but also it's taking 5 and it dies anyway. Or we're just running face. I think we're just swinging all face. Oh, there's okay. There's a blade of creation. Blade of creation for 7, 8,
It
9,
looks like we
10.
it looks like we put the wrong card down. It's what happened
Oh,
there.
yeah. Paying 2 for they got too excited because they drew the blade of creation this time.
They were super excited to finally get it, and then
Yeah,
realized, oops.
that's yeah. Don't need the warden. Just need to swing for 7. So retaliate for 4 puts him to 20. Like whatever, right? Oh, and then protector probably retaliates too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no reason at that point
24.
to keep the.
Let's see. That's 2 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage on board. Puts Sylvie to 13, and then
5.
unfortunately the warden only does 5.
So we're 1 off
So
lethal. Yeah.
yeah, but you know what that also just means? just play song. What do you got? Not Song of Frost. Play a Storm of Thorns. Get a free turn. Alright, 1 minute left in OT. I believe this is Rhea on turn 2, and then Poro gets turn 3.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, low torch trinket looks like kind of time to look for a good. What raccoon gets you out of this when you have 4 influence? Okay, that's a good hit to get rid of from your memory at least. Get a
You'll
protector.
have 5 influence after the draw. So you'll get 1 into hand here and then 1 more for the draw. You'll have 5, but even then it's I don't know, because you need to pick up 7 damage. Well, what did that? You need to pick up 9 damage for lethal here.
And also Bladed Creations in the graveyard.
Yep.
And next turn, Poro just says, also yeah, the can pay for the domain this time, so you have to get a lot of damage, and just gonna materialize the Chalice of Blood and just run him down probably, or not Chalice Blood, run, what's it called, Archon Broadsword?
Yeah, which
Yeah.
I think we already presented lethal as well here, just with the
Also, we saw the Warden,
yeah.
right? So
Yeah, we saw the Warden. So the Warden already presents lethal here.
yeah. I think she's dead here.
At this point, it's Poro against the clock. I think is where we're at.
All right, let me check this. Protector Raccoon can it protect Sylvie? Animal ally.
Oh, it looks like time was so time was a little bit off from ours just because the streamer judge did have it. And it is ending in a draw for this one. So they were just kind of talking it out and see where things were landing.
I didn't hear that. Nothing happened. You didn't say that to me. It's a draw. And as a judge, I didn't hear anything. I'm just gonna walk away, and whatever gets reported as is what it gets reported as.
Where it's hey, this is a cool table, but I think I heard my mom calling me from the other side of the venue, so I'll be
Yeah, yeah,
back and don't let
yeah.
anything shady happen while I'm gone.
Yeah, it's someone's having a judge call over there really quick. I'll go help them. Just remember to report to scorekeepers. Thank you very much.
Listen, I had that way back in the day where if all people was Poro was like, I didn't see anything at this table. I'm gonna walk over there. I think I heard somebody calling me. Whatever happens. Whatever happens, happens. Luckily, that was just for like a regional, and it was at that point end of the day, and it's like, we've been here long enough. Let's move on with our lives.
Uh, that was exciting though. That was very funny. I was not expecting raccoons to actually take that game. Yeah, I like that game too though.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, we 100% coming back to just say, hey, I do have the damage. Let me show you this. That being said, it was the craziest chain of events to do damage like that. Having just be like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and
but
inspiring call, and it's like, yeah,
yeah,
that'll do it.
Banner, Lotor, 2 inspiring calls. I'm like, every raccoon gets +4. I'm like, yeah, +4 is a lot. Excitable swinging for 4. Hmm.
As you said, I think that deck, regardless, it's a very exciting list to watch, and I think there's still a lot of refinement that can happen as well moving forward with raccoons, and it's something that I think is going to be. It's going to be, I think, a deck list as well. A lot of people are going to start kind of falling towards just because it's also not super crazy in terms of requirements to make to make there. So all right. Well, we do have to go ahead and send it to a quick break. We will be back here very quickly with round 2. So I'll see you guys here in a moment. All right.
Yay. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And of course, joining me for round two is the one and only Clem. Clem, you excited for some RDO season?
Yeah, honestly, I was really excited for raccoons, but we got raccoons, and unfortunately, I wasn't here to cast it. But hey, I'm overall really excited for RDO.
Listen, that's been the theme of this entire week. Well, this point, this has been the theme since LA is everything feels fun to play right now. There's so much crazy stuff to do in RDO. There is so many decks that we're just completely used to not be even something you could think about, then now you're like, oh, this deck is actually playable. I can actually do things I want. And then, of course, decks that we've already seen in the past have gotten new tools. Things just make them even better than they were before. So it is an absolutely crazy testing season. And of course, here in Serene, we had to show off the raccoons right off the bat. One of the newest deck lists come out, and probably one of the newest versions of aggro that you're going to see
Yep.
probably at your locals, and very likely if you're going to Vegas, it's a good chance you can see it.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's gonna be a couple fun decks like that coming out. Now we have our next list coming up, and looking at the spirit, I've never seen Jimmy Lee not play normal spirit. So I want to pose a question to you. Do you think we'll see more spirit variety now that the CSRs are around? Do you think people will brew the CSR they pull?
Like, I feel like they're gonna want to. So it's a weird thing because we've always come down to like the normal spirit have been so relevant. For one, if you have the prize card, you want to show off the prize card. But two, getting a base 7 in Grand Archive has just generally been very, very strong unless you're something like Luxem or you're like Tenor, something that needs that health buffer. But we actually don't really see fragmented, and I think we only saw Hiyuka on Winrai play the newest one.
Yeah.
So it's like we didn't see him, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see more players be like, I really want to use my Nico spirit. So I'm gonna go ahead and start using
The
more Serene over
sacrifices
everything else.
people will make just to show off the bling. I think it's like a sneaky tactic that they're using to be like, hey guys, go use these, please.
Play the other spirit. Yeah.
Yeah,
And leading into that, we are seeing the one, the only Jimmy Lee piloting what would be Win to Norris. So we're seeing another Tony list on stream going up
good.
against this is probably one of the scarier lists now with all the new changes of Serene Water Luxem, which Water Luxem got some incredible tools. We've already talked a crazy amount about angelic channeling. We've talked a crazy amount of fractal waves. When you slam those two together, you have a recipe for some absolute crazy level 3 turns where you can say, "Hey, I'm going to go ahead and put all my Luxem cards off to the side. When I hit level 3, I'm going to instantly put them all to the top, put them in my memory, and now we are set up for the rest of the game." And it is an absolute terrifying combo with
Yeah, it's
putting gleaming cuts
it's
there.
it's really really scary because you have so many cards for Luxem as well. Like Alien's also in this list. And if you have like a Luxem site and Alien, you're like, all right, I'm gonna put it aside and then just draw them when I level up. It's terrifying, man.
It is this is a list that is absolutely getting more and more terrifying. On top of having angelic channeling means you do get to be a little bit more greedy on how much Luxem you play. So we're no longer kind of limited to the I'm gonna keep maybe these 12 to 13 to 14. Now we can just say, why not? Let's go 15,
Yeah,
16, even
I'm
20.
looking at
Okay.
the list and like the bottom half of the text is just all Luxem cards. It's it's really scary, man. And it's not even like a lot of one-offs. It's like it's three one-offs, two of them being allies, so you understand that. And everything else is like four or two. Ugh.
It's a lot of Luxem here.
Yep. Playing Serene Water as well as you do in Xander. I think Xander is the de facto Serene Spirit champion.
Yeah. Now taking a look at Jimmy Lee's list, this is a very different take on Tenoris is from what we saw
Mm-hmm.
with Poro, where Poro was definitely a lot more on let's push more of the Genesis Aegis, let's get a lot of those domains out. And then of course Jimmy Lee was like, you know what I like more than domains? I like swords. So we are seeing the creations will here from Jimmy Lee, which if you may be new to this version of Tenoris, every time we make a token, we can essentially decide to make a sword instead. So we can get a 3-1 weapon and then make
Or
our other
well,
weapons just stronger.
It's not always a 3-1. Sometimes you play, you play cards that give you automatons with buff counters. And that means your swords also get buff counters, which means your swords become 4/3s. And you can sacrifice them to make your other sword stronger. So this is the Jimmy Lee TM swing big, win big list.
Jimmy Lee Unga Boonga.
Except it doesn't feel so unga boonga when you watch Jimmy play it.
That's very true. And we saw Luxem open up probably one of the best openings they're going to be looking for here. And that is the Fractal Waves on turn 1, which makes you wonder, do we have the channeling as well to back it up?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you don't even necessarily need the channeling because Fractal Waves on its own, level up to 3, draw 2 is good enough. I would say. Like if you play a dungeon guide, you're basically just cycling 2 cards because it is reservable. So you're rested, pay 2 for dungeon guide from your hand, and then just actually, I have no cards in memory and 2 cards in hand. Like okay.
Yeah, do you think we're going to see more and more Fantasia hate coming out because of the power of Fractal Waves?
I absolutely think so. The good thing about it is you cannot sacrifice it in response to anything. So, at least Fantasia hate will kind of kill it and slow it down. But my God, it's a scary fractal.
It'll do the damage you want it to do. Oh, we're seeing the classic Tony Academy guide here.
You would love to see it. You know what other classic Tony card Jimmy Lee's playing? Apothecary's Harvest. Everyone's favorite Tenoris card. I think the art even has Tenoris on it, right?
The good old Farmer Tony.
Yeah. I don't know who that girl is. But yeah.
Something is
Classic
just
style.
Something is very funny about the image of just Tony walking into a field, reaching down to pick up a flower, and it just turns into a sword. And it's like,
Yeah.
it's beautiful. This time of year is beautiful.
At the same time, that Tony's harvesting some stuff, Uzi did play angelic channeling. I do believe that's 2 gleaming cuts and
Lightweaver's Assault.
might be. That is
Alright.
I think one of, if not the best things the best 3 cards to have banished for angelic channeling. I do hope that they are indicating it, because if you play 2 angelic channelings, the 3 cards come back separately and you can respond in between. So you could Lightweaver's Assault after your first angelic channeling, draw 2, and then do another one.
Gee, this is wow. All right. If you're wondering at home, is angelic channeling a good card? This might be the cookie cutter example to say yes, it is a good card.
Like I think this is about as RDO meta as we're gonna get. This is gonna be your Water Diana, your classic plays of what you see. Fractal Waves with angelic channeling. And you cannot do anything about it.
Well, got Fantasia hate. Let's do it.
Yep. I mean, I think a lot of people are already trying out Fantasia hate for it because it's just Fractal Waves is just too good.
Wind Assassin's Tonk's going up.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun to see how everyone reacts, because there's the immediately best cards, but we also need to keep in mind that there are cards that answer these best cards. Sorry, I was very mesmerized by what's happening on Uzim's side of the board. He's going up to level 2.
Yep, we're just gonna exploit vulnerability. So we're just essentially in response to the trigger, we're playing exploit vulnerability, allowing the level 2 Xander ability to resolve. Say pick up an assassin card out of the graveyard or assassin action. So we're picking backup exploit vulnerability. Nice way to say, hey, I'm gonna see an extra card while I'm doing this.
And also kill whatever.
Yeah, and get Merkblade to deal with one of these Academy guides, I assume. But unfortunately, much like last game, Tony level 1 has taunt.
Has taunt. We love to see that.
Especially with 2 Academy guides out.
Yep. It's this means Tony level 2 will just come in for free. That's why I think Academy Guide is one of the best guides in this deck. But we've known that for quite a while now. It's been a Tonoris staple.
That's been the Tenoris tech for a very long time now. And we're not seeing the dungeon guide here, so a little bit of a safety net for Jimmy here. Because getting that early dungeon guide here would have been pretty rough, because that means Luxem's online, ready to go, but very, very quickly. So having that extra turn allows us to potentially have dungeon guide ourselves, and then maybe start getting this train moving and getting those swords out and play.
Yeah, I think that might be Jimmy's plan. Although, for him, as long as those Academy Guides survive, it might just be better to wait one more turn, because he needs in that case it costs only 1 to level up, which is, you know, technically just strictly better.
And how much is because I believe Jimmy's closer, as we were talking, is going to be the Apothecary's Harvest. How much do we need for that?
Apothecary's Harvest is a 3-cost Exalted card. It does not have fast activation because that is an Arisana bonus, but you get all 6 tokens. So that's 6 times 3 damage, 18, plus whatever else you might have.
That's a whole lot of swords.
That's a lot of swords, a lot of damage. Oh, he has 2, so that's 12. That's a lot. You know, that's 36 damage from one swing. So as long as he can keep his swords and just keep swinging. Although the threat, because he doesn't know Uzib's deck list, so the threat of a Song of Frost is always there, but Uzib does not play that. So as long as he can resolve the 2 Apothecary Harvests, he's good. He's happy. He's swinging for 36. That
Makes me
kills
wonder.
Apologies.
Oh, you're good. I was just thinking. It makes me wonder, because we saw the backup charger from Azip here, and we didn't see the level 3. It makes me wonder what was in our memory that we would be scared to go to 3, especially with having the setup like we did there,
All the
having the
Luxem
2 gaming
cards.
tests. Yeah.
NEETfull. It's all the Luxem card. It always is. I think the plan is to have a dungeon guide so he can oh, there's the level up. Oh, because the Academy guys didn't die. It's only 1 for level 3 Tenoris here. So Jimmy Lee paid a total of 1. 1 float actually to go from level 0 to level 3 here. He's down. Oh, you know, wait, no, there wasn't a float. He lost an Apothecary's Harvest. So it's only
That was
only
18,
6.
nothing like an 18 damage banishment.
Yeah, actually, wait, that is so sad. That one card is minus 18 damage. Oh, no, Ray.
That's still 18 on board right now. If we go for another one, and they don't have the in cap, but I think we're asking how many cards are in hand, and we showed 5. So I think it's the fear of the in cap is still there, or not. We're saying, you know what? Well, cards are going down. Are we gonna see it?
Send it, Jimmy. Make him have it. Make him have it. Make him have it.
Jimmy, is he sending it? He's thinking. Oh, nope, he's thinking.
He's doing math. He can draw a card from the Spirit Shard. Wait, did he? Imagine if he drew another one. Imagine if he has 3. He had 3 in hand.
Come on, Jimmy. Let's go.
Cordelia. Oh, that is an extra 2 reservable now. Wait, no. You also get 2 automatons. So that is 6 damage from Cordelia. and then they are also reservable. And the good thing is, for Tony's ability, you don't need to rest your swords, so you can just sacrifice them. You can use them to pay for Apothecary's Harvest, and then sacrifice them to buff the other swords, and then just, you know, have a million influence, play a million cards, while also dealing a million damage.
Also, that Spirit Fragment's that's reservable now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It is.
That
All
power cell's
tokens are
reservable.
that power cell's reservable. Yeah, he chose to make some swords. And yeah, also Spirit Shard also doesn't have to be rested to be sacrificed. So he can not only rest the swords and then sacrifice them to buff the other swords, he can also rest the Spirit Shard and also draw cards. Well, I love Neos, man. I've been
Listen,
having
I
so
love
much fun in
RDO.
Pantheon, but oh, the Atlas Ares. Yeah, Jimmy's just having fun. He's resting the swords to play the Ares, so now he will have two shields that will prevent damage for him if he keeps him awake, or it's just two reservable, basically fractals, I guess. You can as long as the Ares are on field, you can redirect an attack to them. An attack that targets another Neos element unit you control. And you don't even need to rest them for it, or remove preparation counters or anything. It just deals the damage to them. It needs to be awake if you want to prevent the damage. Oh, there's the Apothecary's Harvest.
He's Apothecaries too?
Yeah, that's pretty big. Also, it's a shield's own ability to redirect the attack. So even if Ares that still happens. I think Uzip is looking at the board thinking, what's happening? And praying that he has an ink, and no, he's praying. I guess we're praying that he has an ink cap, because that's the only thing that can stop him here. Although, that's 3 from Cordelia. Is it 3 or 2 for 2 or 3 for Ares? It's 2 from Ares. It's 6, 3 from Ares, 3 from Cordelia, and then 6 from the swords. So currently there's 12 damage on board, and well, I think Uzip is kind of dead. Jimmy's just going for the overkill here, you know?
What? Oh, he's got Serene, so he's got.
He does have Serene Spirit.
Like, you've gotta have. You have to have the end cap, right? Like,
I think Uzip is looking up cards of like, what am I looking at? What happened here? You had like 5 influence, didn't you? Huh? Look. So what I learned is that if you leave Tony alone, Tony is awful. Tony's terrifying. As long as a Cordelia resolves, Tony's just doing whatever he wants, and you cannot stop him.
While they discuss this, let's back this up to explain what happened here. So we went into our turn with a 6-card influence total. I think is what we had.
I believe it was less cards. Doesn't Jimmy only have 1 card in memory? He has.
No,
he played 3 cards this turn.
Because I think we put 4 down for Cordelia. We played Cordelia.
Oh, true. So
Cordelia gave us 2 swords. We rested the swords in the power cell to play. Well, we rested swords in that
Ares
to play Ares,
and then
played Ares getting us 2 more tokens. And then
Ares gave us 2 tokens, yeah. And then we rested 3, the Spirit Shard, and 2 shields to play Apothecary's Harvest. And Apothecary's Harvest made 1 Blightroot sword, 1 Mana Root sword, 1 Silvershine sword. Actually just made 6 Oro Steel Greatswords, which can all be sacrificed to buff another sword. And the good thing is, you don't even need to buff the swords in the beginning of your attack, or like when you declare the attack. You can just sacrifice them right before damage. He could just deal exact lethal, like threaten exact lethal, and then be like, actually, I have more swords that I can sacrifice, and I'm gonna just overkill you. I don't believe again. I don't believe Uzi plays Song of Frost, but Shroud and Mist is a good answer here because unfortunately, those swords do not have True Sight. Stealth will save Uzi here.
I think if based on the deck list, Shroud's the only card that we could have here, I think, to get us out of this situation.
All right. Or recover a trillion. But you gotta recover actually a crazy amount because that is 7 swords, I believe, because there's one rested. 7 swords plus 1 base sword. You can only sacrifice 7 swords at most, so that's 7 times 321 plus 324 damage from swords. That is almost enough to kill from 0 even through the Serene Spirit. Xander has 22 life for those of you that don't know. Alright, there's a Shroud. Missed. Jimmy. Oh, wait. Jimmy's drawing a card. So if Jimmy top decks an in-cap here, he could still play it.
If this was an in-cap, I was going to lose it. I was just getting up.
That would have been cinema. Absolute cinema, man.
That being said, you have to now go to your first. You have to go to your first turn as Luxem, where your opponent now has 7 swords, 7/3/1 swords, 2 Windmill Engineers, Academy, Cordelia, 2 Ares, and 2 shields.
Hey, look. The good thing here is Uzi has channeling and fractal of waves for when he levels up to 3. I'm a positive girl. There is something that can, if Uzi can win this turn, he wins the game. But otherwise, I don't think there's much. Like, he cannot recover, even with Luxem sights, enough to survive this board. Like, it's basically impossible now.
I think at this point it comes down to we have to keep looping stealth over and over again to try to survive.
Oh, there's a level up. Oh, 1 Luxem sight being banished. This guy. Oh, he's him. He's banishing a Luxem sight for the level up here. All right. I believe. Oh, he's doing fractal of waves first. He's gonna draw 2 before deciding a channeling, or he could be playing something.
Currently, 2 triggers on the stack on the level here.
What do you even like? Okay, I have been on Jimmy's side often because I love this deck. I love Tony, and I love One Big Swing. But if you're in Uzib's shoes here, what are you even doing? Like, what can you even do?
At this point, I think you need to, the biggest thing here, get both Gleaming Cuts into memory off the reveal trigger to force this extra card to go down. Oh, wait, we're doing something in response?
1, 2, rest 2. Wait, what is he doing? What is Jimmy doing? What did he draw? Zephyr? Oh,
he hits Zephyr
into Cordelia. That is so smart because now Uzib cannot target Cordelia with the Lightweaver's Assault. So Cordelia survives, and he does still have the 1 trillion tokens next turn for reservable, and he gets 2 more sword next turn. I guess at the end of this turn. It's just more damage. It's just the true value. The double Lightweavers and double Gleaming Cut is amazing for Uzi, but Jimmy was just faster, man. I don't know. It's the perfect hand for Uzi. But it's just a very tough time. Oh, Lightweaver's Assault.
And we're only doing it for 4.
1, 2. He has 1 more Gleaming Cut. He has 1 more Gleaming Cut. And he's light reverse assaulting for 6 total damage here.
And at this point, I think we're Gleaming Cut to try to dig into most likely another stealth. That's the only way we survive this turn.
Right, 4 damage. That was. He has a. He has a lot of. He has a lot of cards. Yeah, light reverse for 6 and then the reveal for 4 more. So. And Jimmy's not. I wouldn't say Jimmy's in a pickle yet. Like, we know every single card in Uzib's hand, and we know, like, he doesn't have anything currently that can stop Jimmy.
The biggest thing is going to be getting stealth on another turn could potentially put us in lethal range with, because we already know 2 more Light Weavers are still in hand. So,
Yeah, but he needs to draw more cards, and he can't. There aren't cards that he can draw right now. Like, aren't ways, I believe.
because we
from
could,
what we saw.
yeah, because I think the best potential we could do is go with like stealth, get 2 more Light Weavers down, reveal the 2, do 4 more to face, put us at 18s. We need to pick up 12 somewhere, which is still a lot to have to do.
Yep.
Nope, and
And
looks like we did not draw the
yeah,
stealth.
the thing is, he can't even attack in because Jimmy still has the shield. So
What a-
yeah, that was a beautiful game 1 to Jimmy Lee. Yeah, it's seems that Uzib Saw's like, yeah, I can't do anything against you, and so they're going into game 2. Do you want to look at the sideboards? I'm sorry, I'm so excited about
Oh, listen,
Tonoris.
I'm in the same boat. I'm still reeling from whatever Jimmy just did. We're trying to keep up. I feel like the chess commentators off to the side being like, I don't even know what to talk about. The game's already over.
Yeah, I've been playing Tonoris for the past week nonstop and having so much fun, and Jimmy's just doing the same thing, and I'm glad to see that on stream.
Yeah, and we'll kind of take a look to see where we're gonna start here. For Jimmy's side, or for this case, Zeep's side, we're definitely bringing in those 2 Song of Frost, because those Song of Frost would have definitely helped in that matchup and very likely going to come in. Pearl Prayer is also potentially another card that we could see come in, is another way to a new card out of RDO, another way to heal some additional life. Kind of keep that buffer away from Tony being able to one-shot us. And then on top of that, I wouldn't be shocked if we see maybe Topsy Decrees come in, just as a way to say, if this deck has any floating, keep them off that. And then Ducal Seal for sure is coming in the board. So a lot of this sideboard is likely coming in for Uzip here. Just to deal with this big Unga Boonga swing that Tony's trying to get on us.
Unga Boonga swing. Yep, I absolutely agree with you. That is about right. I apologize. I might sneeze. No, okay. Yeah, I agree with you. Do you think Regals might come in? The thing is, there's so many things in this deck that it might just not be worth it.
It's the problem is usually Regal is when you're wanting to deal with one specific major target in the list, but with Jimmy's list, as you said, like, there's so many pieces of this that token production cards just become more and more power into the deck, where you have a high likelihood, if you would be thinking about, okay, you saw the Atmos, you saw the Cordelia, you saw the Apothecary Harvest, you would assume there would probably be 4 of each of those in there. I would be worried to say, I want to see your influence and just drawing them into another one. So if you have some dead cards in your ZP here, so maybe you feel like you don't need the Resolute stands, particularly because they're going to be more swords doing it, you could maybe trade those out. But right now, we're already bringing a lot of cards on the Uzip side that I think Regal is probably our last piece of the puzzle. Now, that being said, Jimmy has a Regal in their sideboard. That is definitely coming in.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, the good thing about Regal into Xander is that you're just gonna take everything out, and you don't want them to have anything, even though Regal. And the other good thing is Regal says, "Look, and not reveal. So any Luxem cards that they have in memory don't trigger. The reveal trigger doesn't happen. So you just get to take those cards, and usually the gamble on they will draw another one is absolutely worth it because they don't get to use their reveal effects every single turn.
Yeah, I agree.
And then Lifeline Trap might come in just for Dream Fairy. Well, not Dream Fairy. Dungeon Guide.
We got there. We got there.
Yeah. I think Spellword Scepter 100% coming in against an assassin deck.
When they have 4 in caps, usually like across the board, you're bringing that in. And I agree with the Stifle. Bringing in the Stifle just to deal with Dungeon Guide means that we saw what Jimmy can do with just 1 turn. Being able to kind of time that perfectly, and if in this case you're going second, take a Zeep's level 3 away from them, and then go right into that same combo we just saw. Like, what do you do? What do you do in that
Nothing.
situation?
Yeah, and I do think that is about it, unfortunately. Or not. Jimmy's deck stays as consistent as ever. Solid.
We saw the Gentle Respite from a Zeep side here. Turns out, very strong opener.
Who would have thought that, drawing 6 and floating memory is good? Crazy.
Especially now with the rule change from last season. All compiling together.
It all was working towards Gentle Respite being really good. And is that? I'm sorry. Favorable wins? Am I crazy?
That, I believe, is a favorable wins.
That's honestly, I love it. It's an old reliable 1-cost floating card. It's really good in wind. And Jimmy does play some allies, so it's even good to protect them. Otherwise it's just a 1-cost float. It's just so rare to see.
I think a lot of it comes down to as well that wind doesn't have a lot of fast speed float in there besides like what we've seen, like the kind of the standard. In terms of just being able to return an ally to hand, stuff like that. So at that point, and I actually looking at Jimmy's list, I don't think we have any reclaims in the deck. So kind of the justification for it if we're not playing the reclaim and we're actually doing the displaces instead. So that's kind of our floating memory swap.
He's just sending it, man. Who needs reclaims? Who needs reclaims when you just send the damage as much as you can? And yep, the Jimmy Lee classic combo. I guess the Tonoris classic combo. Going up to level 1, playing Academy Guide. So now it'll only cost 1 to level up to 2 next turn. I don't quite... You didn't quite see what Uzip played, but I'm pretty sure it was not a Juggle Knives because he only plays 1 Juggle Knives.
I'm actually not. I keep looking, but it's like the glare's right there. So I cannot tell.
Yeah.
The deck isn't on Return to the Archive, so it's not that.
Yeah, and it's definitely an assassin card to put in the graveyard for when he levels up to 2. But
if I squint harder, I might be able to read it.
I'm looking. I zoomed in. I don't know what it is. It might be an exploit vulnerability because we do have 1 ally on board. There is a target for it.
It's either exploit or it's potentially.
Yeah, okay, that is an exploit. After careful review of his hand going over and sheltering the card from the light for a second, that is an exploit vulnerability in Uzip's graveyard. Jimmy leveling up to 2 and just passing. Another classic of not seeing any utility from Tonoris's level 2 +3 attack bonus. No. Angelic Channeling. Classic as well. Gleaming Cut. And a Strike of Singularity, I believe. Oh no, he does not play Strike of Singularity. Striking Illuminance? Luxem side.
Not a bad stack. Not as crazy as last game stack, but still good. And we did see a 4-cost play from Jimmy when we passed the turn. I'm not sure exactly what that 4-cost play was from my side.
It's in the graveyard. It looks pinkish. It might be a gentle respite from Jimmy as well. He does play 4 gentle respite. Uzeep leveling up, bringing the exploit vulnerability back to hand. You're most likely gonna be seeing that Academy Guide actually gone this turn, unless Jimmy has a Displace in hand, in which case we won't.
Which we have enough to do it. So
Yeah. Jimmy's really good at making sure he has enough influence for whatever he wants to do. Or enough reservable tokens, you know, whichever is more convenient at the time. Oh, Fractal of Waves. Yep, a combo is assembled. The RDO classic Fractal of Waves Angelic Channeling. Do you think Angelic Channeling is a good card? Or it's like a good card, a really good card in certain decks, but not good in every level 3 deck?
we talked. I think we talked a little bit about this before stream started, or I can't remember if we talked about round 1. I think I think the card is a very strong card. Right now I think a lot of people have it in this boat of like it is a must play in every level 3 deck. That if you go level 3, you have to play this card, which I don't necessarily think is true. It's not necessarily a snap play 4 of when you're good, but regardless of the decks that do or may not need as many as like 4, but the decks that do need 4, I think the card is meta defining in this regard. I think it is one of the strongest cards that we have gotten in probably the last couple of sets. I would put it up there with the Power of Rile the Abyss, if not even higher.
Yeah, I agree in this. In certain decks, it is definitely best in slot, but I wouldn't play it in every single level 3 deck.
Yeah. But I think decks like Rye, of course, we're seeing Tenoris, Slimes, anything that would generally like to play a lot more heavy into their advanced element, get a lot of value by just turning what would normally be a very awkward bad hand into a very much a playable hand by just having the card.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're seeing
Oh.
we saw the Jimmy level 3 turn, not anything too crazy, just basic windmill, draw an extra card.
Yeah,
Giving the turn back to Luxem.
it seems like he's a lot more desperate this time because he did use his fractal spirit chart to draw a card here. But Uzeep's also not doing a lot, or unless Jimmy was just checking. No, yes, Jimmy was checking. Gleaming Cut, Luxem side, being revealed of the level 3 trigger here. Recovering down to 1. This is a lot more tough for Jimmy this time. It's still not a bad matchup overall because he is so focused on just one turn swinging. But it's definitely looking a lot more rough than before. Yeah, Uzeep also brings down...
The Lost
Lost Provenance. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. I think we're gonna see a lot more lists especially with the banning of Unmake. A lot of the decks that kind of lost Unmake as part of their package. I think you're gonna see them transition a lot more towards using Lost Providence, especially with the more level 3 meta we're seeing. You'll probably see a lot more usage of that Divine Relic. We already were, but I think just it's a very easy 1-to-1 swap if you're not playing cats.
Yeah, or if you're playing a lower level, you just play Grand Crusader's Ring. Because then, instead of materializing your level 3, you materialize GCR. So you're basically even.
And honestly, for some decks, like I know True Champion talked about it on their podcast, that realistically, Return to the Archive is still a very playable card with the Looking Glass. If you're allowed looking for that, it does divide the draw, quote unquote, in between a draw and a floating memory. But sometimes even getting the recover too is actually a benefit to that.
Yep. And you can use it on non-divine relics as well. So if you have some divine relics that are dead cards in a matchup, let's say Viridian Protective Trinket, you can use Return to the Archive to sacrifice it, recover, and the card.
And it's what justification for playing baubles again.
Baubles
Your
are
two-
good.
Your 2 dead baubles can still be draw and recover.
Or we're
in
gonna be
in a way.
seeing the 3 bauble meta again.
We're back. We're back, baby. 3 baubles. You have all. Hey, we have all 3 now. We have all. If you got into all 3 Revel Fest, you should have all 3 baubles. So we have the 3 fancy ones. Why not?
I have the cute one, and that's it. I really want the CL one. Hit me up.
Oh, you said the cute one. I thought it was the CL one. Oops.
CL is the cute
right.
one, but it's not that. No, it's not the same. Oh, Cordelia, we're popping off. Popping off. This is in.
Is it happening again? We see
Coming
it.
in. The good thing about Cordelia is that she's an ally, so she cannot be incapped. Best thing you can do is stifling trap her on enter, but that's just -2 tokens, and Jimmy has plenty of ways to generate tokens, so I don't think he's too worried about that.
I'm really happy to see this ally seeing play. I think it was one of the one. It was when it got revealed. It was very hyped up. That Tony was like, "We finally got a really cool card," and then realized very quickly paying 5 in Tony is very difficult.
Okay, that's kind of rude, actually, sir, because it is still a good card, even though you have to pay 5 for it.
But now
It's
with seeing a bunch of our influence game, like it's pretty easy to play Cordelia now.
Yep, and Windmill imbuing Calming Breeze and favorable winds. Oh my gosh.
We got
Cards-
there.
Cards don't come to me easily today. My apologies.
And we're seeing a lot of setup from Jimmy. Nothing in terms of like crazy push for damage yet, which we
Various
actually had the influence for it.
timepiece? That's a various timepiece coming out from Uzip, which is it's not bad at all. I'm just really surprised to see Nefarious timepiece played. It's really good in Xander because it allows you to pay 5 to banish it and draw a card into your memory, which is a really solid number. That is, you just want to have ways to put cards into your memory and Xander. But
Yeah,
well,
I think we saw it out of Set Manila where we saw a lot more Xanders doing that, where they essentially we'll call it the backup charger effects were tiered from like 1 to 4 to 5 to some cases
yeah.
6. Is they would essentially play them on curve to always get they would essentially always go +1, put more cards down, show more.
Oh, thieving cut. Sorry, I'm sad. Cordelia's dead when got thieving cut.
I mean, to be fair, it needed to happen. If I was in Z's place,
Wow.
I would be going for the murder on Cordelia ASAP.
It's kind of rude, NEETfull. I don't think she deserves to die. Okay, she's the youngest Kaiser to sit on the throne.
We dropping lore now. We're so shocked that this card's back. We have the lore ready.
Yeah, man, I'm prepared. Prism Spire Scepter, I believe. Wait, no, yes, that is Prism Spire Scepter.
Another backup charger effect.
But the more the merrier. That's what they say. It's the pretty charger, the pink charger. What's Jimmy doing? One, swing for one, swing for one. Jimmy's thinking. I'm worried. It's a lot of probably Jimmy had his turn planned out with having 3 extra reservable things. So it's definitely a hitch in his plan. Oh, paying 3 to draw Prism Spire Scepter in his main phase.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if the plan here is to try to build up enough swords to go for an OTK, most likely.
Yeah.
And just have the backup for have the backup for being able to go through an end cap and to be able to stop any interaction that might be played. So we're probably digging for a lot of our negate effects, our own ways to stop.
Yeah,
To
and there's
stop things like Song of Frost and stealth mechanics.
I gotta be safe. You know, better to be safe than sorry. 2 Luxem sites now, an Excalibur, and what's that? What's this? What's the mystery card, NEETfull?
Yeah, it looks like an Excalibur. It looks like possibly a Lightweavers too.
Oh, yep, that
You
is
know,
a light weavers for sure. That's the classic 2 damage card. It either deals 2 damage or 8. Rarely in between.
I will say Luxem is getting closer and closer to that magic. Now, that being said, we are Tenoris, so that magic number is a little bit higher than most other champions. So that magic, the magic 10 is no longer relevant here.
Yeah, the magic 10 is magic. It has to be magic more, you know? It's
Magic 10 to magic more.
magic
The Tony
more.
math is real.
Oh, spell receptor, so if Jimmy survives another turn, he whatever he has to play. Probably Apothecary's Harvest is going to be unnegatable.
I actually wouldn't be shocked if it's not. If we essentially have enough resources to put down Apothecary Harvest, and we're actually trying to protect our what's the name of the attack, the overpowering defense, to be able to essentially say,
Oh,
"Hey, I'm stop anything on the
Ares.
stack."
Ares is coming in, making I don't know, less. Uzib cannot kill Jimmy by attacking anymore, but I don't think
Yeah,
striking Illuminance was ever the plan.
yeah, I am a little shocked that I think because striking luminance would be the main reason to keep them, but I'm actually a little bit shocked that Jimmy didn't convert those into swords.
He's playing for the Neos element damage prevention. So each of these shields can prevent 2 damage to a Neos element unit, which includes his champion. So it's basically 4 extra life that he has with the shields.
You right? You right? I'm dumb.
Nah, I just play too much Tenoris. I think that's the problem.
Turns out I only ever cared about the redirect and completely forgot about part 2 of that equation.
Yeah, it's the scarier part, arguably. Zeep gets to recover 6 again, and Light Weavers, and yeah, it's a Light Weavers assault for 2 more damage.
For seeing the end of turn, it looks like favorable wins.
I think Favorable Winds was meant to play in response to the Xander reveal effect before Jimmy has to put down any cards, because he knew he would have to put down 3.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what we have. To be fair, though, we could also have the Regal Inquisition here. That's another reason for the Scepter, because Regal Inquisition with Scepter can be another great way to say, hey, Luxem is going to be put back 5 or 6 turns.
Yeah. This is I don't know. Are you more scared looking at Uzib not playing any cards, or Uzib having a trillion cards down? Because we know that Jimmy would be dead if Uzib had 2 Light Weavers assaults. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. But Jimmy's not dead.
Well, even if 2 Lightweavers, I think we're still off because we still have to go through a 30 health already. So it gets a little tricky because now it's even at 4, we'd have to present 26 damage, which what is that? We need 13 cards down, which I don't think we have enough influence to hit that yet.
Yeah, you're right. Arn, it's so hard because even though you deal 2 damage every single turn, it's just not enough. But now you also have so many cards in hand, and most of them are most likely responses. So like a Song of Frost and and ways to prevent Jimmy dealing so much damage. But it's what is that Apothecary's Harvest?
Yeah, and then we popped a scepter
Ah.
for it. You were right on the money. That was the setup. Is to go for
Yeah,
the
so
Apothecary Harvest.
now Uzip cannot incap that, but he can still Song of Frost and attack, and he can still do a lot of things. He can Shroud and Mist if Jimmy doesn't have a Blade of Creation to cleave. It's just, but the longer we wait, the more responses Uzip has. And the longer we wait, the more likely Uzip is to kill Jimmy with 2 Light Weaver's Assaults. Or 3, sorry. 3 Light Weaver's Assaults. So it's a really, we're at a point where both of these decks are really good late game decks.
Yeah. Oh, and we are seeing the
But,
Blade of Creation play.
Yeah. So Blade of Creation. Jimmy's explaining how this works. He's sacrificing swords to buff the other swords. It seems that Uzip is just okay. So the thing is, you can let Jimmy sacrifice all the swords and still Song of Frost in response, and that is the most efficient way to go about it, because that means you will not take any damage, and that might just be what Uzip is doing because he has so many cards in hand. He has seen so many cards that he most likely does have a Song of Frost. Now, does Jimmy have another Song of Frost? He also has an Excalibur, yeah. And Excalibur says a target object, right? Non-champion object. So it's actually just that easy, unfortunately.
That is
I completely
pretty
forgot
strong.
that. So I was the opposite. There's a story of Jimmy Lee playing this deck at Nats 2024. And him not going for the kill turn because he knew that Caben had a Zephyr. And he and Caben both thought that Zephyr can target the sword tokens. And so Jimmy didn't go for the kill and he lost out on his world spot because of it. This time I was in the opposite, where I thought Excalibur where Excalibur cannot destroy a token. It can.
Listen, Jimmy might have been calling that as well because we saw the reveal of Excalibur, so we knew it was in hand too.
Yeah.
So that, or it could be as well. One piece of logic that other people follow: losing that many swords though is pretty rough. But some other logic is sometimes you want Luxem to play cards out of their hand, because if they're playing cards as interaction to you to stop you from going for lethal, that does mean that they are farther away from just doing the Lightweaver's 1 turn kill. Because if you essentially make them play 2 cards, that means they're now going -1 when they go back to their turn, and easily puts them much farther behind where they want to be.
True. Absolutely true. Oh, 1 Lightweavers, 2 Lightweavers, I believe.
Yep, 2 Lightweavers for sure, and then we saw the sight already. I'm not sure what, and I think we saw Striking Illuminance earlier, so I think that might be the 4 that are in there.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. It's tough. Both of these decks get so much stronger the later the game goes on. Jimmy's is much more susceptible to Uzip's deck and Uzip's answers. Oh, conniving?
It is the brand. I think it's Pearls. I think it is the brand new recovery card.
Yeah,
Recover,
because conniving would have milled the card.
yeah, recover 4, and if it is activated during your main phase, it becomes recover 7. And draws a card to your memory. So very strong card. It is exalted, but I mean we're in the level 3 game plan, baby. Exalted is just a bonus.
Yeah. I mean all the new 2-cost basic element exalted cards are just so good. Psycho Palm Scale as well banishes someone's entire graveyard. Pearl Prayer draws a card, recovers. It's pretty good. Pretty solid cards all around.
We also have the Fantasia board wipe in Wind as well.
Oh, a cat. A mystery cat.
I think that was a crawl in her play. The illegal crawl play from Jimmy.
No, it's Virtus actually. It's Virtus, yeah. Of them.
Not many animals in graveyard, unfortunately. Avatar of Byakko, that's what it was.
Could have been too, yeah. Or Bracco itself. Just appeared.
Stand it back up. Get ready for Emerald Tony. Here we go.
Hell yeah. Goja D-level, level back up into Tony. That's a play.
We're not ready
But
for the spice. Get ready for Nationals Vegas, baby.
true. Oh my god. Uzeep, in the meantime, played Shroud and Mist and at the end at his end step, or Jimmy's, like, because Jimmy didn't materialize anything. Okay, I think Jimmy was like, all right, this is game over. I didn't draw my Blade of Creation. I'm out of tokens. I'm out of everything. So that is 1-1. Jimmy versus Uzeep. Uzeep didn't even. So the scary part about the Water Luxem deck is that it's fairly slow, because Uzeep didn't even win the matchup. Jimmy just realized that there is no winning here. And this might be like the one downfall that I think all Luxem decks had for a while, where it was just a bit slow, and not even like it's not taking actions, or it's not clearing board and just surviving. It's surviving, clearing board, doing a lot of, playing a lot of interaction. But still, it needs 8 cards, 10 total influence to finish out the game in the best case scenario. And in this matchup, that's not even enough.
Yeah, in this matchup, you're looking at closer, as we even saw during that. It was 13 cards need to go down. So not even after 2 Lightweavers, you're only at 8 cards in influence. After that, you need to find some other way to get another 5, 6, 7 cards into your memory just to close out the game. At that point, you're playing, do I do triple Lightweavers to close out the game at this point? Yeah, and one big call here is, for some people might be wondering, is why would Jimmy not play it out? Why would you not just go and try to see if you can eventually get there? This is kind of a matchup knowledge into Luxem, that your best odds of finishing a Luxem player out of the game, especially when they already shown you that many ways to heal, is to just kill them before they get the engine running. And even with only 7 minutes left on the clock, that can be plenty of time for you as in this case, a Neos player. We saw, if you get level 3, you could just high roll them before they ever get anything online. And so that's kind of the logic Jimmy likely followed here, was, you don't have that if you just play that game out, you're likely going to lose. Instead, if it's going to be a draw anyways like that, let's just have a 7-8 minute chance to just not draw it out.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's scary as well, though, because I don't think either deck can win anymore. They have 10 minutes, with 5 minutes of that being overtime, so they have 5 minutes of normal gameplay, and then 4 total turns, including the turn that they go into overtime in, and 5 minutes with that. So I don't think we're gonna see a conclusion to this game, because, like you said, you need to concede when you can. But
I mean, if Jimmy gets another turn like we saw that game 1, it could end in 7 minutes.
true, it is not impossible. Jimmy just needs to have the triple Apothecary's Harvest going into level 3, and Uzeep needs to have no interaction. Unfortunately, it's genuinely like near impossible for Uzeep to win the game in this little time. So it's either Jimmy wins or it's a draw.
I mean, all we have to do is get. I mean, Uzeep can still win here. We just need to play. We just get every Fractal Waves in play. Hit maybe 2 Angelic Channelings to put everything on top. Level to 3. Hit everything reveal, and then draw 18 cards by cheating, and then Lightweaver 3 times. Easy, easy win.
Just draw 18 cards. But unfortunately, we
Easy
are
win.
watching close enough where I don't believe they could draw 18 cards out of nowhere. We would notice that. Yep, there is the power cell backup charger. Oh no, honestly, because this means that Jimmy's not getting to level 3 and next turn. I mean, he could get to level 3 next turn. He's not getting to level 3 this turn.
Yeah, could also be the influence gameplay by Jimmy here, of just, if we need to be able to pull off that big turn, we might just need the influence, and knowing that Luxem is likely going to be taking a turn off as well, let's play it to our advantage.
True. Another exploit. The classic Uzi play at this point. Just have exploits every time. And just, return the exploits from your graveyard. No, but he's also going backup charger. Both of these players playing a slower game this time around.
influence game is sometimes where it's at. We saw that with a lot of decks last season where they kind of forego the turbo style strategy in favor of more influence gain. That being said, we had Unmake, which is a very good way to do that.
Yeah, I
But
think it was a bit easier. Also, Influence Dragon, all it did was survive until.
it had it. And isn't that all the Grand Archive is about? It's truly just surviving till you got it. Isn't that what life is about?
True question. I guess, yeah, you just survive until you win in life and win in Grand Arc.
It's got philosophical real quick.
Mm,
It's what
yeah.
happens when it's Tony v Luxem.
Okay, it's a really good matchup. It's really fun. I love it, but my gosh.
Listen, we've seen some crazy combos already, and I think we're seeing this now of just kind of a we need to set up this combo, and it believe was that an angelic channeling got played? Yep, it was from Jimmy's
You
side.
just gotta have the combo every single turn, and honestly, you're super duper up. Wow. I'm.
A
I
lot of
looked
stuff
away for a
happening.
second, and then there was a lot of things in banishment just thrown in there.
Yeah,
What?
catch everybody up to speed. Yeah, so we had the end of turn angelic channeling. We banished 2 Neos cards, and then used our one of our cards down plus 2 floating memory in graveyard to level to 2. So luckily, not too much craziness happened. A lot of cards got thrown on the table, but it was angelic into a level.
That explains a lot. I didn't see the I didn't see the angelic on top of anything there. I just saw a backup charger with upside down Neos cards, and then 2 Aries on top of it, and I was lost for a second there. It's
There's a lot of cards in banish is the biggest thing here.
okay. So he's leveling up.
Going
Okay,
dungeon
Dungeon Guide.
inventory.
Dungeon Guide resolves.
I think we just caught hit with the. Was it this? Is it the 6-7? It was the.
I'm not sure. I was hoping that it was yeah. I'm thinking it was more of a you order it this way kind of hand
Okay,
movement.
I was like, was there a 6-7 I missed? Because I swear.
6-7 in this economy, NEETfull. Come on.
In this, I have to buy angelic channelings. I can't afford 6-7.
You have 6. That's the best we can do. 6 or nothing. All right, so we have entered overtime. I believe it is Uzip's or Jimmy's end step.
It was very close. I believe we had already passed at the point, so I believe it'd be a Uzip's end step.
No, it's Jimmy's end step because Uzip is leveling up now. So this is turn 1 of overtime. Even it doesn't matter how much time is left in someone's turn as long as it is that turn. That is turn 0. So turn 1 is Uzip leveling up to 2, playing exploit vulnerability, being like, all right, let me just cycle this, draw some cards, do my best. All right, we just got confirmation that Jimmy's was indeed turn 0, so this is turn 1. They have a total of 3 turns, so 2 more turns after this to finish it. Dungeon Guide. Yep, this is what I was talking about.
Jimmy to see here.
Yep. The cycling. Dungeon Guide, level up, banish Fractal of Waves, draw 2 memory. Oh, but no angelic channeling from Uzip. Swinging for 1 at Jimmy. Killing, finally, the exploit vulnerability paying off, killing the... Oh no, wait, no, this is not paying off. The Dungeon Guy killed the windmill.
It makes me wonder, how many, because we only have 4 cards influence right now, I believe. We can get 1 more here, so this is going to be...
Jimmy's Jimmy's drawing a card and then paying 3 for Thurible. So he's going to go up to 7 influence, I believe. 4, draw 1 for a turn, draw 1 from Thurible, draw 1 from Lost Providence. That's +3. 7.
Which we're still too short from being able to double harvest, which is, I believe, so we need 8 influence total for double harvest.
Cordelia into harvest. And then into another harvest? That could be. Wait, no. Yes?
Because we needed
No, he
because we
would
have to
need
do,
one more card for Cordelia and double harvest.
because we need to present 27 damage without interaction for
Yeah.
lethal here.
Here's Cordelia. Yeah. That's 2 swords, 6 damage, plus 3 from Cordelia, so that's 9 damage. Playing a
That is
harvest.
the
Wait,
harvest.
the Paracel's on board. You can double harvest because the Paracel is on board.
Is that exact lethal? If there's
that
no
would
interaction
be
here?
if there's no interaction. That would be that with the 2 6 swords double harvest.
We already had 2 swords from the Cordelia, so that's
Yep.
7 swords to sacrifice, 8 swords total. So that gets us to 24. And that, yeah, with Cordelia, that's 27 exactly. So if it's coming down to the wire here. Do we have the interaction for the exact lethal coming in?
All right, Jimmy's going swinging. This
Like,
is
no
this
reason
is
to
what.
hide it.
Yeah, it's either Jimmy has to go for it because you either win here or it's a draw. He's going for it. Wait, no, he's not.
Lightweavers?
Light
The
Weavers.
Oh, wait. Overpowering defense? Using 2 of the swords to do it?
That's
Was that it?
response. It's in response to the Cordelia attack, so he can activate. God.
And then sacrifice all of them on the stat with nothing else to do? I think that is exact lethal.
I think so too. What? The suspense. I just see hands going forward, but I don't see.
He got
He
it.
got it. Jimmy Lee.
Wow.
On wind,
What?
Ponoris. taking round
Oh
2
my
of
goodness.
the first RDO card. TCG NA online local. Beautiful. On wind. He doesn't play wind, and he won on wind.
Wow, what a crazy bit of we said sometimes you have to just look at the board in that game too and just be like, it's not worth to play this out. It is better that I think I can do this in the time limit. And it came down to the wire, but Jimmy was like, I've done this enough times at home. I've done this enough time in playtesting. I know what I need to do. I know what I need to draw. Let's go for it. And wow, that was the perfect sequence of events to just get there and have the exact answer when needed. What a crazy way to just get exact lethal and present the exact options you needed. Fantastic way to close that out by Jimmy Lee. Absolutely insane.
That was beautiful. Like Light Weavers to kill the Cordelia is also beautiful. I don't think anyone expects overpowering defense. What does that card even do? You don't see it. You know when he plays like attack-based guardians.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Absolutely crazy. Well, because we did unfortunately send another round into overtime. We do have to go ahead and throw it to a very quick break. But do not worry, if you're wanting some more great RDO action here for Grand Archive, we will be right back here in a couple minutes with going into round 3. See you all here in a bit.
welcome back to round 3 of the TCG NA Online Regionals. Here's Clem, and I'm back
Wait,
with Herman. Hi, Herman.
wait. Did you just say TCG Online Regionals? Wait, I want to play.
No,
Why
no,
don't we
it's
cast
just
it?
It's a weekly. It's a weekly. It's not
Wait,
even.
you
It
baited
hasn't
me.
even. The season hasn't even started.
Yeah. Dude, if it was a regionals, I'd be like, yo, can we leave
You
right
would
now?
drop from casting right now. Start
Yeah,
playing.
yeah. Can we just start me with 2 round loss? I'll make it. I swear, it's not that hard.
Maybe. I mean, look, it's been a crazy day. It's clearly not a regionals because everyone's playing fun decks. And
What do you
speaking of
mean?
fun decks, you know,
Panaris is so good.
it's been awesome. It's fun decks because they haven't been good before. It's an unranked event, so any deck I see that's not like meta from PTM is a fun deck right now. Okay, please, sir. But
I don't know.
fun decks.
Yeah.
Speaking of fun decks, you know where else you can find some fun decks? On
Ah,
the new Pantheon channel from TM32, hosted by our beloved Once in Love and Lineage Break. Well, not Lineage Break, Mental Boon Cam. He has graduated. So Cam and Tyler has a new channel where you can see very fun decks, very fun games,
yeah.
and
What's
yeah, a lot of Pantheon.
where am I going? Let me go to it. Subscribe right now.
It's pinned in chat. You can go there right now. The channel trailer is out. It's really fun looking, and the games will be super fun. I know. I was in one of the games, and it was amazing. The content is gonna be peak. And it's very worth it.
Yeah. A mental boon is the name of
Mental
it. Like,
boon. Yes, sir.
yeah, making a reference to all these nice, beautiful boons that we have for Pantheon.
Wow. So you're so rich. There's like $10 a boon. You're
Are they?
giga
Actually,
booning. Yeah,
there's
they're
no
really.
way.
Some of them are crazy, which
Yeah.
is really insane to me. For my own Pantheon deck, I have my UR boon, but I do
Mhm.
not have my common lesser boon. So I'm like,
Oh, I
wow.
do have a UR boon. Boon of Inari. Oh, it's the Tristan Shadow one. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
You're so excited and then so disappointed. Yeah, it do
Oh
be
my
how it
gosh.
goes.
Hey
But
man, I'm
hey,
just
hey,
excited. Yeah, some of these Pantheon decks look like they're gonna be really fun. A lot of them, just look like they're gonna be fun and can't win. Literally cannot win a game. So,
I
whatever.
think every Pantheon deck can win a game.
Yeah. But it's all politics, right? You're not winning because it's a good Pantheon deck. You're
Oh
winning
yeah,
because you got a skill
I
persona.
don't think I won a single Pantheon game because I'm good. I think I won every single Pantheon game because I'm really good at gaslighting people.
I'm just pretty sure I will
Yeah,
lose every single Pantheon game because I will be the guy playing the toxic control decks, and everyone just says, "Can we get him out of here first so we can play the game?"
that's so true. Someone played the Outchan against us,
Yeah.
and they gave us the heal flower, and we're like, yeah, get this guy out of here. What the hell? We're gonna be here for like 5 hours if these flowers are gonna stay here, and he will make more. So yeah, but look, we don't have a lot of time for the next game,
Mhm.
and Pantheon cards are. So yeah, Pantheon cards. You know what people consider Pantheon cards? Ultimates.
Fair.
And one of the decks we're gonna be seeing here is still proving my point that this is a fun event. These are fun decks. It's Fire Merlin with the Merlin ult.
Dude, that Merlin ult is actually good though. Like it's actually playable. Pretty much every ultimate that doesn't
Yeah.
cost like an arm and a leg is genuinely playable in standard. And it's like maybe not like a four of kind of thing, but it's just like Pantheon. You can't play one more than one anyway. And it's just an easy like, sometimes you just auto win with it, and sometimes you just say, well, it's an easy card I can side out. Like it's a one of like whatever. I just switch it for game two. Doesn't really hurt to see it. I'm
Yeah,
excited to see
yeah.
Fast the Forgotten. This is not a matchup where it's going to be good, but it could have been.
It absolutely could have been. You can use it for Cheshire Cat, Carter.
Dude, just
You
just pretty much think of it this way, right? Imagine that if this CL, because we already see this, that it's not Oblation, but if it's Oblation CL and you put Advent down and you say Fast at the Oblation, Fast at the Advent, that's pretty stonks.
Yeah, true. That is crazy. But I'm really excited for this matchup because the Onyclax is also playing Sabella, and she's pretty, and
Yeah.
she's cool, and there's
Well,
3 of her in the deck, and I really hope that we see at least one of them.
Yeah, I do like that new Crux is actually pretty strong. With a lot of the new Crux cards are actually
New
pretty
Crux is
solid.
pretty.
Yeah.
Are you saying old Crux is not strong? Are you saying
Well, I mean,
old
no, no,
Crux
no. I'm just
and
saying like
broken?
the new Crux cards are actually significantly better than I expected them to be. I'm very surprised that Neon Class is only going to play one angelic channeling while putting all those additional Crux cards in. But the adaptation for most Crux players has just been saying no more Prismatic, no more Ascension, just yeet that stuff out of here and just kind of fix the old ratios into a new way. I, I don't necessarily know if that's the correct thing to do, but hey, this guy won a regionals on it. We casted it, so he must be good, you know? Figure this out.
Yeah, he's a professional, and this is an unranked event. He might be just saying like, do I need to invest in more angelic channelings, or can I get by with just one?
Yeah, like the Class, honestly, his deck right now looks like it's just like what was the previous season again? PTM? Yeah,
Yes.
it just looks like a PTM Merlin deck with the bare minimum changes, just to see like to slowly ease into the RDO season. But I can tell you, for example, from my experience doing Fire Merlin, change so much. Just swap out a million cards, feels like a completely different deck. Don't have to over rely on floats and just get hated on by association because of people hating on Diana. Just go nuts and just so many things, man. Just play more Crux. Oh my gosh, Angelic Channeling is so good for that deck.
Just play more Crux. Yeah, that is pretty solid advice.
I
I
play
think it's
advanced element
also
decks with 21 or more advanced element decks for everything now. If it has
okay.
angelic
You
channeling, I
just
want to play 21. It's like insane. Dude, that
I mean,
card's
that's
so
fair.
good.
Oh my god, the one of Stalwart Shieldmate, he's him. Neoniclax is just him. Look at that, the one of Stalwart Shieldmate hitting the board. I also think that people are like, yeah, let me just forget about answers to any other deck. I just want to have fun and put
Mhm.
everything they want in a deck into the deck. You
Well,
know?
I mean that's actually common for every single meta. Like every single meta for every game ever will always start like that. Everyone does
Yep.
their own things first, tries to get their game plan, see if their game plan even works first, and then you'll see answers develop as we figure out which combos even work. Right? Like there's no point putting in answers if you can't get your combo to fit in the first place. And then you slowly pull out, like you say, like, oh, I have like a Prism Spire Scepter and a backup charger and a Thurible in my deck. I probably don't need all three. I probably need like a lantern or a sensor or something like that. And you slowly like ease your way back into it. Like this Stalwart Shieldmate is one of those cards which is similar to that. It's at a one of right now. You kind of if Diana still ends up either wing Diana still ends up dominating like it does because those two like getting the extra boots right now is insane for that deck. So if that ends up being a thing, and there's less prevalence of graveyard hate, then you have to play more shield mates. Wow,
That's
that's
two
a hand.
Nemoes and a Blanche for to imbue
Yeah.
Topsy Decree. Holy moly.
I mean, this is really big for against CL too, right? We see the gentle respite already in the graveyard, so you do already want to get rid of that as a float. You do want to just empty a CL's graveyard as much as you can because like, you do not want them to be able to make omens.
Yeah.
Looks like they're leaving the Topsy. Hmm, that's honestly very interesting as for decisions because removing the Topsy and removing the coup, both very good choices to prevent him from omening them. Like you don't want your fireballs to be blanked by Pastiche or Lineage Release into Topsy Decree later on in the game, but you also don't want to give him the coup to be able to just coup loop you and just play coup into coup into coup and just do a million damage and break your crystallized destinies later.
Yeah, and that's also very true. It's we'll see how it pans out for Neoniclex, honestly. I trust that they made the right decision, and I trust that they played into CL quite a bit, so
Mhm.
they would
Yeah, I
know.
think the Neon Clocks is very like their list is very unusual right now because I would honestly say they're kind of exclusively playing answers. This is one
Hmm.
of the rare times because yeah, like I said, they're bringing a PTM deck into RDO with the bare minimum changes, right? So the bottom end of the deck, other than the Crux cards, is practically the same as what you could have just played in in PTM. All the answer stuff like these Nimways being shown, the Blanche being main decked, like Nimways for reprograms, not like are you especially with this fun thing, are you really expecting just tons of Shenjus? Do you know if Shenjus are important enough that you have to fit like multiple Nimways and 4 reprograms in your main deck, because for example the reprograms or the angelic channeling slot, right? You might just say, I'll go faster than you and I don't need to kill the Seiryu, for example, I'll just run you down. So it's very interesting how Neonoclass is approaching this, but honestly it
You
could
can
just be like,
use them to remove cats too.
yeah, but I
Like
think the big thing is you probably just don't have time to change your entire deck and just say, whatever, man, I had this on the I already had this here, just swap a couple cards.
true. Another Topsy. All right.
Yeah, like this is just a hate deck, right? This is just it's nothing but like, I won't play my combo, you won't play your combo. We're just gonna be hateful to each other the whole
Yeah.
time.
Oh, discarding Cheshire Cat. It's gone.
Yeah, there's one on board. It's not like he's gonna answer it, right?
He could with the Nimue and the reprogram
yeah, it's
and the
not
Sword of
really.
Seeking.
Yeah, but is it really worth it? You're just slowing down the other like both players.
You go up to
game.
level. No, wait, no, you're Merlin. Gosh
Yeah.
darn it, I forgot.
But it's like, it's at that point, maybe it hit the Cheshire hits your face for like 3, like once or twice or whatever. You're standing behind a shield mate, and like, is the shield mate really just going to be killed so you can have a free, like, you go to level up to Merlin, you get to eat the shield mate and then DG to 3 and get the value immediately? It feels really bad to do that. It's really interesting to me that, oh, okay. third gentle respite. Okay, that's how you answer Latopsies. Okay, that's really funny.
Yeah.
Dude, what an analogist.
There's more floating than Topsies apparently.
Yeah, but you're playing against a Merlin. Like, if I was about to say, it's like playing a stalwart in front of a Merlin feels pretty bad, honestly, when they're just gonna control when to kill it and then eat the float. But if you just overload her by putting 2 floats in there, by just being like, here's a gentle, here's a stalwart. Dude, this CL is not developing their game though. There's no omens being created. They're kind of just trying to go to level 1 for free and absolutely refusing to pay 1 to go up. Because I definitely could just paid 1 and then just play gentle respite and you're still lower influence. His memory must be amazing. Like, he just really does not want to remove any of these cards.
Yeah.
What the heck? And it's a Varukin. Okay, just dude, this Neonoclass guy just only plays hate. This is really funny, but like, and is he going to kill the stalwart? No, he's not going to kill. Like, both these players are just sitting here?
Oh my god, they're not.
Yeah, he destroyed the
Not
inert sword.
up.
So this is another reason why we don't have to kill the cat ever, right? You just already destroyed the sword. It's a 1/3 spell
true.
shroud, like whatever.
You're not wrong. It's just better to. If you take out the inner, the cat's not a problem. That's very true. Oh my god, that is Choco Felicity's adorable servile possessions.
Yes. I mean, yeah, Ascent LA did just happen, so a lot of people did manage to pick up her stuff. I picked up a what we call Shifting Currents as well.
Nice. I really wanted to pick up a Shifting Currents, and I wanted the servile possessions and a Shifting Currents, and then I just forgot about it.
Interesting. So if you put the Cheshire under instead of the Flamsorcell, because the Cheshire being under is absolutely garbage as an omen compared to Flamsorcell, especially when max Armor is already out. Pretty sure we're going to see a Sorcell end phase, discard a 3 cost. I would say a Liminal Guide from One-Eyed Owl. But yeah, so all we have to do is just watch Neonoclax not level up. Probably.
Yeah, did no level up. I mean, I think it
Oh,
would
no.
have been preferred to not level up earlier, instead of having all of these. But also, Topsy Decree was available for Neonoclax, so he was emptying the graveyard with that. Shieldmate gone.
Yeah. Dude, it's just a 3/1 behind your own shieldmate, and your opponent doesn't want to or / cannot kill your shieldmate. Like, it feels good. Like, that's crazy. That's the longest I've seen a Varukin Acolyte live on a board.
True.
Dude,
It's a scary 3/1.
Uses to level. What is going on for One-Eyed Owl's hand? Is it like all purple? No, but if it's all.
You're right. There's just draw pass, draw pass, draw pass. Leveling up is fake, apparently. The fact that fact that one-eyed owl doesn't want to attack into the shield mate is also crazy. They're just like, I just don't want to give them
No,
the
no,
float.
but it's no, you can't kill it anymore because the inert got destroyed.
Oh yeah,
So
the
there's
cat
just
is
the Cheshire. It's a one damage. You literally cannot go through unless you play another ally, which I'm
should.
just double checking, but I don't think there are offensive allies other than Three of Hearts.
Hey,
Like, what
three
are you
of
gonna do?
hearts is a really good. It's a 3-cost 2/3. It's a good
Yeah, but like,
ally.
your Neocons is sitting on level 2, right? So it loses a lot of value when you can't really discard a float and just do something good with it. And then the other
True.
ally that one out can play is like it's just the guides. Like liminal guide, you don't want to put out because once it dies, like yeah, the Varukin can kill a liminal immediately, and then Merlin just eats it.
Mm-hmm. And look, there's a Varukan on one-eyed owl side as well. He just needs to go up to level 3 for it to be a 3/1. It's not that hard. Just level, just level up twice.
It just feels weird. I guess that's your only way to level up to 2. Like if you're showing me this on an opponent, like if when you put the Cheshire, I was like expecting like some sort of like Flems or Cell, at least discard a 3 cost. That makes sense to me. But if you're not doing that even and you're just playing the Farukin, I was like, oh, you must really be bricked. If I'm in the Onyx, I'm just chilling here. Just stay at level 2 and just like whatever. Like I just won't let you have any sort of plussing at all because you're about to. Is it going to prove me wrong and just going to banish 3 and go to level 3? No, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, you just sit here and just be like,
I'm
you
just gonna
want
hit you.
value. Yeah, you want value. I refuse to give you value. You could be hateful and just kill the Varukin as well because it can't retaliate against yours. It's still 0-1. This is yeah. I just if I'm in the Ion class, do you just chill? Oh, okay,
Oh
yeah, you
yeah,
just do this.
there. It's even better if you have a dungeon guide. You do just get the inert sword. And now, he doesn't have float in graveyard though, right? So next turn he's gonna be on odd level counters.
Yeah, but
I
honestly, who
guess.
cares at that point?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like, boo hoo. I guess it's not. It's not the end of the world for him here.
Yeah, like he
He
got to
just.
minus his opponent like 2 times, right? So,
Yep.
it's practically a +1.
No, at this point, I don't know if one-eyed owl can ever come back.
Did it when I output damage on the wrong side? I think it is.
I think he is putting.
I think because
I think
believe that
he's got the
no
wrong
I
side, but
I believe Cheshire are hitting the Onyclax for 1, and then that other 5 should be going to One Eyed Owl and not to Neonoclax's 1.
Mm.
But hey, looks there's a level up. So okay, there was a liminal. And now that level 2 Merlin is okay, there's 2 liminals.
Another one.
Okay,
All right, so yeah, so one-eyed owl was waiting for Neonic Glax to just go
level
to
out of
level
that.
3. Yeah.
So greedy. I mean, we're just hoping for this. But it's currently
So
there was fix to this. No, that's it's just 5, right? So 3 from the Varukin, 2 from the inert because Merlin did not see recollection in even. Yes.
yeah, so because the Merlin trigger is in the recollection and not whenever you level up or like at the beginning of your.
Oh, it's
I
just
think
not
yeah,
passive.
it's just
It
yeah.
doesn't say that when you have even counters you get extra damage. It's just
That would
passive
be
trigger.
crazy. I think that would be actually
Oh yeah,
a
because
thing.
Merlin needed more. Merlin wasn't in crazy. Okay, is one
I
out
mean, yeah,
not
but
playing a dungeon
then
guide?
you could play um the card that just gives you a level counter. I forgot what it is, but because
It
then
still
that
wouldn't be
card
good.
would be
It still
so
wouldn't be
much
good.
better.
No, it's still not good.
No, if it was a passive, I think it
Uh,
would be better.
it's a It would then be a maybe. That's things. But dude, they're still not leveling up. They did not have a dungeon guide. Kind of just being walled by a Cheshire, like the Cheshire Cat
But
for one is just being walled behind this stalwart.
that's still so risky as well because now the liminals are at risk.
I mean, you already saw 2 topsies, like whatever. That's kind of crazy to me, but I guess it's also because Neonoclax has so many regalia on board already that it's fine to just break your inert sword. Because if there's a Pendragon, like whatever, just send other things back. Send the tome, right? Get a +1 back.
Yeah.
Armoire? pick up
Yeah,
Sorcel
that
because that's your
is.
only way to level up, but that's only puts 2
That's
cards. Okay,
crazy.
so
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
and then
that's
draw
not
another
a
card.
good hand. The triple Cheshire Cat in hand. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, but
Yep,
okay, you're gonna play
one
Sorcel,
Sorcel.
draw a card, discard a 3 cost, draw another card. That 3 cost has to be a float. It's not a float, so we still can't level. Um, he's gonna play another card because, like, yes, it's not a
No,
good hand, but what
wait,
you're
no,
probably supposed to do
no,
in this
still no
situation.
level up. Power Sword coming out.
All right, I'm gonna
The
what
Onyx
you're
says that
supposed to
sure.
do. I'm gonna straight up tell you that what you're supposed to do in this situation after you use that level 2 CL effect, just swing your Cheshire for 1, hit the Stalwart, replace your Cheshire, kill the Stalwart so it stops walling you because it's actually just give them back to float. Like you actually have to do something for the game. Put 3 cards in your memory, banish that third liminal guide. There's no way you can greed unless you
Oh,
draw a dungeon guide finally. He greeded an extra turn
yeah.
just to get the
Remember
dungeon.
Herman when you were like, it doesn't matter because we already saw 2 Topsy decrees. Well, it does matter because
This
there
is
is another one.
this is you're yeah, okay,
Matters.
yeah, 3 yeah, Pavlor into 3 of these. Your Cheshire's still alive. You got the Pavlor, so the Cheshire can finally clear through the, uh, the Stalwart alone, but you're not going to because you're gonna have 3 liminals.
Only one liminal. What do you mean? It's
Oh,
only
yeah,
one
Topsy, sorry,
liminal.
Topsy, yeah. I
Oh
was just
yeah.
like, this is just the most greedy. I was just like, I was just, you can't see me, but I was just like, I was face palming because I was just like, there's no way you're playing this greedy. And then he played this greedy. That's like,
Yep.
honestly, if you don't get punished, sure. But that was just insanely greedy in front of a player that's been showing you like they're playing just to be defensive, right?
Yeah. Oh, like, hey, look, the stalwart is gone. Even though there is no, because of the 3rd Topsy decree, there's only one liminal on the field. But
Yeah.
there is
Damage is going through. It's
awful.
fine. Damage is going through. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to swing that Pavlor to kill the Verukin, or you use your Omen end phase to kill that Verukin.
If that Verucan survives,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be. That's
Like,
illegal.
but I'm like, I'm pretty sure you should swing the Pavlor face, right? There should like at least use one of those durabilities because you're behind on the damage race against Merlin already.
Yeah.
You
Behind on
kind
favorite. Oh my god! But that was so crazy. When I now went for forever and being like, yeah, I just have 3 liminals in my graveyard. I saw 2 Topsies, but they forgot. He's playing against Neoniclax, who's playing Crux Merlin, and Crux players always have it. That was the first mistake was assuming that they only saw 2
well, I think the
Topsies.
biggest like if you like I guess this is my tell as an opponent is like Neoniclax like when he dungeon guided, like I was generally not expecting a dungeon guide because that's a bad position to dungeon guide. You are in full control of the game. You should not dungeon guide here when you know your opponent's trying to greed really hard and you break like you break
If
your
he
level
didn't
2 lock.
dungeon guide,
But he
that would
dungeon
have been
guided,
3 liminal guys banished, actually.
no, but I was like, because you dungeon guided to go to level 3 as Merlin, you're kind of signaling to your opponent that I am okay unlocking your graveyard for some reason.
Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah,
There's
that's just
3 swords in banishment. Level
yeah.
7. That's P2 for. I think that's GG's.
It's not necessarily because it's still not quite like damage going through.
Sure, but that's 1 damage from like it halves your damage. And currently, One Thou has no way to kill the Incarnate Majesty.
Do you not
And
just
it's
pull out a Sonnery and kill it?
sorry, I don't care. Sabella
Yeah, that works. Yeah,
bringing
that's
back
5 damage.
Drawn Blade. Yeah, Drawn Blade has the.
All right,
I
yeah, for
forgot
Sabella,
the name of the
yeah,
counter, but it has
bond
a
counter.
counter.
Yeah, so for people, yeah, we just put the Sabella back up. But for how Sabella works, it's just choose a Sword of Regalia, put it from your banishment to your field, which means that even if you don't meet the element
It's
requirements, you can put any sword out there. Almost always you
mm-hmm.
choose Drawn Blade though, just because you get to draw a card. So Sabella becomes like a neutral way to just play a 2/2 ally on board, which doesn't seem threatening until you realize that it gives a bond counter. So bond counter on Drawn Blade means it's a 3 damage sword. So on this turn, it could have been a 5 damage swing, if not for the fact that he wanted to swing Merlin first, just to get that sword into banishment, I believe, to pay for Incarnate earlier.
Yep.
But this is actually a good time to Tariff, because you do want the spell to stay alive. Because while the Sabella is alive, that's still a 3/1 Drawn Blade. If the Sabella dies, the Drawn Blade goes with it. But
But the Sabella, I don't think the Sabella can die. Oh wait, no, the Sabella can die to the ground sonery attack.
well, also CL's thing is unpreventable. You remember that, right?
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't.
it prevent. But
Yeah,
doesn't
it
it just
doesn't. It
deal
doesn't
half the
matter.
damage? It doesn't. It doesn't say prevent. It just deal.
Yeah, I know, but like you can still like kill a lot of stuff, because you can kill this. Like this Majestic Spirit only has 10 health. Like if it wasn't for the Tariff Ring, you just go through with the Sonnery and just run through it, right? It just you do what, 7
Let's
damage
prevent.
on an attack. Yeah, you do 7
Yeah.
damage on an attack, and then you have 3 allies that just do 1 damage each. Or actually, no, I don't want 2 allies that do 1 damage each. One of them's a Library Witch, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, one's a library witch, and then the cat's gone, so that's 2 damage plus the ground sonery, plus the end of turn thing.
Yeah, you could have just blown up the Majestic. This is why CL was so strong last season, right? Because the Majestic doesn't actually do too much at the moment. I think this is now a case of how Neoniclax wants to navigate around the Chalice, which might be to not and just run all the damage through anyway, because you're actually in no threat. Depends on how many fireballs he sees in his hand. But I can generally see a case of not even bothering to swing face here. Like you kill a guide so that your Majestic is significantly harder to kill next turn.
Mm.
You need the guide damage to be able to kill the Majestic. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Break the just break the Chalice while he's still at 19.
Yep.
And now just run everything at face. Now you no longer care.
Genuinely, like, what?
24,
There's
28.
nothing that can be done here anymore.
Yeah.
That's like this is I think we've seen this a lot of times. Like people remember that Chalice is 20 damage or more. So and like Jins, Merlins,
yeah.
all of these attack damage based decks are like, yeah, I'm actually just gonna play around
really,
it.
really important thing about this is now he cannot clear the Majestic Spirit because it will retaliate for game. Like this game is over now. Last game, last turn it was technically possible to do things. This game is now over. You cannot kill the Majestic Spirit. You cannot go around. Like you can Beguiling Coup technically and go around the Majestic Spirit. You won't do enough. You can't do 24 damage here.
Yep. Yep, there's no way. Plus, Neoniclax still has 2 cards in hand, so they can have answers.
Yeah, like it's probably just in prereq. Merlin trigger goes to 6, draw a card, 3 cards in hand. Just play some fast speed spell, pull something out of CL. Yeah, there's the attempt. Might as well. Okay, so that is okay. I was going to think about this, but I didn't actually expect this to be possible because it just kills the Majestic. Doesn't do anything else. Wait, what? How did he heal?
He played Abnegation, but then it shouldn't become a omen, shouldn't it? It can't.
No, he
Because
just plays. Okay, no,
he played
just
Abnegation.
plays
He played
for a turn.
Foe on top of it.
You would just have to end phase that Abnegation, but yes. But yeah, okay,
But
yeah.
he's not in end phase. He's not in end phase though, because he's still attacking.
Interesting. Yeah, so you'd have to. You would have to.
So you cannot even shortcut that because Foe Awakening resolves before Abnegation, so Abnegation is still on the stack.
Because you would have to first, and then you banish 2. I mean, that technically you just end phase, just banish the Abnegation.
Yeah, but then he cannot banish. But I guess yeah.
Yeah, because he already had. Technically, he already had 2 other cards in his graveyard, so he could have banished those as omens instead.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't make a Foe an omen,
Yeah, like
It's
Foe
fine.
is the
Like
only
Foe's the
card.
only card, and he makes Foe an
Foe
omen.
can't
So
be an omen. Foe
yeah, so
literally cannot be an omen at this point.
if you're
Foe,
shortcutting it, you
yeah,
cannot do it this way.
Foe and Abnegation cannot both be in his omens at the same time. Which is doesn't really matter because, like I said, right, he ticks up, goes fireball and prereq and kills him, but those two cannot be omens at the same time here.
Yeah.
n-
Yeah, so it's the order of the shortcutting is possible as long as you don't omen the foe. Like it's it's a weird situation. Herman, do you want to walk through step by step on how that works? So
Yeah. So
people who
pretty much
might be
when
lost.
you played the Abnegation, like, so what he did was he played Abnegation so that he could kill the Majestic Spirit, right? So he doesn't die to retaliate. While Abnegation is on stack, because other like Foe Awakening was played, you have to do it this order because Foe would make you discard the Abnegation, right? So you play a Foe on stack. Because Foe is on top, you have to fully resolve that first. So discard everything else you had, and then fully resolve Foe, which is to make 2 omens. Abnegation is still on the effect stack and it's not in your graveyard yet. So you'd have to choose 2 cards that are already in your graveyard, which Pho is not in the graveyard, Abnegation is not in the graveyard. Choose 2 cards, put down. It could be Library Witch and something else, doesn't matter. But by putting the Abnegation, like, you're shortcutting technically, right? But the only possible way for Abnegation to go into the graveyard is after both of these cards have resolved, you go to your end phase as CL and put Abnegation into your omens. But if you put Abnegation into your omens that way, that means at end phase you cannot also put Pho into your omens. These both cannot happen at the same time.
Yep. Thank you, Herman, for going through step by step. I know we like went over it as it was happening, but didn't break it down
He
perfectly.
dies anyways. But I think maybe someone might have had to explain it or something really quick. But like, honestly, that is a dangerous shortcut to take when you're playing in like larger events, officials kind of thing. It is technically easy to correct because you just have to go look at your graveyard, be like, did you have another card? Can you just swap it? Almost always it's yes, because Foe makes you discard everything.
Yeah.
But in case you don't, or in case you kind of miss it, or it's actually impactful, and then you decided to do that, and then you use your lineage release and use the card, and it became an illegal activation. Like, because technically here, what you would do is you'd be lineage release like Abnegation here to try to live.
And that's
Which
illegal if you
it would
do
have
it
been,
before your end step, because you cannot have abnegation.
or not even after end steps. Like, for example, if he banished the Foe, and then
you
goes
meant
to
if
the card,
if
yeah,
both of them
if
are
both are in there, and then like Neonoclax says fireball and prereq to kill you, and he says lineage release abnegation or something like that, if he was able to pay for it like that, then I would have, like, for example, me as a head judge, I'd have to award a game loss or more because that is fully illegal. You've tried to make, like, and I have to see, like, now it's like, don't do that. Just pretty much just don't do that. Don't do your cards properly in sequence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's more trouble, and actually, like, it's more trouble than it's worth. And it's like, if you play the abnegation before your end step, you're committing an illegal action. So that can already be a game loss because you literally cheated. So don't do that, guys. Don't shortcut your foes and your omens. Just resolve it, be calm, play it step by step.
Anyway, yeah, back to the real game.
Sideboards.
Yeah, Nimwe's get out. I'm pretty sure cat does not matter. Like, just if you get cat, you just get catted. Like, whatever, man.
I agree with you. It's like, whatever.
Well, there's a lot. The thing is, for Neonoclax, there's a lot of cards that can be taken out. Like Blanche gets taken out, like, for sure. Like, all of CL's non-combat damage is unpreventable. Blanche doesn't do anything. Like, everything else, I have no idea. It's just, what do you want to put in? Do you want to put in Regals? You want to put in Resolute? You want to put in Protector at all costs? Just that just play your favorite, right? Whatever you feel like putting in, just put it in. You have tons of cards you can pull out. And then in terms of the CL, okay, this is one card I want to talk about a lot. I think Heavenly Guide stonks are going up like crazy for RDO.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, the thing is, even without the Radiant Origins or Flagrant Guide or other cards being played, their level 3 decks are just so good that Dungeon Guide's just gonna be everywhere anyways. So Heavenly Guide just becomes strictly better. Level 3
Well,
meta, guys.
not necessarily strictly better because I've had multiple games actually in the same Ascent. So Ascent Santa Clara last year, for example, I had 2 games in a row
That
where
was 2
both
years
of
ago almost. That's
oh
in
okay
2024.
okay, whatever. But okay, whatever. It already happened 2 years ago. It's going to happen again now. We both see Heavenly Guides in both of our sideboards. Both of us sided in Heavenlies. Both of us sided out
Excited.
all 4 Dungeon Guides.
Yep.
And then nothing happened in game 3. And the first, the first time we did this, we just kind of left it. The second time I did this, I realized that we both sided out Dungeon Guides. I had to go back in game 3 to side my Heavenly Guides back out. I was like, we're not playing any guides. Like, no one's going to play a single guide, whatever.
Yeah, true. It could be going full circle and everyone's like, no guides, please. True. It's gonna be interesting to see the dance of.
Yeah, I just think it's very important to at least have one guide in your deck list and you're playing like an Ascent and you're trying to make day 2 because it'll show up on your open deck list, right? Your forces your opponent to make that gamble. If you don't even show a guide, whether you put it in or not, you're technically at a disadvantage, right? You actually want to play this mind game with them.
Yeah.
Make that space. Make that 61st card, man. I know a lot of people hate playing
No,
61.
don't Herman, don't say that. No 61 cards. I'm a 61 card hater.
I play 64 in Water Merlin. It's fine. You don't feel it,
Can we
especially when you're milling yourself. You're playing
chat,
fragmented,
can we
fragmented
remove
and serene.
can
You're
we
playing
can
at
we kick
61, man.
Herman from stream? That's crazy. 64.
Listen, you're playing if you're playing like serene, for example, that heal 6 is like an extra turn. An extra turn is draw 1 more card. You're practically still playing a 60 card deck. It's all the same. Do the math. You're changing your odds
That's
by like
that's like
0.02%.
when the
Like
peak
whatever.
developers. That's like when the peak developers were like, yeah, $8 is $6 is $5, $7 is $5, $8 is still $5. So we priced our game at $5. $9 is $10. That was some girl math that you did
I
there.
mean, it's true. It's I mean, that one's psychology. This one's just math. I'm like, literally, I was like, 6 health would just give me an extra turn. An extra turn is just drawing a card. So it's pretty much the same thing. Like, I could just play 61. I'm glimpsing through them anyway. Like, I'd rather play 61 in a glimpse spirit than 60 in a regular spirit.
Interesting.
Yeah, just play 61. Man. Like,
Just hope that Andy K is not listening right
dude,
now.
if your 61st card draws you more cards, it'll like correct itself immediately. If you don't have a turbocharge in your deck, 61st.
Yeah.
Anyway, normal fire.
In the meantime,
Yeah.
both of these players were doing fire things.
Yeah.
One-eyed owl played the 3 of Hearts. They haven't discarded anything for that yet because they did have a creative shock, I believe. So they discarded a gentle respite. And then Neoniclax had double creative shock, had the gentle respite and elemental guide. So their influence neutral, like their influence positive, honestly, at this point. So great level up for them. Going 1, having the inert sword materialized. Pretty plus for him overall.
Well, it's because it discarded a gentle. So if you only didn't discard the gentle too, you're actually just neutral, and then you're just +1ing from drawing for turn. But because you also discarded a gentle, you got a +1 from the first creative shock, +1 from the second creative shock instead of going neutral with a liminal guide, then a level up. And now you're just sitting there with like a massive grip in hand. Just say hit face or hit the 3. Probably hit the 3, force the 3 effect, get the thing off board, win board control again. And then maybe make One-Eyed Owl discard a secondary float so that I really hope you don't discard a float here. It better be a liminal guide. But,
Okay.
yes. Yeah. Because like if you discard a second float in front of a Merlin player, what's going to end up like especially because he's going like he'll only be able to use 1 to level up, right? And then he'll leave the other one. No, not even Topsy Decree. It's just that he'll end up having a second float in bin so that when you level up to Merlin, you can instantly eat 1, go to level 3, and then Dungeon Guide just speeds up their game so fast. You cannot put a second float in there right now unless you plan on using it right away.
True.
But yeah, if he gets Topsy Decreed, then that's also good. Okay, never mind. Just gets Topsy Decreed.
There is a Topsy Decree. Like caster curse, caster blessing. Depends on who you're looking at here. I was also about to say that One-Eyed Owl is looking a lot more comfy than he did last game, but Topsy Decree, huh?
Will One-Eyed Owl accept that you can level up from banishing cards in your memory, or are you just trying to pull out an armoire and get it Farukin again? Okay, they're good.
Yay! Look, they do need They do need these omens as soon as possible. Oh, the cremation ritual being banished is actually perfect. I would argue it's as good as a float being banished in this matchup with the current board state of Wydell.
Well, especially because you got top seed and you
Yep.
discarded your library witch, you weren't able to play both cards anyway, and you're like, whatever. And you're in front, you're in front of a Merlin, right? Like you can't cremation a liminal guy. You're just gonna get it eaten. It's literally just, and you can't cremation the stalwart either. You're also gonna get it eaten. So it's
Yeah.
library witch or bust.
And then there's one library witch in graveyard already, so it's not looking good.
Oh no, there's another one.
Okay. Maybe I take it back.
So
That
maybe
cremation was a bad
would have been
banishment.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever,
Omen the
it is
creative
what it is.
shock. 3-cost, 3. We love 3-cost omens. Oh, level up. There's nothing in One Eye Dal's graveyard currently, but the moment he puts something there, it's gone.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing is, you're a fire player. You decided to hold cards, right?
Yep.
So you expect there to be
Reprogram
something.
and crystallize destiny. Honestly, not a horrible banishments for Neonic Lax.
I was kind of shocked that Crystallized Destiny is like kind of iffy against CL, because CL doesn't care about Crystallize honestly that much. Depends if the Armor is still up, because you just respond to the Crystallize and just Armor, put an Omen in there and just break it. Or if it's Beguiling Coup, Crystallize doesn't exist at all, right? You just pay 2 and just be like, no. So it's
Yeah.
pretty solid. Reprogram wasn't going to do anything anyway. What are you going to do? Reprogram the library witch so it goes to -1 attack and it heals you when it attacks somehow? That's not how the game works. No one did.
Yeah, that's how it works. One thing that heals you every time something happens is at Tea Party.
Or Shade Miss Priestess. That's a good card. A lot of people are slipping on.
True. Or cremation ritual and the liminal guide. It did a job already. Drawing 2 more cards for Neonic Lax. Allied War Priestess also recovers every time you attack.
Yeah, as long as you put 4 cards in your memory, and nowadays that's kind of dying unless you're playing like Taxes.
Wow. Kind of rude. Because it does happen sometimes, okay?
Yeah, but if you're an Allies player and you're putting
Halvar's
4 cards in
Horde!
there,
True. You're unlikely. But you can play like Jimmy Lee's Tomorrow's
Yeah.
list. Oh, Beguiling Coup. Banished.
yeah, eats the Merlin effect, take the Reprogram before it gets banished by the Pavlor. So you have your level 3. You have 3 cards in memory, if I remember correctly. So just level up, hard level, and just run it down. It's very likely, honestly, with how Neoniclass is played, I would not be surprised whatsoever if they just expect a Heavenly Guide and said, yeah, I'm just not going to DG anymore.
Palvor's Sword and Heavenly Guide. Palvor's Sword is actually pretty solid in this matchup, but now you know that Neonic Lax is like 100% banishing anything you put in your graveyard because they don't have anything in their own graveyard. Oh, swinging for 2 with the Palvor's Sword.
Getting second Omen,
Omening the
so
Library Witch.
yeah. I think you just need any second Omen at this point just to be able to level up next turn.
Resolute Stand Turbocharge, and I couldn't quite make out what the last card was, but overall not awful banishments.
Sure, it's
Resolute Stand
irrelevant.
is, yeah.
It's okay. Resolute Sand's just okay because when CL starts to run you down, he just says 7 with Sonory or something like that, and you're
Yeah.
kind of like, okay, well.
Well, -3 is still not bad from that.
Yeah.
So, what are we still only on the 1 sword in banishment? We're not gonna be seeing a
Not an Incarnate
Majestic
this
Spirit
turn.
for a while.
Yeah. But I could see a Pendragon coming out.
True, but there is still a Looking Glass, so it's fine.
Isabella? Okay,
Isabella!
that's why. Isabella, yeah, you just bring it back.
Bring it back. That's a 4/2 sword now.
It's pretty good, honestly. You kind of have to kill Isabella. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and
Okay,
Pendragon. So the good thing is you can return. Well, the cool thing, I guess, is you can still return the inner sword with the Pendragon, and then it loses the counter, and it also does lose the +2 damage, but you don't have to sacrifice it if Isabella dies.
Yeah, this is the risk though of putting away your unless he's going to play another Pendragon, which I expected.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
there's a second Pendragon. Don't worry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but I was like, it was kind of expected. If you're gonna put away the Looking Glass instead of the Inert Sword, there, you 100% have to have another Pendragon because you don't want to
Yep.
risk just losing your Materialize for free, and that's why also why Sabella is just so good, right? You can actually output that damage. You don't have to sit on that one durability sword all game praying that you see your ghosts anymore. You just say, I'll swing it, I'll just bring it back, whatever.
Yep. And well,
Ooh, Sorcel.
it goes through. That's we went from it's looking pretty even
Did
to
you start out?
Neoniclax just has a board.
Oh no, that's a dev blow, right? That's a dev blow, not a heavy swing. I never remember all these alts, alt arts. Oh,
Flumps or Cell, drawing
again,
some, discarding some. As the youngins say, is looking pretty cooked for One Eye Bao.
is that a crystallized? Okay, interesting.
Yep.
Crystallized was the most dead card in his hand at that moment. Eh,
I wonder what that hand is looking like because I think we're at a point where even just one crystallized is good enough. Even a crystallized for like 3 damage is good enough because you just want to survive.
Well, I'm just gonna.
Unless
You kind
dungeon
of have
guide.
to. You have to assume there's a dungeon guide here because the game's kind of over if there's no dungeon guide.
Yeah,
Losing
is
two
that
for
2
awakening.
foes?
Yeah.
Oof, that's painful.
Honestly, valid though because you're not set up right. You can't play a foe anytime soon.
Yeah.
Lose a Topsy and then lose a what for your second trigger of CL. I mean, it makes sense because you're going to level 3. You're just not going to have any influence. You can't play all these defensive cards anyway. Lose the Carter.
Ooh, Carter would
Uh,
have been so good here.
it's because he doesn't have 7 influence, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh yeah,
Because you need to Dungeon Guide Carter, you need to have 7 cards.
yeah.
Otherwise, just kill the Dungeon Guide, or completely ignore the Dungeon Guide and say whatever.
There is a dungeon guide. I don't think what Al has 5 cards in hand, so dungeon guide
I think
release 1 card.
I think
It's
it's
like
6.
eh.
I wasn't tracking fully, but I think it's 6. So if it's 6, then yeah, the Carter couldn't do anything anyway.
Yeah. The
Or
good
he has
thing
2
is
Carters.
he
Just
can
have 2
kill the
Carters.
Sabella at the end of turn because Sabella's a 2/2.
Yeah, you
I
definitely
might,
have to kill something.
yeah, that's probably the best play because you cannot deal enough damage. I mean,
Oh no,
you
you
could
just Pavlor
you could
into
swing.
just Pavlor into one of the ghosts and then Omen that ghost as well also works because
Yeah.
like it doesn't matter for the Pavlor, right? You're way too late to establish a Cheshire Cat. Like this stage of the game, if you try to play a Cheshire Cat and just get Pavlor out of it, it's you're just assuming your opponent is bricked and they're not going to do anything.
And Neoniclax is not looking bricked, especially after 2 Pendragons drawing 4
Yeah.
cards.
Yeah, you lose. You give up your Cheshire right here too, right? To go level up, I'm pretty sure it's 2 cards in hand. If it's not 2 cards in hand, if
Yeah,
it's
it
3
is 2
cards in
cards
hand,
in hand.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
2
yeah,
cards in hand.
yeah,
3 cards in hand would make the Carter discard be like
yeah, that would just be wrong.
painful. Yeah, oh my gosh. Honestly, this game is going on longer than I kind of thought because
Well, it's just because Neoniclast is playing it as pure control, right? If he has full control
yeah,
of the board, you don't have to like turbo. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you just kill off
yeah,
one of those Pendragons, and you kind of just have to say pass.
that's the best you can do. Well, the
Did
Sabella's
they make
also
a?
gonna
Did they make an
die.
omen? Make an
Yeah,
omen?
make an omen, kill the Sabella. Neoniclax being like, yeah, Sabella's dead here.
Yeah. I mean, there's technically a case of not doing that because you can armoire into the Carter, and
Mhm.
no, that's not because you take 2 from Sabella. You only heal 1 from Carter, so that's not
Yeah,
worth it.
it's not worth it. But Sword of Seeking,
Pendragon.
and another one.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised, honestly. But the Onyclex putting one out at like halfway there. It's
I mean, you can also just
15
does he have Crux
damage
Sights?
counters.
I doubt he has Crux Sights. It doesn't seem
People
aligned
don't
with
play
his.
Crux anymore. It's a fake card. Um, there
Crux.
is no Crux Sight in the
Yeah, yeah.
deck.
You should
Not even in the
probably
sideboard.
play Cruxite if you're in RDO though. I'm going to say that because if
Yeah.
you're playing angelic channelings, you really want fast speed ways to play to draw into those cards you put on top.
Oh, Incarnate Majesty. So second Pendragon, drawing 2 cards, putting the Sword of Seeking back into an Incarnate Majesty, swinging for 4.
Did he even swing that?
He swung
I
the
see.
Pendragon into the Dungeon Guide.
No, he wanted to make sure not to swing that. So like, normally when you see the Sword of Seeking come out and you're gonna Pendragon anyway, you swing for 1, right? But this Neonoclax guy, he's pretty good player. He said, if I swing for 1, that'll put you to 20. So let's not do that.
Yeah. He was doing the math.
Okay.
Heavy swing?
No,
Death Blow.
Death Blow. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I believe. Yeah, just kill the Majestic. That works. You'll take 4 more damage, and then you have to pray you live next turn. You probably don't, but because 4 more on the retaliate puts you to 23.
Oh,
that is one of the new RDO cards that slots in very well. So Majestic stays alive. It's an advanced, so it's an exalted deflecting edge effectively, but better. Prevent the next 4 damage drawn to memory.
Yeah, it's Imperial countermeasure. It costs 1. It's fast, and it replaces itself. Pretty good card for 1.
Did not retaliate.
That's crazy. No retaliation.
Yeah. Wait, was that enough damage to kill it? Oh yeah, because it was doing 12 to the Majestic, so countermeasure makes it take 8 instead, so it has 2 health left, and then Omen just kills the thing. But yeah, it didn't retaliate.
Yeah, I think. No, wait.
I don't think it matters. It's just find 2 damage somewhere. You have like 50 cards in hand. You found the fourth Pendragon. Well, honestly, once you find the first 1 or 2, it's really easy to find the rest.
Yeah.
Oh, Death Blow doesn't allow retaliate, right? That's why we play it. That's why people play it.
Like it's not something you see very often. To be fair.
Yeah, because normally you're just like, okay, whatever. Well, like it works. Either way, honestly, it was just at the end of that was just a hard punish off of that really greedy opening play with the Topsy hitting Gentle and the Liminal Guide. Typically in front of Merlin, you do want to space those out to just not, lose outright. But if it hits, it hits. That's like one of those where you're going into those games and you're saying like, if I get it, I get it, But didn't get to see past it.
Wow. Honestly, really fun games all day today. Like even this pretty normal, basic Fire Merlin Kingslayer into CL was a pretty fun matchup.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a PTM matchup. Don't give me the old decks again.
Oh, but it had fun, cool cards. Okay, we saw Sabella. And Sabella was one of the MVPs. Like Sabella made up an extra Pendragon draw 2 cards, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all you really use Sabella for. Because like best case scenario, it brings back a Drawn Blade, but you don't have to slow your game down to do that. Just thing. But if I remember correctly, I did not see a single RDO card in CL's list, like at all. I'm double checking right now. I don't see a single RDO card.
To be fair, what would you even play from RDO? You would probably play Angelic Channeling, and that's about it.
Yeah, I just play more Umbra and Angelic Channeling. That's pretty much all I did because CL is kind of just plays neutral cards. That's about it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, back to some fun cards. What are you looking forward to from RDO? Honestly, okay, this matchup was great and fun, but it's pretty normal, like you said. It was PTM. We've seen it. We're knowing.
Like this was as PTM as possible, right? Because CL didn't change any cards. Neonoclax changed like 4 cards, but effectively the core is like 99% the same. We didn't get to see the facet. I wanted to see the facet. I want to see ultimates come out. Like facet is one of like what I want to off the top. I'm just gonna say a random number. I think it's 4 ultimates that are playable in standard.
4? All right, name them.
All right, so
I know the 2, but
facet's definitely playable. I am a Kongming player. I'm going to tell you right now, Kongming's is playable.
Shucheng?
It's 100% playable.
Sorry, not
for win. It is Shucheng. Or Sukong.
Shukong. Shu
Yeah,
Chang is
Sukong.
the Frozen Sith. Shukong
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the
Wukong is 100% playable in wind or water. You just have to
It's
build the
10
other card
cost
around it.
though.
I have like 17 cards. I have like 17 cards in hand whenever I play Kongming. Like legitimately, like you just kind of sit there and he's like, I don't have a win
My
condition. I have too
bad.
many cards.
Someone's just better, I guess.
No, like legitimately, like Kongming's problem of like all this time is you can draw infinite cards and you can't finish the game because it does none of them it
Mm.
translates to damage. Like if you protect a Hydro Guard for like 3 or 4 turns, you have like 17 cards. You have negates galore and you can't finish the game. Like it's actually so silly. But yeah, Zukong is genuinely playable. Xiao Chan's is actually playable as well. Full Bloom is something that like a lot of the Diao Chan level 3 like Terra lists already cut a lot of like you can't win by damage. Pretty much if you go Terra Diao Chan, you almost never win by damage, and Full Bloom kind of just goes into that. It's another one of those where I'm gonna have like in a winning game, I'm gonna have 10 cards anyway. So paying 7 for Full Bloom is like whatever.
True.
Um,
There's not much else you can do
yeah,
with Full Bloom.
yeah. Technically, Golden Checkmate is ideal in standard if you're playing Oblation.
I can't believe you said 4 and you didn't say Gorgeous. I think Gorgeous
I
is really good.
Gorgeous is the best one. It's like I can't
By
believe
far.
the only ultimate that you always play in standard and you like it's no question, no argument. You have to play Gorgeous ult. And it gave it to Guoja of all freaking champions. Like just take
Amen.
away
It would at least we didn't get Avatar of Seryu.
that is fair. If Avatar of Serio existed and it was in if it was in Arcane, I would have been fine. But I was like, honestly, Guoja's ultimate is Avatar of Seiryu because they just said
True.
instead of letting your dragon die and come back with like counters, they just said, what if I just don't let the dragon die? You just have one less way to kill the dragon. Like, oh my gosh, I hate that card. I hate that card so much. There's I don't know what to do against dragon.
You just win. Or you can put you can do fun things. You can put a Scepter of Awakening and Shukong in the same deck. And
Okay.
just play the Diao-chan and then
Okay.
attack for 11. Attack for 11. Or attack for 11, attack for 12. The dragon's dead. And
Okay.
then you just win. After that. You have basically your own dragon, It's a dragon v dragon game. But your dragon is actually a Fantasia.
Yeah, yeah. And then people just play. Did you forget that? Yeah, people play Fantasia Hate now, and Expelled the Departed is extra good for Goja
True.
decks. So
True.
unfortunately, the only time Shukong gets played is because I'm gonna say hit you in end phase for half your life. I'm gonna fan, turn the other way, hit you for the rest of your life. Is that okay? I don't know. Some of these ultimates are fun, but yeah, like apparently Tristan is playable. So the other ones I think are fringe playable. I think Tristan's is fringe playable. I think the Luxem one honestly is actually fringe playable because if we have, yeah,
at that point you're just winning more. If you have 12
no,
cards in hand and you're doubling
yeah,
your reveal triggers,
yeah,
why aren't you just killing them?
because your
You know?
opponent is playing a super stally deck and you're actually going really long and double light weavers does not kill because this stops you from having to go
So
triple
you're
light
saying
weavers.
in that Jimmy Lee, what we saw earlier with Jimmy Lee and
Well, I'm like, say, for example, like if you're playing against like a Diao Chan, like Diao Chan has recover 9 very easily now. Even if you don't play your own allies, so she only recovers 3. There's a lot of stall you can play in that deck. Like if I decide to make heal flowers on your board as
mm-hmm,
Luxem and it goes
mm-hmm,
off, you literally cannot kill
mm-hmm.
me anymore. So
Oh my god,
that
healing
one
flowers, I have trauma from, man.
you genuinely literally cannot kill me anymore. If you're playing against like Alice or something like that, like if I was playing a super toxic like Alice loop heal deck, you literally could not kill me as Luxem. It is genuinely impossible to kill me with Light Weavers. So that ultimate is actually playable because you play it that one turn and you just win the game. It's like the biggest thing is also that it's a Fantasia. and I can't really interact with it. Like otherwise, if you have 13 cards in hand and you like before this, right? You like your way to kill me was be like striking Illuminance, Light Weavers for that same amount of influence. I can interact with that really easily. I can't interact with you just saying ultimate, and it's like if it resolves, I win, and also it's a Fantasia, so it's really hard for you. Like, do you have an Expel the Departed or a Negate? No, I win. Oh, someone's mentioning in the
I
chat.
see your
I
point.
love Diana Bullet. Nox release I think is really good. The problem is you have to build a
Shout
deck
out
around it.
Eric. He's an enjoyer of Diana, so he
Yeah.
just wanted you to endorse him.
Oh well, I'm also a Diana enjoyer because I think people saw that from SN London. I thought it was really fun. Problem with the
Yeah, but
Umbra
that was
Bullet.
Astra Diana and Nox
No,
is the
no,
Umbra
sir.
Diana.
What?
Oh
No.
yeah, wait, you did. Oh, you're right. I take
Ugh.
it back. I
Ugh.
remember. You were
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
yeah.
you were playing
You
Umbra. My
casted
bad, my
me.
bad. I literally did.
Yeah.
I was there, and we even talked about it in person.
Yeah, I
I'm just
misplayed in everything. It's perfect. I remember that. But I think
I remember. I
yeah,
remember
I
you
think
talking about it
yeah.
immediately after. True.
I'm pretty sure
I'm just a
Nox release is
goldfish.
playable though. Nox release is playable, but in my opinion, it has to be paired with Nightmare Coil, another card that no one knows what it does.
I'm
But it's
looking
supposed
it
to be
up right now.
it's
Nightmare.
yeah, Nightmare Coil is the Umbra card that says whenever your opponent plays a card or activates any ability on this turn, take 8 unpreventable. So you look at your opponent and just say Nightmare Coil, and then on that turn, I'll play Nox release and just say, would you like to keep taking 8 over and over again and kill yourself? Or would you like to get Nox released and shot and also lose instantly?
I don't
But just
understand why you're like why do they have
no,
to
like
choose? Because Nightmare Coil says draw a card until
mhm,
end of turn. Whenever an opponent activates a card or ability,
yeah,
that opponent's champion deals 8 unpreventable damage to itself. That's
yeah.
fine.
So then I'm gonna sit there.
Nox
Yeah. Mhm.
on champion hit, that opponent discards 4 cards. Then if that opponent's influence is 4 or less, destroy it. Destroy the hit
So
champion. So basically, it says you win the game.
yeah, but you like the counterplay to that is if you're going to be hit, just play cards. So you have 5 cards in your memory because you played 2 cards or something like that, right? You fast speed, play a couple cards, put 5 cards in
You're
your memory.
saying
You literally
if you
cannot die.
okay, but
Especially
then
also when you're playing this, you're probably going to get your like gun fracturized or baby greened or something in that because it's a bullet, it has to go into a gun. You almost always load into Seeker's Rifle, so at least has Spell Shroud, so you remove one form of interaction. And then you're like, oh, your opponent wants to like maybe Crystallize Destiny you or something, and then it doesn't hit. And I was like, you can also just take 8 if you play Crystallize, so whatever. I'm just gonna make you just take 8 from everything. Yeah, so like I think not like yeah, Nox is fringe playable. The Luxem one is fringe playable. Tristan one is fringe playable if you just change the build. I don't know. People can cook that. I don't want to cook that. There's too many like Tristan one tricks. They can do that. They're hard work for me. Hey, shout out to Asna in EU. Can you just make a list for me to steal again? Like that's usually how I practice Tristan every season. What
you
else is there?
watch Asuna and be like, all right, this is how people play this.
I don't even watch I don't even watch a play. I just like wait until the ascent's over and be like, got it, done.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I remember last year, almost a year ago now, Eddie Unats when Asuna was like, yeah, I never played any deck that's not Tristan. Like, Gary got me into the game. I bought a Tristan Rico, and haven't played anything other than Tristan. And that fact still holds true to this day. They've won multiple events, but they still haven't played anything but Tristan.
I just like the EU guys. They have such nice energy. They're really nice people.
Yep.
If you guys go to Ascents and see the EU guys, just say hi, man. They're all nice. Especially that Henky guy. I know Henky for a fact loves being talked to by strangers
Yeah, just
regularly.
reach out to Henky.
Yeah, just say hi to Henky. Just be like, hey, I'm a big fan. Then just walk away. I think it'd be fun. Can we just do that? Just everyone just say
Actually, you
walk up to
should
Henky and
like
just say,
go
hey,
up
big
and
fan, and just
hug
walk away.
him. Give him a little
Hey,
hug.
hey, hey,
Be like,
hey. We won't go that far, you know? Touching, consent. We won't go that far. But
true,
just go up
true,
and just be
true.
like, hey, Henky the goat. Love the vibes, and just walk away. Don't say anything else. Just I'm sure he doesn't pay attention to the streams or anything, but it'd be
He
really
does.
funny
He
if like
watches.
oh
I know he watches them.
but I just think it'd be really funny if like 15 people walked up to him in an ascent, just did the same thing and say, "Hey, love the vibes," and just walked away,
You
and
should. They
just doesn't
should
have any
say,
context.
"I heard you're really good at Luxem," and walk away. He would be really happy about that. I know. No, don't bully him. Henky's a cool guy. Henky's
Okay, But in the meantime, if you're looking for really fun stuff, I believe Mental Boon is a good place to go and look for fun stuff.
Yeah, it's coming out soon. Fun video content. But unfortunately, I have to go. I have
Mhm.
work in the morning very early, so I
Oh,
go
me too,
sleep.
but we love GA.
I love GA, but I have to walk to work, and that's my problem. So I'm gonna head off, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And Herman
Thank you.
and NEETfull are gonna be back for
Yeah.
round 4
Thank you,
of
Clem.
the NA Online Locals.
We'll
Thank
see you next
you.
time. Thank
See you
you.
next time. Bye
Bye bye
bye.
for now.
Welcome back, everybody, and get ready for a round 4 here for the North American GA Weekly. Of course, I am back here with Herman to close out the night. Herman, how are you feeling about this event so far? How you feeling about the new RDO cards?
I was excited until I didn't see RDO cards. Let me see RDO cards this time, please. I thank you. I want to
Listen,
see
it's
silly things.
there are still some decks with silly things. We'll
Yeah.
hopefully see some more. Again, it is also very one thing that's the kind of the dual edged sword about the new season is early on in the season, people are a little hesitant to like try new things or try crazy new decks. You'll still see a lot of lists kind of revert back to what we've seen prior and just sprinkle in some cards here and there. And then once people see the deck list come up from this event, then you're going to see people be like, all right, cool. I'm pulling out all the stops. Now it's time to start testing.
Yeah, I think it goes back to I think several seasons ago. People always talked, but there's a lot of people in GA. There are a lot of there are a lot of refiners, but no one's a builder, right? No one knows how to build deck lists. Like they can't brew. All they can do is like build all they can do is like refine someone else's list. So there are definitely a lot of people waiting to see what seems good. I just want to see the crazy ideas. Like we already saw Neos a couple times. I love like both sides of Neos, like both 23s. I've been brewing a lot of Arizona, which I was surprised not to see because I personally thought it was more popular than expected. Like Razor Gale Arizona, Water Astra has been going kind of crazy. Wind Astra, pretty different too now. I don't know, I just want to see where's my Rise. I know the answer because no one can afford to play Rye.
I think there's one person in the world that I think is ready to play Rye, and I think everybody knows the name of who that is at this point. I think that is the only player I know of who's even close to it.
Yeah, like I know a bunch of Rye one tricks that are super excited for RDO, really want to play RDO. Don't want to or as unable to pay for 4 angelic channelings, for Raziels, and whatever other cards are needed, like fractal waves and gulfs if you're playing on water. Yeah, so a part of it's
It,
wallet check, part of it is availability checks. 'Cause I don't know about you
yeah,
guys in Canada, all of our allocations were 50%, so we are kind of hurting for finding cards at the moment. But
I
you
think
know,
it's a mix of and it's also a lot of teams still holding on to cards as well. They're just not sure what is going to be played, what's not. So I know of a lot of teams that even like the bigger teams that are like, hey, we're holding on to our like 4 to 5, and then we're sending 2 separate lists. I know I talked a little bit to some of the other people in TFW and they're getting their teams ready. And it's very much the same thing of like, hey, we're actually sending in 3 separate deck lists, not necessarily because we want to, but because it's just like the most the easiest thing to do when everybody needs channels,
yeah,
everybody needs waves, and I mean that fall in the same bucket. I have to figure out how to get 4 more waves before
yeah.
Vegas. So
Like we have what 12 channels technically for us, so three different people playing level three decks. But yeah, there's four. No, there's 8 fractal waves, so it's not bad, not that bad. But there's only I think 5 engulfs, so it gets really rough over there. There's the big one is no, there's not enough bolt of diamonds. That's the crazy thing to me. I was like, dude, these are commons. We can't. It's actually impossible to have 2 people playing diamond stuff. Like it's crazy how fast you use up. I personally opened 11 Bolt of Diamonds, played an actual suited mage list, and ran out of Bolt of Diamonds almost instantly.
yeah, it's we have a couple people testing that list, and I will say water suited looks pretty nutty. I'm not gonna lie.
Really
There's some
fun.
crazy stuff you can do with that list, and
Yeah.
I think it's one of the sleepers as well. That's lying in wait to season. I think as well. I think realistically, I think Slimes is another list that is kind of right now is it had all the tools to start making it good last season, but I think the stuff we got in RDO gives you a whole nother dimension to the list, and I think that's another one that is gonna have to be looked out for because
Yeah. I think the really fun thing about slimes too is it also gives me more of a reason to play like angelic channelings, all these like advanced elements. This gives me more reason to actually fit these terrasites into my deck and not feel bad about it because you really do all these decks that play so many advanced cards and have any sort of fast speed draw. Beautiful.
yeah. Yeah, and the biggest thing as well is other people with the channelings is sometimes you can when you have like a setup in your hand, you can actually pitch the cards to the bottom as part of that resolution. So especially with decks like um Rye and Slimes, where sometimes you don't need everything that you banish, you just needed to get them out of the way. Sometimes you just say, "Hey, I don't need my third ethereal slime in this
Oh yeah,
situation.
100%.
Let's
Yeah,
dunk it to
like
the bottom."
or it's like you have to play all these like Luxem slimes in your deck just in case. But like I don't want any of these, but I also don't want them like here right now. Like
Yeah.
so just swap them out. Well, I don't need a second one. You know, I'll have one as a wall, and then the allies player, I'll like, oh, I can't deal with the first one. Why do you need to play second?
Yeah, yeah, and I will say it's there. You've got like a lot of flexibility on that as well. Is you have other, and of course with going back to even Rye. Rye is a situation of you get the matchup where you're in this case the Arcane Blast may not be the route to win, and at that point say, hey, the Arcane Blast is actually not the card I want in this situation. So maybe at that point you dunk that to the bottom and you set up for what is going to be your actual kill turn. Now again, there's a lot of math that goes into a Rye level 3 turn. I've watched Hiyuka sit there for 5 minutes and be like, I think I got it. And you're like, all right, go off. Let's see what happens.
Or I think Rise is one of those decks that actually plays Angelic Channeling after hitting level 3, right? Just
Yeah.
like, here's the 3 arcane, just cycle it out right now. I don't want it. I've seen this happen. I've seen it happen one time where it's like Angelic Channeling, put your 3, you go to level 3, you put those 3 back on top, and then while you're still in prereq, it's like 2 down, Angelic Channeling again. Again, I just cycle those again. I just want to
Yeah.
keep them there. I don't want to. I actually don't actually want to draw them.
Yeah, I want that. I want the levels, and that
Yeah.
that is one thing that is going to be. I'm surprised with you that we haven't seen Rye start to like come out from these lists. But at the same time, I think there is also a layer that Rye realistically is a harder deck to play. There is a it
Yes.
is a deck that if you make a mistake, you kind of don't get a way out of a
Yeah.
situation. You're kind of like, oh, oops, I I did the wrong thing.
Well, I think a big thing is that that deck eats so many slots just to play its own game that when you go into the big boogeymen of PTM, like I believe we're going to walk into one of the PTM classics. We're going to see exactly how strong it is nowadays. Water Diana's coming up soon. So we get to see just what has changed for PTM. Honestly, not that much, except for like 1 or 2 cards. Quick step treads. Absolutely disgusting. I hate it. Terrible. Oh man. But
Yeah,
yeah, can't play a lot of decks into this one. So let's see how the
I
gatekeeper
know
functions now.
I know people in the chat are going to kind of question. Their thing is. I think we'll address the elephant in the room. Is kind of. I will agree with it. Yeah, I'm in the boat where I'm shocked. Strides didn't even see a change in the tier where it was at on the ban list, which is shocking to me because I think Strides is an incredibly powerful card, and part of the reason why this deck list is unfortunately is the premier aggro deck of the game at the moment.
Yeah, but I think it's part of it. Like it's a new set. You don't technically have like major events before the next ban list, which I believe was already announced as April 20th. Might as well let players get like 2 weeks to test if this really matters, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe all these new tools we got, in like maybe in their practice they said that it's enough to maybe stimmy like some of this like aggression, if you just commit to it, and we'll give the players like 2 weeks to see if it actually matters. My gripe with it is just that it's so like deck building warping, right? Like you have to play Diana answers. Like you can't play stuff like Rye because I can't fit like these taunts, these intercepts, these topsies or whatever thing. I just lose if I don't play these two. So it it's hard. It's kind of just, but it's normal Diana things. We've seen both of these lists pretty regularly last season. We're going to see them again. We're just kind of just seeing like, did like I think Merlin was one of those decks that was pretty decent into Diana already, as long as you didn't just get rolled over in the first like 2 turns.
Yeah, and we're
We're gonna
seeing
see if
very
it's
quickly
strong
here
enough.
the reason why Merlin is actually a fairly decent matchup here, which we're seeing the early dungeon guide into level 2. Very big reason why we want to get level 2 early into a Diana matchup.
Yeah, and another thing is that this Blanche is actually, I'm like pretty sure this is why Neon class had mainboard Blanches, right? It's actually obscenely obnoxious for a Diana player to deal with. You're going to end up having to shoot the Blanche. It's very hard for them to, like in front of a level 2 and a Blanche, it's very hard for them to kill the Blanche without having to do something like just fire the Aether Wing at it and just waste a bunch of damage. Because you really don't want to play your ally. Like, your allies like Frostworn and Crystalline require that floats that the Merlin's going to deny from you, or you might not be able to have access to without being able to shoot in the first place. So that Blanche just keeping the Codas away, keeping the chip damage from like Charger Souls away. Ooh. Makes sense. Lose the Weaving Mana Stream because it is not very optimal to play that card in this matchup. Neutral end,
I
very well known to like very good Aetherwing player.
Yeah, very good call to get rid of it too, because it's not only is you want to keep it because of the Merlin, you're essentially giving Merlin the free level value here, and that's the opposite of what you want to do.
At least they were able to set up a frog, so no more chip damage coming up unless some Merlin somehow decides to put 6 damage into that frog to get around. Could also protect things like just with how opportunity works, right? You could technically find some ways to take advantage of your float somehow behind this. Maybe, I don't know. You can play a little slower on neutral inside, but you're still it's still rough, right? This is so fast for Merlin. You kind of just denied the entire game plan.
Yeah. And it's you have to now, if you're neutral end, you have to play, as you mentioned, you have to play a little bit slower. You have to kind of go for a little bit more board control. But the longer you take to get to level to a twist and to get that lethal line on board, the closer Merlin is to just being say, hey, here's 5 different fireball effects.
Yep. And Blanche already showing its worth right now. She said, try to say Charger Soul face, and Blanche, one card in memory is all you need to say no. All right. So fired at face, did not care about Blanche. There's probably no coda line, I guess, or going to worry about that later. The on-hit effect. So this is kind of what you have to do as Diana versus Merlin. You just have to overwhelm the Merlin. The Merlin will have to get your for like level value. You can't really do anything about it. Like all you can do is just say, can I just stack tons and tons of float in here? Like if they have 2 floats in here, then Merlin can take one, sure, and then my Crystal and Archer can take the other. So this is what's going to happen probably, or a Paladin or something. And with the 0/6 Frog next to it, it's actually very very hard for Neon Class to deal with.
Yep, we're seeing exactly that as the route here.
Mhm. I think he's just asking, do you care which one? So at least the benefit from Neon Class's side is that it does force all the cards away from Diana's hand to be able to make these kind of plays. So you at least, even though your opponent's water, you don't have to worry about them interacting too much. But the damage is starting to rack up pretty quickly at this point because you can't kill that Frosthorn. That Frosthorn's also awake. Oh, he just passed. Huh. Materialize back up, say pass, because you need to get your cards back from after turboing to 2.
Yep, nothing crazy here. And it's yeah, and looking at the kind of what is in the main board, there's not many other options besides the backup. So I respect the decision of going to backup here because everything else is either going to lose value or likely just not do anything. Which there's some maybe justification for terraforming, but I don't think we're close to a lethal line yet to have to justify the terraforming yet. But who
Yeah.
knew? Every time I've said that, it's coming to bite me.
I mean, it's something that it's. I mean, there's a Blanche, so I think you're going to be fine here. Because worst case scenario, you just say backup charger for 3 and have 4 cards in memory for Blanche. So there's no coda lines, and no coda lines. I don't think there's a lethal line here. Yeah, prematurely set up the archer. Oh, the archer just swing for 1. No, honestly, I can see it. Yeah, it's behind a 0/6 frog. What are you going to do? Fireball it?
I would take that trade every day.
Yeah. Okay, so the terraforming is still coming up. Yes, yeah, it'll add up quickly. It's just awkward because you do want to stay at level 2 to continue to deny the Diana game plan, but at some point you have to go to 3 because of that frog being set up and just to rack up levels and damage.
Yeah, and even with the archer now, you're essentially on 5 damage a turn that you're taking that you have not really any ways to stop at the moment. Besides maybe a resolute if you're holding one, but
It's gonna be it honestly just might be sit behind the frog, swing for 4 every turn over and over again until and wait for Neonoclax to make some sort of play. Because yeah, if I'm in neutral end's position, I kind of don't mind, right? Sure, I can't play my float stuff, but like if you're just taking damage for free, and I'm just drawing an additional card every turn, swapping out bad cards for good ones here like this. I'm surprised he's not going for the new card. I guess like that's the other thing. Like you don't like all you're really worried about as neutral end is getting blown up randomly. So if you have the flash grenade, you can't get blown up randomly. Versus something like the quick step. I don't know. I think quick step is still fun. That card is crazy. Draw a card on enter and just says tax everything your opponent does as long as you're distant.
especially when our opponent is fairly comparatively is pretty low on influence to the where normal Merlins are at this stage of the game. So
Yeah.
I'm a little shocked with you. Like, but I think maybe just again we don't want to potentially say, oh, I'm a level to Merlin, and then here's a bunch of fireball effects. So
Yeah.
which I see we're
Well,
in fireball. I don't see the
like Flared Iridescence.
Yeah, I don't see Flared in the list, so
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing with the Flash Grenade being out is a lot of people forget about this. You can make like pretty much anything distant, um, and then Flash Grenade it. So if Neoniclex finds some way to get through the frog, you could technically like backstep the frog and then Flash Grenade it and just never let this taunt die. And you're just playing allies, right? You're just it's just an allies beatdown. Like, look at this. He just backsteps the Crystal and just said, "Yeah, I technically I don't need to use float to make this distance. I can just
I gotta do it
hit you,
anyways.
yeah, hit you for 7. You're technically presenting lethal next turn if you just make it distant again. What are you gonna do, Neon Class? Not level up again?
Yeah, the question is, are we going to see potentially another ally play, or is it just going to be a pass?
I think the safe thing is you already established lethal on board. Like all you have to do is just say, like you have to level up now. And once he levels up, he can just play a Weaving Mana Stream and get so much value, right? There's no way Neon Class doesn't level here, right? Because if I'm
We see
neutral,
the
I'm just
debate
trying to.
happening.
Yeah, if I'm neutral, I'm actually just holding my cards just because the Terraforming's already on board. Next turn, I have lethal as long as uh my archer is distant. And this Topsy Decree is not being played for any value. This Topsy Decree is definitely just being played just to put 3 cards into memory to level up, which will put in the Neoniclex to 2 cards in hand. Merlin Trigger will put to 3, and then draw to 4. Not a lot of room to work with.
And it does look like we're just doing it for having our opponent discard a card.
It's literally just a level up, I'm pretty sure. Like, you can't sit on level 2 anymore. You will just die. Oh, he had a Dungeon Guide in there, too. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, if neutral ends his turn with all that hand, you try to Dungeon Guide, and then even like if Frostbind fails, you put your entire hand down. You just have to calculate at that point, right? It's just a math game. It's not even like interaction game to win the game. And I guess this is why the Flash Grenade came out. Yeah, try to kill a frog.
Yep, say
Do
nope.
you think he will backstep the frog? Actually, there's been 2 backsteps. Do you think he'll reposition the frog or like something?
With having it out, I wouldn't be shocked here, because if you're just able to keep that out, you can also use your board here just to also clear clear your opponent Young Glax's board if you don't have lethal. But at this point, you're pretty close to lethal.
Think while he doesn't have the extra 2 cards in hand, because he doesn't know that Neon Class is not playing Flared. So this is the safest point to make your frog distant. Oh, Frostbind that. Okay, that works too. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's 1 card. Just say no.
That's pretty strong.
Now that frog can't die because there's only 2 more damage left on board.
Calling back to when we talked about how most people are switching away from Frostbind for their negate effects. Water Dana, not so much.
Yeah, Water Damage just has space. They just said, I don't need to put arcane cards in here. Just play every good water card that exists. Yeah, and then there's the weaving. Like, yeah, I fully expected this because you're no longer level 2. You can play this safely. Expecting this to be either strides or a quick step treads.
With only 1 card in hand, I would strides is likely the call here,
Strides.
because
Yeah,
like
probably just.
nothing off a 1 card hand is, even a resolute here is not gonna save us too
Well,
much.
if it's a resolute, it has to be played right now before neutral end break collects. No, nothing got recollected. So let's see. So with the terraframe, you can only attack so many times. I'm counting 4, 5, 6. There's 7 damage, and then 4 damage. You only have to attack with Diana, and then eat the Weaving Mana Stream with the Crystalline Archer, and you win. Yep, take 7. Crystalline eats the thing, and you have way more than enough hand to do that. So that's a scoop.
Yep.
All right, there you go.
There we go. Moving on to
Oh,
moving on to game 2.
you know
Man,
what
it
feels
is.
bad? I saw that flash of that Neoclass's hand. That last card he had in hand was just another Ghost of Pendragon.
Oh my goodness! If we got to resolve 1, we could have
Yeah.
potentially fought for some board back here.
Yes. Damn. Well, this is kind of expected. This is the boogeyman, right? You like even if you're playing a deck that has the answer to refuse to let its engine start off. Sometimes you just kind of say, "Hey, water allies, just water ally things."
Yep. So that's one thing that makes this deck just so powerful as well. Is it doesn't just rely on the bow to do its damage. It also gets to divide it with, we said, you're just an ally deck. Here's two really well statted allies, and in that game, the frog was very much the MVP
Yeah, I,
in this
I
game.
I think a big one is that like a lot of people didn't switch to this build, which I was very surprised by. But like no Cheshire Cats is the biggest change between this build and like other people's like the most common Diana build. I actually personally think this one's better because it's more flexible. It's more of an allies deck, like Cell Sharpshooters, Mad Hatters, actually hard playing the Toad Troll instead of just keeping it as like a pitch target or something like that for your codas because it genuinely protects your board, like we saw this here, and you have a large board. These additional like 6 to 8 allies that you play in this deck do so much freaking damage when they cannot be interacted with. And a lot of these decks are really, really greedy. They are not trying to interact with these things. Like if I leave a 1/3 Cell Sharpshooter on board, are you really going to kill it? Like answers on, can you even kill it? A lot of these decks don't even have allies to kill these things or like early damage to kill these things when I just leave them on board. And then it just adds up like this. Just say, okay, whatever. I'm just done with the Aether Wing. You just do you.
It's also in a sense like an anti-meta call as well, because there's going into LA, that was one of the biggest things, is there was so many lists that had answers for Cheshire Cats in their board, because it was just, you had so many deck lists that were playing it. So at that point, if everybody's gonna hate on it, why play it?
Yeah, exactly. Like Neoclax has these like 4 reprograms and these Nimways. I'm pretty sure all 4 Nimways are going to come in because now it's just going to be answering allies. You just have so many allies you have to kill. And if you're playing normal, like the Cheshire Diana here, you just kind of fold to that because you can't really do anything. But versus here, you're just like, oh, the Nimway's on board. It's going to kill all these like allies I'm trying to establish damage with. But I also have more allies. I'm just going to kill the Nimway. Like, how many times can you do this to me?
Yeah. Yeah, Neon Clax has got a couple of pieces that we could see. I mean, we could see if they can set up. They do have the Tome of Sorcery on top of the Nascent Blast, so if you can set that up, it's kind of a nice way to like one ally a turn to deal with. If we can see it, but sometimes it's having to see seeing the Nascent Blast as a 2 of in the deck.
Yeah, but like for example, Sabella in this matchup, I think is terrible because if you get to that level 3 and you're starting to do level 3 things, you probably won anyway. You just have to like side out all of your late game stuff and just say, I have to stabilize, I have to win the early game, and just hope you see a Pendragon to really fix your late game here.
Having
It's-
access to Protector at all costs is also a pretty strong card in this
yeah,
matchup.
cheaper too, yes. Redirect that first attack or like that big strides attack. Hope you don't get frostbitten. Ooh, starts with a language total again.
Don't think you can ask for a better start in this matchup,
Yeah.
as we saw last round.
Yes, very underrated by a lot of Diana players to actually play your like 0/6 taunt here. Like against these slower decks, and when you're actually playing allies as your win con, it's really big deal to just never let any of them die and never take any chip damage. Like without a Totro last game, like maybe he doesn't even try to go for a board. He just says face, and then at some point just says level to Merlin 3 and just randomly fireball you to death. Oh, okay, same thing as first game.
We're seeing the quick. I mean, if we got the Nimue to back it up, that could be a potential reason why he might be doing this here. Just kind of try to shut out 2 fronts.
Oh, he kept the Sabellas. Interesting. Okay. Well,
I think Liminal was the other banished target, it looks like.
yes. Yeah, makes sense. You can't greed here. You just have to do as much as you can early. What are we took out? Yeah, too much effort. There's a lot of cards you can take in and out here and there. Oh, I know cremation. Do you personally ever just cremate in front of a water player and just hope they don't have it?
It kind of depends. Realistically, in a bigger event, I'm usually a little more cautious. But we have a thing in DFW where we are we are very much we just send it. So we have the mentality if you got it, you got it. So
Mhm.
we have some pretty bad habits here in DFW. So we will just sometimes be like, I mean, you gotta have the frostbite. So what are the odds? Like,
Yeah,
why not?
and then or you justify yourself. People like they gotta have the frostbite. They frostbite you. It's like, well, now they don't have it. So if I do it
Yeah.
again,
So now I may have lost 2 cards, but they lost a card, so obviously I'm winning.
No, but then they're like, they don't have another Frostbite, so I'm just gonna do it again, right? I'm gonna play another Frostbite. Ooh, just playing the Cell Sharpshooter. It's an on-enter. There's no float. Okay. Just this time, instead of a Frostborn or something, we're gonna sit there with a 1 damage ally instead of a 3. That is a very big deal.
I mean, right now I'm counting a 22 turn clock, so. It
Could
looks
be
like we
worse, yeah.
decided not to swing either. Oh, okay. We're
I
just,
don't know.
I thought we passed
Yeah,
for some
we
reason.
marked the damage, but I think he was just cleaning up. Ooh, cleaning up his board, and the laptop just shook. I'm shook too, honestly. Just looking at this.
Oh, I'm just bobbing with it.
Damn, it's actually just the same game as last time. This is just PTM all over again. You're sitting there and be like, hey, you can't play floating, and then neutral end just is on the build that just says that's fine. I don't need floating. I'm just gonna hit you. 22 turns in a row. Is that okay?
Like, let's see what you can do in 22 turns.
Yeah.
I would hope Merlin could do something in 22 turns.
Oh, Varukin. Okay, there we go. You can do something. Just say no more Aether Wing for you.
That does help out a lot in this matchup. I think we do. I know some of these lists actually, when they were the more sword heavy, they actually forgo the other bow, which was crazy to me. But I don't think Neutral End is doing that. I think we are sitting with both. Or hopefully
Because you're playing the Hatter build, you can't. You know, just in case you. Yeah. Like it's very rare that it happens, but I'm pretty sure you just simply can't not have a second one. I think he plays Cascade.
yeah,
Yeah, he
his
plays
mana's
Cascade
cascade.
instead of the Spell Shroud one, but you have to have a second weapon. Oh, okay. Well, 23 turn clock because you have to kill the Varukin here before it becomes 3-1.
All according to plan.
All according to Keikaku. That means plan, by
What
the
does
way.
that mean? Oh, thank you.
What a dumb boomer joke. I mean, yeah, that works for Neoclax, you know? Hey, neutral end just going to hold his entire hand to say, keep all the interaction possible, keep all the float until you decide to level up. That's a lot of influence, so my gentle respite goes through, right?
We're thinking here, though. Looks like we're thinking on it.
Are we going to double Frostbind this? Oh, current. Oh, okay. Maybe it wasn't that much higher. All right, looks like the plan is to, yeah, if you're playing this one undercurrent vantage, you're definitely playing like at least one more float, maybe two. Just yeah, you're overwhelming the Merlin again. Just to turn off the respite. So instead of getting +1 card, they get +1 level off of you. Maybe it's bait and he's gonna leave it here and then weaving mana stream end phase after he's already eaten. Okay, honestly, this is totally valid. You get your card back.
Which one did we just fracturize?
Fracturized neutral ends power cell, right? Did they fracturize another power? This is so funny. He actually, yeah, this is how you overwhelm the thing. Here's 3 float. Would you like to take one? Sure. And then just yeah, like, whatever. I'll just use the other 2. Did Neoniclex think his own power cell got fracturized?
I think. That's why I was like wondering, because the Anclax flipped the card. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah. No, it's probably just yeah. The power cell probably just got lost on the board on the other side because you know you're just playing the slow game. You kind of don't expect the Diana to just be like, hey, here's a backup charger. Ooh, yeah, going for it.
Right, it's a
Probably
little
can, right?
early
He
too.
only has 2 cards. I think we also try to force the Terraframe, if anything. There's no Blanche this time, right? So you could just die. Oh. Okay, the Terraframe did get popped. That is part of the Keikaku means plan, just so you guys know. Don't make me explain that. Don't make me old. I don't want to do this. but we're gonna see if how much damage you can output on this turn. That's 7. That's pretty good. That's no longer a 22 damage clock.
We're now on a. I can do math now. Let's look at this. 14 to
14.
14 turn clock.
Yeah. Like neutral and just sits there and says no. Yeah, level up. No,
Ooh.
not level up. Tome. All right, Tome and gets to eat another float. I was actually fully expecting neutral to play like another one of those allies. I'll eat the Vantage as well.
Makes me wonder if we have the Nascent Blast. Part of the reason for the tome too.
Card's a Carter. I don't think he plays Drawnblade, so I think might as well use the 'cause you don't want to break the lock and level up to 3 here. So you don't play Drawnblade. No, he does play Drawnblade. But you're level no, but you're Merlin, so you don't get a draw unless you're Merlin 3 or Lorraine 1 from a Drawnblade, so you need Tome here. And a turbocharge. Okay. Good things against water players. That is what you want to do against water players, just maximize your influence. Still stuck behind a frog, though. I don't know. I believe that Cell Sharpshooter is no longer distant, unless he made it distant again.
I do not believe so. I believe Distant did fall off. I just don't think we removed the counter yet.
Yeah.
Because we haven't played anything since the Boots play.
Yeah, it was just a 2 to swing for Terrafring. And then what? 8 the float. You kind of sit there. There's the Cascade. There's the second weapon. So this is just keep the pressure up. No longer a very small clock. You ideally want to play Aether Wings like Prudent Knock or um, Etheric Calibration that don't have floating on them after you shoot. Unless he really wants. Yeah.
Oh, there's not.
Wait, that's 3 cards in Neoniclax's memory, right?
Just 2.
Oh, no, it's
Oh,
3
and yeah,
from the turbo, yeah.
never mind.
So this is actually really interesting because if neutral end, do you even have 2 water Aether charges that he can play at this moment? Because if you put 2 water Aether charges into that right now, oh, recurring. I do like recurring. That's one of the new cards. It's just going to be an Aether charge you're going to be able to play again later. But I was just hoping for it to be water because if you get a couple water ones, hit Neoniclax here, you just actually fully take away the even the option of trying to go to level 3 without having to play another card.
Now we have how much? I think we still have 6 influence, so we could potentially have enough to still do it. We could be using the attack here to maybe bait out an Nascent Blast or something like that here. And then go for it. Well, never
No,
mind.
just
That's
Norm.
not water. That's not water.
That's okay. Damage is damage. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think Dan is distant.
Yep, 4 damage.
It's just one of these games that it just says neither of us are going to play our normal game plan, but I have allies and you don't.
Maybe we were right. Maybe it was the just you had to put them on the fear of the 18 turn clock, 22 turn clock. That's all you got to do.
So an interesting thing that also happened is I think it's like by leaving that extra float in his graveyard there and having Neoniclax eat it, it makes that next turn really awkward if you level up to Merlin 3. But what are you gonna do? Still not level up? Because you know that this deck can burst you for 10 out of nowhere. Like you just pull out a Bauble of Scarcity next turn or something, discard a frog and say Coda for 6 of it.
Looks like
Kinda have to
a fireball was in that mix that got banished. So
Fireball, Cremation, Angelic Channeling. Yeah, it just feels so bad because you made him eat that extra. Like, sure, you get the extra level counter, but I think he'd rather have a card here right now. His influence is so small; it doesn't matter what he wants to try to play this turn. It'll get Frostbound if he has one.
yeah, but he's got to have it. So we've already talked about this.
That's fair. He did hold 3 up, and he didn't choose to use his fractal, so technically showing 1 more.
You see, I watched Perfy's video today. It's about bluffing. I think he's bluffing. I think he's.
Yeah,
I think.
but
I
he
don't
already
think so.
passed. He already passed. Neonoclax said pass.
Never mind.
Yeah.
We should have called the bluff.
Yeah.
We did not. The mana cascade requires you to have water cards.
Two
in
water,
the
right? Two water Aether
yeah,
charges.
yeah,
Which of
and they
which
were all annoying.
there are only two good ones, right? Just refreshing charge and drown in Aether. Drown in Aether is not good in this matchup.
There's also weaving mana stream.
Oh yeah, I always forget about that one. Yeah, but you can't play Weaving Mana Stream in front of a Merlin, so
Yeah.
hey, this is the fun one though. I love this. I love it like in a conceptual standpoint. I hate seeing Diana being able to do this, just being like, hey, like normally you'd look at them and be like, your Aether charge is kind of or your Aether wings kind of stranded now. You're not doing any damage with it. Now you get recurring. Fast speed, just say, can I load this? Do it again. Yeah, load it, do it again. Technically lethal on board, right?
Uh, Diana swinging in for what'll be 2, 1 for the sharpshooter.
Never mind. Swung for 1. Doesn't matter. Just because I saw the scarcity come out, and I was like, oh, just showing that I should count extra 6. But
Well, Coda with double Coda here would be for 12, right?
does he have 7 cards? Because you have to discard the frog, and then you have to be able to play 2 Codas. I think he has 6. Oh, all right, because he has a fractal as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's cooked. Maybe. Oh, maybe not.
We'll see here. Nope, we're just passing. Going back. Neoclax has another turn here.
Honestly, if I'm neutral end, like it makes sense, right? Like, what am I going to do? Die?
Yeah. Well, how many fireballs could he have?
Well, also the fireballs only do like 8 damage right now, right? So, like, you have to triple fireball me with. I think he only has He only has influence to be able to play 2 fireballs right now, and one of them's getting frostbitten for sure, or frostbound for sure.
Well, with the 2 fireballs, I think would do it because we have the tome. So the one of them
Eight,
would come in for 9.
9 puts him to 10. 8 puts him to 18.
Oh, it does. I can't math.
Not enough
As
cards in
Rex
hand,
said in the
never.
chat, reading is hard.
Fluffy, okay. Time to extend that. Oh, he actually had quite a lot of influence, more than I thought. So he started the turn with 8. He'll start next turn with draws to 9. Okay, you know, 9 means he can triple fireball next turn, and he's still holding what, 4 cards? 4 cards is kind of scary because can't pay for a frostbind. The new card, Imperial Countermeasures, 1 cost, so you can't get that negated. Just 1 cost down, prevent 4, pay 2 for frostbind. Survive 1 more turn, boys. This is one of one of the fastest games of all time. Can you tell this is the aggro menace, the aggro water Aether Diana?
I listen. I feel it. It is so weird. If you would have told me like 2 or 3 sets ago that the premier aggro deck was going to be water, I'd have been like, okay, okay, buddy, sit
Yeah,
down.
when we had to get proxy defaults, a Scepter of Lumina just because we couldn't kill fast enough.
And if you told me back then it would be Diana being the one that does it, I'd be like, okay, sure.
Okay, interesting. So you're going to tactical retreat, become distant, use that float for Quicksilver Tread, Quicksilver Tread, whatever what it's called. I think Quick Tread something. Draw a card, get Quick Step Treads, and then just tax your opponent so they can't play the game next turn. Okay, I know I'm lost. He's just going level 2. Never mind. Because why else would you use 2 float like that?
Yeah.
So we go level 2. Looks like, I mean, effectively what this signals is that neutral definitely does not have game. There was definitely no coda or anything like that. We're just trying to do a 22 turn clock. And that Fluffy is actually annoying enough to stop. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. So Diana does 5 right now. Ideally, you want. Ideally, you want this cell sharpshooter to be distant. Yeah, so that sharpshooter can kill the Fluffy, and you can put all that damage into face.
Yeah, because Diana's already distant. We don't need there.
Yeah. Oh, the Imperial countermeasured the Fluffy. That works, yeah. Makes it effectively. Oh yeah, and we saw the draw into memory, so it's effectively fully resolved. So 3 and 3. So Fluffy still has technically 4 health. Okay, that works.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good
Yeah.
way to answer it.
Yeah. And that's going to be 5 damage to face as long as he doesn't play Imperial countermeasures a second time, which I believe he only has 3. in deck. I think Neonoclax only plays 2 Imperial countermeasures, so it'd be crazy if he had both.
Oh,
And he had both. Okay.
that's the lesson.
Ah. It was in response to the on attack, so neutral still only has 2 cards in hand, so you can't frostbind the second one either.
Listen,
So 4 gets absorbed again, and this Fluffy still has 4 health technically. So you're going to just fire the Diana for it at it.
he's only got 2
Yeah.
in the deck. What are the odds?
I mean, I went to go double check the deck list. Yeah, there's only 2. So is it? Yeah. So all we're sitting here, we just have to make sure. Do you think Neoclass has 3? Maybe he has 3 fireballs as well. Because 3 fireballs ends the game next turn. 2 fireballs is not enough. All right.
Oh, yeah, because we got the
5.
health boost. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 level counters. You are level 8. So first fireball does 9. Second fireball does 10. 9 plus 10, 19. Puts him to 21 out of 22. So triple fireball this guy.
All 2 are going down. We're
But
tapping for
also
Empower. We're
neutral
resting
can
for the Empower.
he can pay for. Okay, that works. Rest for the empower. Put that back. Still have the empower. Neutral has cards in hand, so you kind of don't want to all in on like triple fireballs. But I don't know if you get another turn. Does he have enough cards in hand to pay for triple fireball through frostbind and or a scarcity? Can he even pay for double fireball through a frostbind and scarcity?
What? Well, yeah, if you're going all in, you would just play them all in response to scarcity.
Yeah, but that's assuming you have 3 fireballs, right?
Yeah.
Because if you only have if you only have 8 cards, then you can't do that. Oh, he can finally kill the frog though. That's 6 damage I see on board. Maybe it's 2 fireballs and 1 damage.
I think the only scary part is if you go for the frog, you do kind of set up Coda
Yeah,
for them without a discard outlet, which is
maybe I believe you're just stalling here. You're just trying to see if neutral and if he uses up his cards right now. Like I think Neutron's a good enough player to know that he can't spend a single one of his cards in his 3 card hand right now. Otherwise, you just get triple fireballs. I don't know, double fireballs. Also, the empower just fell off if he's ending his
yeah.
turn.
So we're only gonna be able to do 18 with fireballs, so we're still too short.
Well, we're getting a flash grenade, which is going to make it much harder to win. Looks like you're going to need another turn. Whoa. Neutral end? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Or
Are you sure? 1 card in hand? Fracturize I mean, oh, okay, so reprogram. Oh my gosh, no.
What?
Oh, actually, you know
Oh,
what's really funny though? Cell Sharpshooter is an automaton, so it would make it a 0/1. But okay, so this is interesting interactions, right? So yes, so reprogram onto the cell sharpshooter makes it a 0/1 for like forever because 2 data counters. But this is an interaction a lot of people used to do for like hasty messenger, and not enough people are doing for crusty. I think this is really big. If you put crusty to 0 attack, it is not allowed to declare attack in the first place. So you cannot, even though like yeah, even though you do the on attack, yes, you can banish and like become distant and have an attack stat. You have 0 attack. By rule of the game, you are not allowed to declare an attack with that unit.
you could even tell the new Tyrant was like, "Do you want the automaton?" For the day, it's like, "No, no, 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 no."
Yeah, love this. It's generally funny. Like you could technically counterplay this by just playing something from your like to make the crusty distant, like from hand, but it's eats cards, right? So yeah, if you're fracturizing your flash grenade like that, you're definitely going for some sort of like all-in, like super lethal play, right? So and there you wouldn't do that if you had a distant enabler in your hand, which he clearly does not. That's a power cell. Oh, whatever. Right? Yeah, just more damage. 3 damage. No Aether Wing. So now what?
We only hit for 1 damage there, though.
Shouldn't have been distant. Should have been distant.
No, this it only gets power cell. It does not give distant as part of its
Oh
mechanic.
yeah.
You have to give it. You have to manually give it distant.
Yeah. Or just give it a power cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's okay. So he gets to survive 1 more turn. So now what? How do you can you double fireball him now? If we stalled enough turns?
It would be exact. Yes, double fireball would be exact. It'd be 10 and 10. So 20. It would put him exactly at 22.
Yeah. I think they're okay, so another thing that was just happening here for the creative shock was so you do have to respond earlier because how creative shock works for people who also haven't seen this is if you discard a fire card for creative shock, there's no opportunity in between, you know, taking that damage, like seeing that as a fire card and then taking that damage. So you do have to just respond to the cast of creative shock if you think that 2 damage matters, which clearly
How
doesn't
many?
because
How many
fireball
cards are
kills
in neutral end's hand?
6 or 7. You know, I'm sure it's more. I just want to say that.
If it.
Well, now you can kill the frog.
Do we have a? It's because Coda's fast activation, right?
It is.
So could we
Just
potentially?
double coda in response and kill.
Yeah.
It
I don't.
is
We have a chance to see the funniest thing ever here. Of double fireball in response, double coda.
very possible. I think that's what I think Neon Class wants to set up for, right? If like and why Neutron might have been thinking about on the creator shot because if you can set up so that one fireball is lethal, you don't have to play both. It changes the game so much. But right now, empowered, so technically +7, so an empire, a fireball would do 11 here, which puts him to 19 out of 22. Not quite enough. So I think it's back to both players just kind of chilling. But I don't know if Neoclax survives another turn. Okay, 3 from
This is
a
the turn.
sharpshooter, 4 from 2 sharpshooters. So maybe he does survive a turn. Oh no, 4 from 2 sharpshooters puts him to 22, and then you have a risk of dying to a singular coda. So
Well, not to mention Archer should be back online now because it was only going to
yes,
turn.
yes. So we have a. I guess I'm gonna try to double check to see if Crystallin's definitely a human and not an automaton, right? Crystal Archer's definitely a human, so yeah, that's not a debuff counter. It's just, but hey,
Power
3 to
cell.
face.
Oh,
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 okay,
that's pretty
that
good.
works. Song of Frost, Song of Frost, Song of Frost, Song of Frost. Tactical
He
retreat.
did- he paid alternative cost, so I think he has enough for Frostbind here.
No, just tactical retreat. Just end the combat phase.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, he has 2 fractals over there. He could definitely end the combat phase, swing Krusty for 4, put him in the range of 1 Coda. Oh, okay,
Oh.
just do that. Wait, but
That's
okay,
the
Topsy's
skill.
being a response. Yeah,
That's
that's
the
why
skill.
it's specifically. And
Oh.
yeah, he's gonna choose to rip the Toad. But there's a Bauble of Scarcity on board, so if there is a Toad in hand, yeah, you let the Topsy resolve. Yeah, Bauble of Scarcity. Because ever since that Bauble of Scarcity has been like ever since that was established, I'm pretty sure you know for a fact there was a Toad in neutral end's hand the whole time. So 6 puts him to 24, and then if that Krusty swings with a, I actually have no idea if there's a float available. I don't think so. Oh, okay, there's a 6, and then you end the combat phase. Oh, never mind, you just play another one. All right, yeah, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 cards in memory. That's a 0 damage coda. Dude, Neonoclax with the defensive players. He is a defensive play. Yep. That's only 2 cards left in neutral's hand. There are okay, just scoop. Yeah, just scoop. Yeah, just scoop. I'm pretty sure at that point you just ask your opponent, "Do you have 2 fireballs?" I would actually at least ask Neonoclax to show me the 2 fireballs before I scoop. But you're definitely just gonna blow up to what is it? Double Pendragon, and Nert for 2. So 6,
One.
7, 8, and 9 damage on board puts him to 16, and then 1 fireball kills. Okay, yeah. Well, that
I
was
think it
one of
should have
those.
been. I think it was 10 damage on board because they had the inert sword.
He was going to odd next turn.
Well, he has a well. The inert sword's debates too.
Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah.
a nerd. So yeah, I saw there's a yes, you're right, sort of
Yeah.
seeking.
So 7-17, and that's at that point just show him one fireball.
Yeah. Dude, imagine like Neonoclax just doesn't have a fireball that entire time and just bluffed it and just said, yeah, I have one, just scoop please. It's
Just
technically possible. He banished one.
with that many card draw, the odds are definitely against you. But yeah, at that point, just
I
also it
mean,
could
I've
just
seen
be
it
a
before.
play of like we need a we need the time for this last game.
Yeah. That was yeah, you think Neonoclax is going to be able to hit that. This is my prediction for the third game. What's going to happen is that now that Neutron's going first, and now that time matters, what's going to happen is on turn 2, Neutron's going to level up, play Mad Hatter, and then win on that turn, while Neonoclax is still a spirit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the call here. Exactly your play, but we're gonna banish the boots.
Nah, that never happens. I've never
We're
seen it
banishing the
happen.
boots.
Yeah. You banish the boots, you bring out the other. Yeah, see, you're gonna banish the boots, it's just gonna be the wrong boots.
Get that camera ready to cut back. If we banish the boots off Mad Hatter, I'm popping off.
No, he's banishing the wrong boots, I'm telling you. And then you're just gonna be like, yeah, that's kind of a silly just do all that and then hit him with the reposition for game. Dude, if I see neutral start the game and play a troll, Languid Toad Troll again, I'm gonna be mad. I want to see the aggro deck pop off. I'm sick of seeing it play slow games now. Let me see it do what it's intended. Let me be mad properly instead of mad because it's not doing the normal thing.
Uh-oh.
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 That ain't popping off. That's the opposite of popping off.
Mm.
I didn't get any distant cards in my opening hand.
Hmm. That's Neonoclax saying Rate of Shock, discard a float, go to level 1, DG to 2, and then instantly take that Fracturize. Assuming that there's not a Frostworn or a Cell Sharpshooter to take it right now. All right, I guess you can use your float.
You can use the paladin's okay.
Yeah, I guess you can be water allies. You can just beat me for 3.
Oh wait, are we holding priority right now? Are we? Are we doing it?
Do we have a way to kill this Frostborn before it eats?
Did we top him?
Are we gonna get top seed?
There's
Are we gonna top? I bet there's a Topsy in hand right now, but there's not 3 norm cards, so he's really deciding if it's worth. Dude, this new
I think you nailed the head. I think that's what's happening here.
it's an unimbued Topsy, or it's the Creative Shock, and the only norm cards in his hand are like Gentle Respites or something like that, and he wants to keep them in hand for the Creative Shock. Or it's also just really, really greedy to try to do maybe like he has creative and Topsy, but you open yourself up to Frostbind of choice at that point.
The only thing I could think of he could have is he could have Nascent in hand,
Oh,
and
Nascent,
he's
yeah.
gonna kill Paladin in response.
Give up the Nascent. 3 cards. Show me the tops. Oh,
Wait,
creative.
hold on.
He's being greedy.
Let's do this.
Greed for the norm. Discard a
There's a
good
liminal
fire.
too.
Oh,
There's a liminal. This
okay.
is full greed. Oh, and it's a Topsy.
Imbued now? Yeah. Nimue, Dungeon Guide, Angel Attendant. All right.
Oh, Frostbite.
Yeah, and I was like, there's like, dude, you're gonna get frostbite if you do this. But at least you got the liminal, so you're kind of both trading 1 for 1 here. And you're just booping.
Yeah,
and you boop.
that is one Frostbite down. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah, but
That's
remember
fine value,
he only
baby.
has 2 Imperial countermeasures in his deck, and he found both.
Yeah, but like, how often is Lightning Strike twice here in Serene Balance Productions, except for every time it's happened?
Yeah, but you also know like Amphi clearly has no distant making cards in his hand, so it must be all the other crappy ones, right?
Yeah, losing a Dungeon Guide here is probably not the best.
You had 2 to pay for Inert Sword?
Off the liminal, yes. There was one card still in hand, and so they drew
Well,
off
you
the
paid
liminal.
for you
For the
beat, but
Inert.
you 3 for Creative Shock. Oh yeah, because you put 1 card. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember Creative Shock plus Topsy is 8 cards, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. You keep 1 after the thing. All right, that works. Establish a Nimue. Can't do anything about it. Too bad Nimue doesn't have a class bonus right now. So you're just going to swing everything raw at that Frosthorn. 2 to Frosty, 1 to Frosty, 1 more to Frosty. Is he doing something? What's
We're
a 1
thinking.
cost? What's a 1 cost you can do to save that Frosty? You can reposition it, sure, but it doesn't do anything. Does he play Dodge Roll or something? Hmm,
I think we're just thinking of what the turn's gonna be. I think we're banking on that Paladin lasting another turn.
that's very fair. I don't know. He definitely drew a reposition. He's going to reposition himself right now, right? He's going to go to level 1 in response to the on enter reposition. Yeah, it's going to happen.
And then Mad Hatter.
Recurring, okay. It's okay. Yep. Oh, actually has a fractal, so you can say 2 down, 2 down backstep, 2 down weaving mana streams. Suffer? I think it's suffer. I think he's chosen the third option. I think it's suffer.
Not like this. Not like this.
Hmm.
Had a quick adjustment of the dungeon guide. It did look a little bit too on field there, so we just asked to slide it to the side because it is a banishment.
Charge the soul. Okay, just wants a float and bin for the next Frostsworn Paladin that will kill the Nimue.
What's happening? What is happening in this game?
Yeah, charge the soul. Yeah, so not distance, so it doesn't get their Aether Wing. And now they're gonna play another Frosty. Okay, perfect. Yeah, as expected, you rip that. You go to 3/4. You kill the Nimue because you absolutely have to. Yeah.
Surprised we didn't have a response like with that as well. Nothing, no way to just get rid of the Paladin on the attack. Well, I guess we don't have the Nimue trigger, so yeah, that's
Yeah, because
unfortunate.
you're not mage, right? So you have to go. That's why you have to kill it this turn, no matter what, or else that Nimue is never going away. Both these players just have terrible hands. It's really funny.
Yeah, this
Yeah, I think you're just sitting here. Where's the dungeon guide? I want to see him dungeon guide to 2 right now. It's just lock,
it got banished.
lock. I
It
know,
got banished.
I know. Oh, hitting face, so no additional ally to help clear off the. Oh, angel attendant. Okay, that works. Yeah, protect face from that paladin.
Yeah. One, and clarification on MPU, if wondering why we're only showing one advanced element here, it is only MPU 1, but as part of MPU, you do have to show everything that you're paying the cost for.
Yep. Relevant when you're like, let's say you're water and you get Viridian Protective Trinketed and you want to play like Cerulean. You don't just show the 3, you have to show all 5 cards, whether they're water or not. Or actually, in this case, it would be, yeah, if there was a quick step Trets or something, right? So,
Yep.
whoa, got an Aether Wing. Let's go. Manually.
We're going the
Time to
long
start
way around, boys.
Yeah, and to start fixing his deck at least, right? At least you can glimpse away all the other dead cards. You imagine even after bricking on distant, he still whiffs on finding an Aether charge.
Okay, doesn't look like we whiffed. Okay, we didn't whiff.
You pretty knock.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We're still alive. We're still in it.
Very
Luck
valid.
has not completely abandoned us here.
I believe in the aggro deck doing aggro things. Aggro deck really just going to time, eh? That's actually crazy. Yeah, kill the angel, give him back his card, open the way so you can Diana shoot face for 2 and then glimpse 3. It's so depressing. This is generally so depressing.
It turns
Man,
out that angel is just 100% power crept library witch.
oh listen, if you're a new player and you're always wondering why all your friends are like at locals or something complaining about this Aetherwing Diana deck and you're watching this and you're being like, yeah, this deck kind of looks kind of trash. Like, who cares? Normally doesn't happen like this. Normally you especially like this where Neutron just had to like go from the top, sees terrible cards and has to like mill a drown in Aether, not even a float that he can't do anything. This is crazy. This is 3 games in a row. He just said he can't do anything. 2 of them were
See,
because of Nyonoclax, and the third one is just he can't draw cards.
I don't want to say this is on you for calling the aggro
The tier
start,
2. Yeah,
but
this is this is pain. This is pain and suffering. I'm just
it's
thinking
going.
as like, if I'm the Nyonoclax, do I even sit on level 2 here? Like, he's so depressed and miserable. Can't I just go to level 3 and just like kind of kill him before he gets any chance of coming back? I'm pretty sure you just dungeon guide here and just like, I'm just gonna kill you. You know now you like he has no float to eat. You can tell he has no way to access float to eat. Just kill him.
But with how this game has gone, I don't even know if we have dungeon guide to go to 3.
You're not wrong. He really has not prioritized it at all. He just said, "It's fine. I'm just gonna freaking hold." Like, I bet his hand right now is like 2 Topsy degrees. This is this is pain and suffering. Can he kill the Frosthorn at least? Probably not. Maybe he's going to
I want to
dungeon
know
guide,
what
go into
this hand is that
yeah.
we've had to do this far.
I'm telling
I'm
you,
wondering if
the second Frostbind is there.
it's all 4 codas without a frog.
This is the wildest 3-game set for a 4-0. Yeah, to be fair, like these. Oh my god! Wait, the limited guide didn't even swing. He just said pass. What's going on?
This round 4 is we're all in prison. This was not according to the Keikaku.
Oh no! I just think I thought I would be able to go to sleep early. Not like this. Hey, to be fair, these are very good players. So, and this sometimes does happen when you're good players. You like games do typically go longer because you're both trying to like play around things, from both players' hands. But I was like, what the heck? Like the problem with this game specifically is Neocox is playing around whatever is in Neutraland's hand. Neutraland's hand has nothing. Just, just nothing. I bet you, without a shadow of a doubt, he's gonna fire that Aether charge. He's gonna finally hit his first float, and then he's gonna play like a third Frostborn Paladin or something, and that's what's been eating his hand up. And in response, the class is just gonna be like Topsy Decree.
At this point, just eat with Merlin.
That is also fair, yeah, just eat with the Merlin, but like, like extra hate.
Just really rub it in. Really just throw salt in that wound.
Yeah. This is Seekers just for fun because he literally cannot materialize anything else. He put nothing into memory. He has no floating. Oh, what is even? Wait, I've been told that he had a card in memory and he didn't cycle it either. He wanted another Aether Wing instead of cycling one of his dead cards. So his hand's not bad either.
And what did
Just
we just mill another non-floating just for going for the ally? I
yeah,
guess to not give Merlin any value.
yeah. Crystalline, and then are you going to respond? Are you responding to the on enter by playing? Oh no, okay, yeah, 4
Just giving
damage.
it distant.
Yeah, just manually give it a sim. Yeah, I was like, oh, we don't need float here. We're just gonna try to boop you. Amphi's turn 0. We're in time. Try to do 10 damage, right? What are you gonna do? You're gonna tell this neon
Oh
class
wait,
just gonna sit
hold
there?
on. We're doing a crave
Oh,
shock. Oh, we
yeah. Oh no, you're mage. You're gonna discard a fire card and say, kill that guy.
oh, it's on fire.
Oh, not a fire. Not a fire. Dude, you know what would have been so depressing if he did that in response to the backstep, so that you also just don't get the draw from the backstep because it fizzles as well. Right, Neoclass definitely is leveling, right? Okay, okay, yeah, you're definitely leveling here. Okay. Oh, just one. But found the MVP advanced card of the set, honestly.
Oh, easily, easily.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now he's just saying turbo. Yeah, we're guys, we're in game 3. We're just trying to go run at him. I think neutral is already depressed enough. No need to wall.
Well, we have to find a kill here in 3 minutes though. 3 minutes and 2 turns.
Lose a fluffy, lose a gentle, lose an angel. So lost a lot of non-damage, goes to Merlin's, draws that card. We've got a liminal guide that is not resolving, even though it's mandatory. We've got a liminal guide
Did
that's not.
forget. We forgot. Yeah, we did forget the Limo guy trigger.
Could have been an extra card. Ooh, Song of Frost. Don't lose the sword. And yeah, everyone just says face now, right? Do we have no time? Just say faces the place. Are we not going to get a 4-0? Is this table what? Is this the only 4-0 table?
I think there was a chance at one other one.
Okay. Guys, just a reminder, these online tournaments, great. Like, this is your way to get especially now they remembered the liminal guide. But just to remember that these if you go 4-0 in these tournaments, this is your way of getting more RDO. And as we've been talking a lot of these RDO cards are very expensive, very good cards.
Enough.
Another one. Oh yeah, they just said okay, you can. I if I have my sword still, like whatever. I guess it was Sabella. Otherwise,
Or we're putting down
1, 2, 3,
4.
4. Incarnate.
Double fireball?
You're level 5, so that's 6 and 6. Okay, yeah, 12 damage puts him to
That
21. Yeah, just had
oh my
everything.
goodness.
Just stall. Okay, there's your 4-0. Congratulations to the first 4-0 of the season. That was, I don't think anyone expected that to actually. Whoa, that was pretty good.
What a crazy end to that game.
Yeah,
And that's Neon Classic bringing home a full box of RDO. So not only is it a full box, but a full box of the new premium set. So that is a good thing to bring home, and what a way to do it. What a way to end that game.
that means, hey, extra value for playing these weeklies. So remember this for next week and the week after, and the upcoming regionals. I think they already announced on May 2nd. Something
Yes,
like
it'll be the week before nationals. Well,
that.
technically the close enough before the ascent and for nationals. It'll be as well if you're after points. It'll be one of the last chances you have to really kind of score a big bucket of points going into Nats if you're a US player. So
Oh, you
definitely
mean like
be
Omnidex points, right? Yeah, yeah, because
yep,
this
yep, yep,
infinite
yep.
scintillation is not going to be legal until next, or like used
Yeah.
for Nats until next year.
Yeah, but this is a season. In case anybody's at home and you're thinking, maybe what do I want to play? Am I close? Like I know some nationals. Big thing about this season, depending on what rank you place, whenever you get to nationals, that will give you additional points into nationals. I believe platinum is 5 points, and
Mhm.
then gold is 4, and then of course all the way down. So it is very, very something to look to do, especially if you're only a couple points away from qualifying for nationals. Heavily consider playing in some of these weeklies. They're a great way to get some points, buffer up. You don't have a lot of time. We only got less than a month before nationals happen, so uh, get those points in now. This is a great way to do it.
Yeah. It's also, a good time to figure out how to play against like an international meta, and not just your locals. So you can actually, see if your brew is just going really well because the people around you are doing it, or if it because, or maybe just run into neutral end and it just says, "Oh, I'm just gonna Diana check you really quick," and just say your deck doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know.
For sure, and
Yeah.
yeah, and it is again. It is. This is we. I think we say it every time we're on. We talk about this as well as if you're new to Grand Archive and you just want to have a chance to be able to start playing the game and learn the game, learn kind of what you can and can't do. This is a great way to do it. It's free to play. All you need, set up a webcam, jump in, have your deck ready, and it is a lot of fun. It is a great way as well to beat the players. A lot of the people you will meet at these bigger events do play in this as well. So it's a great way to kind of meet the community, kind of see what we do, what we like to play, and just have fun. Like, why not? It's free to play. This doesn't cost you really anything.
Mhm. And if worst case scenario, just throw it on background noise. I love just just leave the stream on the side and just listen to it, see what's happening. Uh, Typically, more stuff will happen than just he's behind a like language troll, for like 6 turns. So you actually get to hear some action going back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, we
Anyway,
got to see.
that was still high level gameplay. Honestly, like that was
Oh yeah,
legitimately like I think both players still played ideally. Like yeah, it
and we
only
got
took that
some
long.
crazy
Yeah.
hype.
Mhm.
And outside that, we had some crazy hype with two different Tenoris lists where we
Mhm.
essentially went from Tony not being a deck that you would really look at, you would only have as a fringe meta, to realistically, Neos has some tech now. Neos has some play. A lot of these cards allow Neos to do some really crazy things as we saw. We saw both fronts. We saw the domain Tony be able to pressure a board, be able to have a very strong presence at level 3 without having to say, I hope I survive for 3 turns. And then, of course, we saw Jimmy Lee, the classic of, I'm going to make a bunch of swords and I'm going to hit you as hard as I can. And it is always a blast to see that deck go off. And with some of the new tech pieces, it's even funnier to watch this deck do some of these crazy things, saying, I'm going to make 6 herbs and they're going to be swords. There's something weird about that,
Actually,
but
so
I
funny.
love it.
Yeah, it's like nice Arizona card. You mean Tanaris card? Like okay, yeah, I
This
guess
is
so.
my card.
Yeah, the hour card. Just casually just be like, oh, that's 18 damage. My Cordelia gives me 6 more. That's a 24 damage swing. Can I just bring out my sword as well? And like, and it's like, can't you want to just take 24 to face? That's okay. Like, yeah,
Can
whatever.
we Can we get another set of promos? So on like the I go whatever the opposite of judge promos would be. Can we get opposite judge promos instead of being Arasana on cards where she's not meant to be on? Can we just get Tenoris on Arasana or other champions on Arasana cards where they're not supposed to be there?
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. Let's just draw them. It's like someone just put Tanara's face on all of the Ari bodies. I think that's what we would do.
Listen, I agree. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I think both of us, we both have to get up early for work tomorrow, and we both went to it all the way to overtime round. So I speak for everybody where I think we'll probably wrap it up here, call it a night. Just a couple of announcements as well. We've already mentioned it. If you want to join in and you want to play as well, we will be running this. I believe it should be every Thursday, leading up to nationals. Of course, after that there'll be events as well. So feel free to jump in, join in the fun. At the end of the month, on May 2nd, there will also be the online regional. Signups are on the Discord as well. So jump in, sign up, get your ticket, and get ready for what will be one of the last chances of regionals before we step into the US Nationals. And then, of course, finally, big shout out if you are a big fan of Pantheon, if you've got to play it in LA or you've been watching any content on it, I have great news. TM32 has a brand new channel released by one none other than Once in Love, who helps run all the things for Serene Balance, of course, with Limit Break Cam as well. Both of them are now on a new channel that is going to call it a mental boon. So check them out. I believe episode 1 will be going out pretty soon, is what I heard. I heard rumors it's going out
Saturday.
tomorrow. Is it going out tomorrow, Saturday? One of the two.
Some
But hey,
it's Saturday. Yeah, Saturday.
so this Saturday, check it out. The first video will be going up. I know I'll be tuning in because one thing I will say, playing Pantheon LA was a lot of fun, and I'm very excited to be able to play this format with friends.
Yeah, that should be it, right?
Yep, that
Other
is
than that,
everything.
hey, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe to Serene Balance Productions where you're watching right now, right?
Yep.
And I think
That's
memberships the
subscribing.
thing. Whatever memberships are, I don't know how YouTube's work.
Yep, we are memberships, so feel free to join in, get access to the early access to some videos as well. So, but I think that'll be it from us. Thank you guys all for joining in. Thank you for tuning in, and of course, like always, we will see you next week. Later, everybody.
Take care.